In his history of the war, Churchill devotes some of his most effective rhetoric to this momentous turn of events. Within 3 weeks the long-famed French army was to collapse in rout and ruin, and our only British army to be hurled into the sea with all its equipment lost. Within 6 weeks we were to find ourselves alone, almost disarmed, with triumphant Germany and Italy at our throats, with the whole of Europe open to Hitler's power, and Japan glowering at the other side of the globe. Why? He goes on to draw up an account of the losses suffered then and subsequently by the British Empire throughout the 6 years of war that ended in September 1945. The British total dead, and missing, presumed dead, of the armed forces amounted to 303,240, to which should be added over 109,000 from the Dominions, India, and the colonies, a total of over 412,240. This figure does not include 60,500 civilians killed in the air raids on the United Kingdom, nor the losses of our merchant navy and fishermen, which amounted to about 30,000. Against this figure the United States mourn the deaths in the Army and Air Force, the Navy, Marines, and Coast Guard, of 322,188.18. British losses were in fact substantially less than during the First World War, due to the avoidance of battles on the scale of the Somme or Flanders in 1916-17. The French, who lost 1.5 million killed in 1914-18, got off FAR more lightly in 1940, although they paid FOR defeat with the occupation of their country and the drafting of hundreds of thousands of prisoners to do FORCED labor in Germany under inhuman conditions. More important from the standpoint of the French political and military elites, France's prestige was gone. That some of it was subsequently recovered was due to the resistance movement which formed itself spontaneously after the conclusion of the Franco-German armistice late in June, a movement of which Brigadier Charles de Gaulle became the external symbol, since as Reynaud's Undersecretary for War he was the only Frenchman holding both political and military rank around whom the Free French movement could rally, once he had reached London on June 18 and set up headquarters on British soil. 19 During the brief campaign in May preceding the hurried embarkation of the British Expeditionary Force at Dunkirk, he had distinguished himself at the head of one of the French armoured divisions. Now he was suddenly called upon to shoulder political responsibilities, the Pétain government formed after Reynaud's resignation on 1 June 6 having decided to surrender. There was some historic justice in Pétain at the age of 80 for being thrust into the role of chief capitulator, for during the interwar period he had borne the heaviest responsibility. The fatal decision then taken to rely on the fortified Maginot Line constructed in the 1930s. While political non-entities like Albert Sarraut and Édouard Daladier presided over phantom administrations, Pétain employed his prestige as the victor of Verdun for the purpose of preventing the modernization of the French army. He was not even consistent in stressing fortification. In 1934, as Minister for War in the short-lived Doumergue government, he told the Army Committee of the Senate that it was unnecessary to extend the Maginot Line from the Luxembourg frontier to the Channel, since with AFEW destructions the Ardennes could be made impassable, while to defend the northern frontier one must go into Belgium, which turned out to be impossible for political reasons. In May-June 1940 the French paid for this kind of wisdom. Since they lost 120,000 men in dead alone, it is wrong to say that they did not fight. What is undeniable is that their generals were as incompetent as their politicians. In the circumstances one could not expect high morale on the part of the ordinary soldier. The nation had for years been fed on myths, the chief of them being the supposed impregnability of its defenses. When the Luftwaffe and the Panzer Corps made their appearance on the Meuse, the result was a general panic culminating in the exodus of millions of civilians. Moreover, what to the British was the miracle of Dunkirk, the successful extrication of their army between May 28 and June 4, to the French looked like desertion, an argument of which Laval, Flandin, and the other seedy politicians around Pétain made full use in the years that followed. The British, it was suggested, were ready to fight to the last Frenchman. This pro-pagan line had originally been suggested by Goebbels during the phony war winter of 1939–40. It was now taken up by his French opposite numbers. In the circumstances, the resistance movement could at the outset only be the cause of a small minority. Years of German occupation had to pass before it was joined by masses of Frenchmen, civilian and military, who had gradually lost their faith in the aged victor of Verdun. Those leaders who had given a good account of themselves during the brief but bitter campaign, de Gaulle at Abbeville, de Lattre de Tassigny at Rethel, were marked out as futurs chiefs of the resistance, but of them all only de Gaulle possessed political as well as military talent. Churchill had taken note of him during the general collapse in June, when alone among Reynaud's military advisers he preserved an air of unruffled calm. 20 Some hopes were briefly built on Admiral Darlas, who on 1 June 2 solemnly promised Churchill that the French fleet would never come under German control. The Admiral's subsequent behavior was decidedly equivocal. At one moment, on June 17, he appeared ready to order the fleet to make for Britain or North America. The next day he changed his mind, having meantime become Pétain's 253. Europe in the 20th century. Minister of Marine. His assassination in Algiers, in December 1942, removed Pétain's principal subordinate and the chief of all those who believed that the wisest course lay in letting the Germans exhaust their energies in Russia. Churchill and de Gaulle having emerged in 1945 from the Great Trial as leaders of their respective nations, it is tempting to suppose that they must have been right in all their pre-war recasts. The temptation has to be resisted. When de Gaulle in 1934 published his celebrated tract on modern warfare, Vers l'armée de métier 21, he correctly foresaw the central significance of mechanization, but he missed the point about close coordination between armored forces and air power. Churchill for his part erred in overrating the strength of the German Air Force and in believing that it was designed to bomb Germany's opponents into surrender. The Luftwaffe was not as strong as he made out in his warning speeches from 1933 onwards, and it was not designed for bombing cities but for supporting the ground forces. 22 It had originally been conceived as a tactical weapon, not as a strategic force in total war against enemy populations. This was lucky for Britain, for when matters were put to the test in 1940, Göring was unable to make good his promise to Hitler to bomb London into defeat and chaos. It was the British, not the Germans, who thereafter systematically employed the giant bomber as a strategic weapon against enemy cities, although there was no lack of ruthlessness on the German side, merely lack of power. Churchill's misjudgments in this sphere were to have unfortunate consequences, culminating in the disastrous and wholly unnecessary destruction of Dresden in February 1945, when the war was already as good as won. But these errors pale in comparison with Hitler's belief that the British would make peace once France had been knocked out, or that the Russian army would not fight, or that America would stay out of the war. In the long run it was Hitler's dictatorial power that made the German catastrophe inevitable. His advisers dared not contradict him, and the hold he had gained over the mass of the people made it certain that the war would be fought out to the bitter end. In military terms he was well prepared. From March 19, 33 to March 19, 39 the Third Reich spent about half as much again on armaments as Britain and France put together. 23 But the strategy of the Blitzkrieg could only work if the war was not protracted. In the end, Russia's successful resistance and America's belated entry in 1941 combined to produce a set of circumstances which made Germany's defeat in 1945 far more overwhelming than the narrowly fought decision in 1918. The scene over which Churchill had come to preside in the summer of 1940 was of a kind to evoke fitting historical parallels. From a prime minister who had written a biography of his distant ancestor John Churchill, better known as Marlborough. 24 Britain stood alone and the entire European continent lay open to the enemy. The War Cabinet, as formally constituted on May, consisted of Churchill, Chamberlain, Halifax, C.R. Ardley and Arthur Greenwood, the last two representing the Labour Party. These 5 men were the only ones who had the right to have their heads cut off on Tower Hill if we did not win. 25 The Shakespearean language of this passage fails to convey an adequate sense of the fact that, viewed from Berlin, the British War Cabinet did not look very formidable. Chamberlain and Halifax after all had entered the struggle only with the greatest reluctance, and the Labour leaders had to reckon with pacifist sentiments in their party, not to mention communist propaganda designed to represent any war as imperialist unless it happened to threaten the safety of the Soviet Empire. For the rest, the aged Lloyd George was widely believed to hold defeatist views which might well have catapulted him into a role not unlike that of Pétain, had the Germans been able to break Britain's resistance. In his memoirs, Churchill conveys the impression that the government was wholly united in its pursuit of resistance to Hitler and indifferent to his peace offers. This does not quite tally with the documentary evidence since made available. The records show Chamberlain and Halifax in late May 1940 urging their colleagues to seek peace terms from Hitler via Mussolini, before the latter had taken the plunge on June and stabbed France in the back. They were outvoted by Churchill and his 2 Labour colleagues. 26 Thus the decision to fight on was taken by an extremely narrow margin. However, Chamberlain was stricken with cancer in August and died on November 9, while Halifax was got rid of in December by being sent as ambassador to Washington, where he could not do much harm, President Roosevelt and his principal associates being strongly committed to the British cause. His departure made it possible to shift Eden back to his old place at the Foreign Office, which he had resigned in February 1938, in protest against Chamberlain's habit of directing foreign policy over the head, or behind the back, of the Foreign Secretary. The War Cabinet was strengthened when in August-September 1940 it was joined by Lord Beaverbrook and Ernest Bevin, greatest of British trade union leaders. Only from that time onwards could the country be said to have a political leadership adequate to its task and wholly determined to fight the war to a finish. 27. 255. These important events were preceded by the rather unreal project of a formal Anglo-French union. A solemn declaration to this effect was hurriedly drafted on 14 to 15 June by some eminent British and French personalities, including Sir Robert Vansittart, General de Gaulle and M. Jean Monnet, endorsed the following day by the War Cabinet, and telephoned through to Bordeaux, where the French Council of Ministers was in session. The majority of its members promptly rejected it, abandoned Reynaud and rallied to Pétain. A declaration of union having been proposed and flatly rejected, Churchill felt free to give orders for all French naval vessels to be taken over or, as in the case of the French squadron at Oran on July 3, attacked and sunk or damaged by the British fleet on hand in the western Mediterranean. De Gaulle, who made a stirring broadcast appeal from London on June 18, thus had to launch his movement under the double handicap of being on British soil and obliged to support a deadly stroke against his country's navy. He never faltered, just as he had previously supported Churchill's refusal to send what remained of the British fighter squadrons to France, when Monnet made an impassioned plea to this effect on 16 June. 28 Churchill on that occasion found himself confirmed in his earlier impression of de Gaulle, "Here is the Constable of France." He never managed to convey the certitude to Roosevelt, who from a mixture of ignorance and petty spite persisted throughout the war years in treating de Gaulle as a megalomaniac and an obstacle to Anglo-American strategy. It is true that, unlike the various Pétainists whom the Americans tried to recruit between 1940 and 1943, de Gaulle was not disposed to take orders from either Churchill or Roosevelt. This made him a difficult partner, but it also preserved the morale of his followers, and eventually it induced the internal resistance movement in France to accept him as their political leader. 29 Others also during these troubled months behaved in accordance with their habits. Molotov, on being formally notified by the German ambassador in Moscow on 10 May of the onslaught on France and the Low Countries, told Schulenburg that he quite understood, Germany had to protect herself against Anglo-French attack. On June 18, when France had virtually surrendered, Schulenburg reported to Hitler, Molotov summoned me this evening to his office and expressed the warmest congratulations of the Soviet government on the splendid success of the German armed forces 3-0. Nor was this merely the small change of conventional diplomacy. As soon as the Germans had installed themselves in Paris, they were approached by the leaders of the French Communist Party with the proposal for having the Communist daily T'Humanité legally published, the obvious implication being that it would contain nothing objectionable from the German standpoint. The offer was declined, whereupon the French CP issued a tract which cast the responsibility for France's defeat on the handful of leaders who had remained true to the Jacobin tradition of patriotism. Former communist deputies offered to testify against Blum, Daladier, Reynaud, and Mondel at the trial then in preparation, and subsequently changed their minds only because in the interval the Germans had invaded Russia, and de Gaulle until June 1941 was monotonously described in communist literature as an agent of British imperialism in general and the City of London in particular. Thereafter, the USSR having been attacked by Hitler, he suddenly became a patriot with whom the communists could cooperate. After the war, fraudulent documents were produced by the French Communist Party to make it appear that its leaders had from the start called for resistance to the Germans. They could not well admit that Stalin's compact with Hitler had made it obligatory for all communists to support the German cause, or at least not to hinder it. 31 The Soviet government had not been slow to profit from the military triumph scored by Germany in the West. On June 14, the day Paris fell, Moscow sent an ultimatum to Lithuania, accusing its government and those of the two other Baltic republics of having entered into a military conspiracy against the USSR. On the following day the Russian army invaded the country and President Smetanov fled to East Prussia. Latvia and Estonia got the same treatment. The president of Latvia was arrested and deported, his country occupied by Soviet troops, while Vyshinsky supervised the installation of a friendly regime. On June 19 Stanov, a member of the Politburo and one of Stalin's closest colleagues, arrived in Tallinn to execute the same sort of operation. On 3–6 August all pretense was swept away by a decree annexing the Baltic states to the Soviet Union. Meanwhile a Russian ultimatum had been delivered to Romania on June 26 demanding the cession of Bessarabia and the northern part of the province of Bukovina. The Bucharest government bowed to FORCE on the following day, and the territories in question passed into Russian hands. All these measures were taken in conformity with the Soviet-German Pact of August 1939, although the Germans resented the speed with which the Kremlin had imposed its wishes. It was not in Germany's interest to see Soviet forces installed on the shore of the Baltic and at the mouth of the Danube, not from the Romanian oil fields on which the German army was largely dependent. Like the partition of Poland in the preceding year, the Russian advance to the Baltic and the Danube brought nearer the day when Hitler would decide to turn on Stalin, who for his part may have regarded the entire operation as a precautionary move. Within the Baltic states large-scale measures of deportation liquidated the political elite which for 2 decades had preserved. 257. The independence of these small countries. The secret police followed on the heels of the Soviet army and was soon busy purging and deporting all unreliable elements. It was a retaste of the much greater expansionary movement which occurred in 1945–8. The summer of 1940 thus witnessed the end of a great many illusions, including those of the 1939–40 phony war period. The British Cabinet Papers released for public inspection in 1970 and 1971 contain some very odd material indeed. There is the American ambassador, Mr. Joseph Kennedy, remarking that the proper way to attack both Count Ciano and Signor Mussolini was to send 6 American chorus girls to Rome. There is Chamberlain telling his cabinet colleagues that after Prague he had come to the conclusion that Herr Hitler's attitude made it impossible to continue to negotiate on the old basis with the Nazi regime, and adding in the very next breath that this did not mean negotiations with the German people were impossible. By the German people he presumably meant big business and the army leaders, but it was too late for this sort of thing. Yet Chamberlain and Halifax went on hoping down to May 1940 that some more reasonable German leadership would emerge, or alternatively that Mussolini could be induced to play the part of mediator, if necessary at the cost of letting him have Gibraltar and Malta. There is Churchill giving it as his opinion in September 1939 that the Balkans were gradually veering towards the Allies and that Turkey might be brought into the war, the very last thing the Turks intended. Fortunately, none of this nonsense mattered. What did make a difference, once Churchill had become Prime Minister and rid himself of the appeasers, was the impact of his personality. On this topic we have the evidence of a senior civil servant, Sir Oliver Franks, who in 1957 told Churchill's medical advisor, Lord Moran, "I remember early in the war attending a meeting on the roof of the Ministry of Supply when Winston addressed us. I came away more happy about things. He dispelled our misgivings and set at rest our fears. He gave us faith. There was in him a demonic element, as in Calvin and Luther. He was a spiritual force." 32. Winston Spencer Churchill had not always stood so high in the estimation of his colleagues, or of the politically conscious governing elite generally. Down to 1940, when he suddenly assumed towering shape, his political career had been dogged by frequent blunders and by a reputation for being unsound on major issues. His involvement in the unsuccessful attempt to seize Constantinople during the First World War temporarily cost him his cabinet seat in 1915 and prejudiced the Admiralty against him. His espousal of armed intervention against the Soviet regime in 1919-20 aroused the political left, while his verbal onslaught on the trade unions, during and after the general strike of May 1926, marked him out as an enemy of organized labor. To the liberal followers of Lloyd George and J.M. Keynes in the later 1920s, he was the man who in 1925 had yielded to orthodox financial opinion and pegged sterling at its pre-war gold value, thereby imposing an unnecessary burden upon the British economy. 33 veteran Tories remembered that he had broken with their party over free trade in 1904 and only returned to the FOLD in 1924, when the Liberals had run out of steam. Radical intellectuals were repelled by his praise of Mussolini and his openly expressed conviction that as between Russian Bolshevism and Italian fascism, the latter was much to be preferred. Moderate conservatives thought him misguided in opposing Baldwin's cautious advance towards Indian independence between 1931 and 1935. He was a liberal imperialist of pre-1914 vintage who had somehow survived into the modern age, a Whig historian who expressed obsolete sentiments in the language of Macaulay, a brilliant amateur who was the despair of his advisers, above all a man who appeared to be bored unless there was a major war going on. All these judgments were true, and all were irrelevant in 1940. In that dreadful year Churchill saved his country, and no one else could have done it. Moreover, the records show that, having at long last become Prime Minister, he generally moved with caution, listened to professional advice, and in particular knew how to work both with the Chiefs of Staff and with the Foreign Office. 34 The first essential was to get ready for the inevitable air and sea battle around the British Isles. This was partly a technical problem having to do with the output of fighter aircraft and the effectiveness of the newly installed radar screen which gave early warning of the approach of enemy aircraft. 3s But it also involved high-level policy decisions affecting Britain's relations with the United States. On June 4 Churchill told the House of Commons there would be no surrender, and he concluded his speech by affirming that if the British Isles were to be subjugated then our empire beyond the seas, armed and guarded by the British fleet, would carry on the struggle, until the New World, with all its power and might, steps forth to the rescue and the liberation of the Old. Lord Lothian, then British ambassador in Washington, felt that the statement might give encouragement to those who expected Britain to go under, whereupon the fleet would somehow cross the Atlantic to North America. Churchill thereupon instructed him to discourage any notion on Roosevelt's part that they will pick up the debris of the British Empire by their present policy. On the contrary, they run the terrible risk that their sea power will be completely overmatched. If Britain broke under the strain of a German invasion, a pro-German government might obtain far easier terms from Germany by surrendering the fleet, thus making Germany and Japan masters of the New World. 36 The veiled threat implicit in this message played its part in inducing the U.S. administration at the end of August to trade 50 overage American destroyers in exchange for a number of naval bases in the West Indies. So as to make the transaction look less like a naked surrender of British-controlled territory in exchange for 50 aged ships, Churchill informed Parliament on August 20 that it was all a matter of coordinating the air and naval defences of Britain, Canada, and the United States. This FACE-saving formula was embodied in the declaration whereby a week later the British government leased to the United States, for a period of 99 years, a number of naval and air bases in Newfoundland, Bermuda, the Bahamas, Jamaica, Antigua, St. Lucia, Trinidad, and British Guyana. 37 In exchange, Roosevelt, who had to think about his re-election to an unprecedented third presidential term in November, made available the ships, and on September 5 Churchill was able to inform the House of Commons of the memorable transactions whereby the Admiralty obtained the 50 American destroyers. Only very ignorant persons, he went on, would suggest that the transfer of American destroyers to the British flag constitutes the slightest violation of international law, or affects in the smallest degree the non-belligerency of the United States. Since in the very next sentence he observed that Hitler would probably resent the transaction, one may suppose that the emphasis upon U.S. neutrality was for the benefit of Congress and the American voter. Roosevelt's triumphant re-election in November was in fact conditioned by his ability to persuade the electorate that he had no intention of taking America into the war. For his part, Churchill repeated an earlier assurance about not scuttling or surrendering the British fleet. I regarded all these as parallel transactions, and as acts of goodwill performed on their merits and not as bargains. The President found it more acceptable to present them to Congress as a connected whole. We neither of us contradicted each other, and both countries were satisfied. 38. It would have been truer to say that Churchill acted in accordance with his lifelong conviction that the English-speaking peoples had a common destiny, whereas Roosevelt thought in terms of the American century. In any event, the United States had indirectly associated themselves with the British war effort. For the moment this was sufficient. But in order to bring America into the war it was essential that the United Kingdom should beat off the German air attack in the summer and autumn of 1940. Here the British had an unexpected stroke of luck. Contrary to the myth spread at the time by the Germans and various neutrals, there did not exist any serious plan for the invasion of Britain. The German Navy was inadequate to the task of protecting an invasion force if it ever set out, and Göring's Luftwaffe had to overcome not only the resistance of the Royal Air Force, but the pre-war invention of radar, to which the Germans had paid little attention. 39 The device had been worked out in 1935 by Robert Watson Watt, who took his invention to Sir Henry Tizard, a senior civil servant and an influential middleman between the scientists and the military services. It consisted of an instrument whereby distant objects could be detected in the air. By 1939 radar stations covered most of the area over which enemy bombers were likely to make their appearance, thus giving the British fighter squadrons adequate warning of their approach. When the Battle of Britain was height in earnest, in the summer of 1940, radar was still in its infancy, but the radio signals emanating from its stations gave warning of air raids approaching the British coast, while an observer corps numbering upwards of 50,000 men and women was busy, with the help of field glasses and portable telephones, sending information about raiders flying overland to the experts in the bomb-proof underground operations room where the aerial defense was being directed. This included anti-aircraft batteries as well as the fighter squadrons, whose exploits Churchill immortalized on August 20 in his praise of the FEW on whom everything depended. When years later he came to write his 6-volume history of the war, he noted that the German air assault on Britain was a tale of divided counsels, conflicting purposes, and never fully accomplished plans. 40 At the time this could not be known, but with the wisdom of hindsight we are now able to perceive that the German Air Force was inadequate for the purpose, while the Naval Command had serious doubts about Operation Sea Lion, the code term by which the enterprise was known when Hitler committed himself to it in late July. The United Kingdom was beyond the reach of the kind of blitzkrieg to which France had succumbed in less than 6 weeks. Even so, Göring's bombers did a lot of damage in southeast England, though owing to Hitler's obsession with the bombardment of London they failed to concentrate on the British fighter bases, whose destruction would have crippled the Royal Air Force. Spectacular raids on the British capital meant more to Hitler than the crucially important task of wearing the RAF down. In the end, the Germans ran out of time. They had planned for an invasion not later than the last week in September, but their great air assault on September 15 was beaten off with heavy losses. The fact is that Göring had available 2 FEW bombers and fighters to destroy the British installations on the ground, while at the same time shooting the RAF out of the sky. All told, the Germans, from July until the end of October, lost 1 733 aircraft while the RAF lost 9 15 fighters. The two opposing fighter forces were about equally matched in numbers and technical performance, while morale was higher on the British side, as was the level of strategic direction. By the end of September, just when the British fighter command had been worn down by heavy losses, the weather became so unfavorable that Hitler's directive of August for the Luftwaffe to destroy the enemy air force as soon as possible was replaced by FRS orders which in fact amounted to an abandonment of Sea Lion. The Germans then switched to pure terror tactics designed to break British morale, while the British retaliated with what were called area attacks on German cities. This duel persisted long after the invasion had been formally called off by Hitler on 1 October 2, when it was postponed until the following spring, by which time he was busy with plans for attacking his Russian partner. 41 Göring still clung to the belief that bombing would break morale, and the late autumn and winter months witnessed heavy night attacks on London, Birmingham, Coventry, Plymouth, and other cities. But it had become a slogging match. After September 15, when the decision for AFEW days hung in the balance, a combination of worsening weather and growing German bomber losses shifted the strategic balance in Britain's favor, and what had originally been conceived by Hitler as another blitzkrieg became a war of attrition centered upon the night bombing of cities and industrial concentrations. These were also the months when the United States drew closer to the point of formal involvement in the war. At a press conference in November 1940, Roosevelt, having been re-elected to a third presidential term, announced that half of America's armament output was being made available to Britain, and negotiations began soon thereafter for supplying the RAF with FOR-engined Flying Fortress bombers. In the following month plans were announced for stepping up the supply of cargo ships to Britain, and on December 18 Roosevelt announced his intention of placing before Congress a Lend-Lease arrangement whereby the U.S. government would guarantee to manufacturers payment for war materials ordered by Britain. In his message to Congress of January 6, 1941, Roosevelt called upon the country to regard itself as an arsenal for those nations which are now in actual war against aggressor nations. He was repeating Wilson's performance a quarter of a century earlier, but with greater tactical ability and with a determination born from the knowledge that if the British bastion fell, the United States would have to face a triumphant Germany allied to an increasingly warlike Japan in the Far East. Since Japanese militarism, albeit lacking a populist mass basis of the fascist kind, bore some resemblance to the Third Reich, it was possible to represent the Anglo-American alliance as a direct continuation of the earlier effort to make the world safe for democracy. Nor was this claim as unfounded as one might suppose from the self-critical afterthoughts of revisionist or isolationist American historians. Fascism was a real and present threat to everything Britain and America stood for, as well as being the belated reaction of the European counter-revolution to the democratic tradition inaugurated in 1789 and 1793. In this sense Churchill merely expressed the obvious when in a broadcast on February 9, 1941 he translated the secret Anglo-American staff conferences then in progress into the F.A. Mao's phrase, "Give us the tools and we shall finish the job." It was of course beyond Britain's power to do anything of the kind, but there was no need to trumpet this fact abroad. For the rest, the German assault on Russia in June 1941, and the Japanese surprise attack on America's Pacific bastions less than 6 months later, terminated the most critical phase of the war, that in which everything depended on the defense of the British Isles. In retrospect it is clear that both sides fought an air battle for which they were not properly prepared. RAF Fighter Command had excellent aircraft, but not enough pilots. The Luftwaffe had been primarily designed for tactical cooperation with ground forces, although Göring was a believer in absolute air war, the doctrine that the enemy could be defeated by bombing alone. Similar beliefs were held by influential political and military figures on the British side, where it was pessimistically assumed before 1940 that in a war with Germany enormous civilian casualties would result from air raids. Baldwin had committed himself to the notion that the bomber will always get through, even though it was during his premiership that the radar screen began to be developed. At the time of Munich, in September 1938, it was thought in London that a German bombing attack lasting 60 days would result in 600,000 dead and twice that number of wounded. In actual fact, civilian casualties from air attacks on Britain during the 6 years of war came to a total of 300,000, of whom 60,000 were killed. German civilian losses by 1945 were 10 times this figure, a consequence of the bombing offensive developed by the combined British and American air forces. Even so, the range of destruction was held within limits which permitted German industrial production to continue, whereas in 1945 a single nuclear bomb was sufficient to obliterate an entire Japanese city. The Anglo-German air battle of 1940 was politically decisive, because of the rebuff given to Hitler, who thereupon turned away from Lion in favor of an orthodox land campaign against Russia, but in terms of modern technology the Battle of Britain belongs to the age that ended in August 1945. An age in which the European nation-state was still capable of waging war with all the weapons at its command in the knowledge that the civilian population would survive. By the summer of 1940 the internal structure of the National Socialist regime had become fully totalitarian, with the party in undisputed control over the administration of the new German Empire, and its military corps, the SS, elevated to a position of supremacy over the regular armed forces as well as the more plebeian SA, whose leaders had been purged in June 1934. Since February 1938 Hitler had personally assumed the immediate power of command over all the armed forces and created a high command, the Oberkommando der Wehrmacht, to carry out the routine duties hitherto performed by the War Ministry. It was partly in reaction against this move that some senior commanders began to make contact, at the time of the Munich crisis, with a conservative civilian opposition represented by Schacht, Gordeler and a group of officials in the Foreign Ministry. In the course of the next 18 months this alliance dwindled away, the Army High Command having been diluted by new appointments which replaced some of the more traditionalist military leaders. Neither the Chief of Staff, Halder, nor the Commander-in-Chief of the Army, Brauchitsch, felt able to oppose Hitler's orders, once victory in the West had vindicated his judgment. Their misgivings were to revive with the Russian campaign, but in the interval the politicization of the army continued with the setting up of a National Socialist guidance staff inside the High Command to coordinate political training. As a step towards the creation of a new People's Officer Corps, various educational qualifications hitherto required for an officer's career were abolished, and unconditional readiness for action for the Führer, the people and the fatherland substituted for earlier and more traditional criteria of selection. 42 In all these respects the regime remained true to its populist and plebeian character, the importance of which was constantly misjudged abroad, less so at home, where the army leaders and their conservative allies in the bureaucracy were confronted with the facts of Lippe. The decree of August 1934, whereby Hitler on Hindenburg's death combined the offices of President and Chancellor, entailed an oath of loyalty to his person on the part of the armed forces and their leaders. At first it suited him to leave the actual military command in the hands of the Reichswehr generals. When from 1938 onwards he began to encroach on their preserve, he was able to build on the political loyalty of younger officers, most of whom had by then been converted to National Socialism. At the same time the gradual expansion of the SS Empire, originally confined to the concentration camps, and the enrollment of volunteers in the so-called WAFFINSS units enabled him to create a counterweight to the regular armed forces. This was all the more important since the systematic extermination of Jews and other subhumans became the special province of the SS, while the Waffen-SS was transformed into a military elite in possession of the latest arms. At the top an uneasy balance prevailed between party leaders such as Hermann Göring, Commander-in-Chief of the Air Force with the historically unique rank of Reichsmarschall, Joseph Goebbels, Reich Propaganda Minister, Heinrich Himmler, head of the SS and eventually commander of the Home Army and supervisor of the prisoner of war administration, and Martin Bormann, head of the party chancellery and successor to the mentally unbalanced Rudolf Hess, who had flown off in a private plane to Scotland in May 1941, in the hope of contacting eminent British personalities who would make peace with Germany and let Hitler have a free hand in the East. The FORMER architect and subsequent armaments minister, Albert Speer, contrary to legend carried no political weight, and neither did the chief ideologist of the party, Alfred Rosenberg, even though in 1942 Hitler appointed him sole delegate of the Reich government in matters of policy relating to all peoples of the former Soviet territories. 43 Given the character of the regime, the total suppression of all political parties and the mass execution or imprisonment of former socialist and communist functionaries, the only effective opposition during the war was to be found among those conservatives who in 1933-4 had entered into an alliance with Hitler, only to be disillusioned by the increasingly terrorist and irrational traits of his personality. On the military side there was a small nucleus of conspirators led by the former Army Chief of Staff, Ludwig Beck, Admiral Wilhelm Canaris and some of his closest collaborators, and a somewhat larger group of generals, including AFEW army commanders who toyed with the notion of a putsch whenever the military situation looked desperate, but could not bring themselves to take action against Hitler until their doubts were resolved by the luckless Count Stauffenberg in July 1944. Stauffenberg, who finally planted an ineffective bomb under Hitler's seat, was the link between the military conspirators and a civilian opposition which consisted of two distinct and overlapping circles, on the one hand conservatives such as Schacht, who had been president of the Reichsbank until 1939, Gordeler, National Price Commissioner under Brüning and Mayor of Leipzig until 1936, and a group of Foreign Service officers with British and American connections, on the other hand the so-called Kreisau Circle, which included AFEW prominent Social Democrats, as well as Bismarckian aristocrats like Helmuth von Moltke and Lutheran church leaders like Eugen Gerstenmaier. By the end of 1943 both groups had become more or less committed to a program drafted by Gordeler which called FOR Peace and Christian Democracy, with AFEW concessions to the socialists in the economic sphere. It was in some ways a realistic FO recast of the future German Federal Republic, but as such it naturally made no appeal to the communists. Neither did it make much of an appeal to the Western Allies, since it presupposed a compromise peace and something like the Frontiers of 1914, whereas the American and British governments had since January 1943 committed themselves to a policy of unconditional surrender. 44 Hitler's war aims assumed definite shape after the signing of the Tripartite Pact between Germany, Italy, and Japan on 2 September 7, 1940, whereby Japan recognized the leadership of Germany and Italy in the establishment of a new order in Europe, while Germany and Italy made an identical declaration in regard to Japan's position in Asia. a free exchange of trade should take place along generous lines between the Euro-African hemisphere under the leadership of Germany and the East Asian sphere led by Japan. 45 European countries whose colonies lay within the Japanese living space would be compensated by a share in the exploitation of the European Grossraum. Rosenberg and other German theorists, who propagated these ideas, were at pains to stress that the tripartite pact was not directed against Russia, but exclusively against American warmongers. In FACT, the Soviet government came very close to joining this peculiar association when in November 1940 Molotov paid a visit to Berlin. At this stage Hitler was still uncertain where to turn next. As he put it to Molotov on 1 November 3, the first order of the day was to concentrate upon the bankrupt estate of the British Empire. 46 He explained that he did not want to annex France, as the Russians appeared to think, but rather to create a coalition of interested powers which would consist of Germany, Russia, Japan, Italy, France, and Spain, extending from North Africa to East Asia and embracing all those who wanted to be satisfied at the expense of the British Empire. 4. Germany had defined her spheres of influence with Russia, and after the establishment of a new order in Western Europe would seek Lebensraum in Central Africa. As an earnest of this orientation, Hitler and Ribbentrop were prepared to insert into the first secret protocol to the draft agreement which was to bring the Soviet Union into the partnership a declaration to the effect that Germany's principal aims, apart from territorial revisions in Europe, would center on Africa. 4s Molotov for his part indicated that the USSR could only join if there was a clearer understanding concerning its share in the new order. In particular, there were issues to be clarified regarding Russia's Balkan and Black Sea interests, notably concerning Bulgaria, Romania, and Turkey. He expressed agreement with Hitler's observations about Britain and America. Russia's adherence to the tripartite pact appeared to him entirely acceptable in principle. Hitler replied that the British Empire would be apportioned as a gigantic worldwide estate in bankruptcy of 40 million square kilometers. In this vast sphere there would be for Russia access to the ice-free ocean. Molotov, while expressing complete agreement in principle, returned to his earlier point about delimiting spheres of interest before any agreement could be concluded. On this note the participants separated, and Molotov returned to Moscow in order to report to Stalin. Weeks later Hitler changed his mind about Russia. The Soviet counter-proposals of November 26 were too far-reaching for his taste. Stalin wanted not only Finland and Bulgaria, but military and naval bases within range of the Bosphorus and the Dardanelles, as well as a general recognition that the area south of Batum and Baku, in the general direction of the Persian Gulf, should be recognized as a Soviet sphere. No answer was returned to these proposals. Instead, Hitler on December 18 issued his Directive No. 21, codenamed Operation Barbarossa, for an early invasion of the Soviet Union. 49 This decision represented a return to the doctrine originally laid down in Mein Kampf, save that in those days Hitler had thought in terms of an alliance with the British Empire. With the wisdom of hindsight it is plain that Britain's unexpected resistance in 1940 had the effect of diverting him eastward. Thus what the Chamberlainites had hoped for, war between Russia and Germany, was actually brought about by Churchill. The attack on Russia in June 1941 gave birth to a concept of Raumordnung which was continental and easily understood by Germans habituated by decades of pan-German agitation to think in terms of colonial expansion in the Slav world. It also had the advantage of reviving the anti-Bolshevist theme. This was the spirit in which the German press and radio hailed the summoning of Axis and satellite representatives to Berlin to renew the Anti-Comintern Pact in the State Act of November 25, 1941, only a year after the Hitler-Molotov talks. 50 This First European Congress, as Ribbentrop's spokesman called it, was to mark the identification of the new order with the European Crusade in the East, and in commemoration of the Exzion the German radio stations broadcast a new Song of Europe, while the post office issued a special rubber stamp inscribed European United Front against Bolshevism and showing a map of Europe decorated with a swastika and a sword. National Socialist ideology was sufficiently elastic to permit a sudden switch from dreams of a German empire in Central Africa to projects for the colonization of Russian territory by millions of German and other peasants who would erect a Bauern wall against Bolshevism. 3 million Dutchmen, it was declared after the establishment of the Nederlandse Oost Company in June 1942, could take up a new life in the conquered territories. German peasants would likewise benefit, thereby fulfilling one of the most cherished dreams of Hitler's followers. Germany must break through the narrow boundaries of the Bismarckian era to become a Großraum, that is to say, a supranational empire limited in space only by the Herrenvolk's ability to rule the lesser breeds. It was only after the defeat at Stalingrad early in 1943 that these heady visions were replaced by the more traditional theme of European defense against Bolshevism. 5.1 It has been suggested that Hitler's ambiguity on the subject of the new order was most clearly expressed by Goebbels in a Sportpalast speech of 1 February 1941, when he declared that Germany was fighting for Lebensraum, and what that is we can discuss after the war. 62 It is certainly the case that between the annexation of France, the dismemberment of the British Empire, and the destruction of Russia, Hitler, like the Pan-Germans before him, was quite prepared to make an arbitrary choice at any moment. If the British Empire refused to fall and looked like getting American support, he was ready to turn eastward. He was likewise generous in portioning out conquered territories even before they had actually been secured. At a conference held at his headquarters on 1 July 6, 1941, AFEW weeks after the assault on Russia, he discussed the future organization of the Eastern Territories. The entire Baltic region was to become an integral part of Germany, while Leningrad must be razed to the ground and then handed over to Finland. In the south, the Crimea, with the largest possible hinterland, must be cleared of its inhabitants. Then, having been resettled with Germans, it must become Reich territory, as must the Volga German area and the area around Baku. 53 As has rightly been remarked, Hitler's Europe was essentially an SS empire. The Germanic ideal, as interpreted by the SS and its ideological inspirers, was central to Hitler's concept of the future new order. It was a source of considerable disappointment to him that the Q-Eiling regime installed in Norway encountered so much popular resistance, and that Denmark, although occupied and helpless, likewise proved rebellious in spirit. For that matter, the Dutch did not evince a great deal of enthusiasm for the new order. Nonetheless, the SS leaders persisted with the recruitment of Germanic volunteers to the Waffen-SS. These units swore an oath of allegiance to Hitler as the Germanic Führer, whereas the non-Germanic formations of the Waffen-SS recruited their men on the principle of exploiting the anti-Bolshevik theme. The final solution of the Jewish problem was an aspect of this eastward turn. By December 1941, the bureaucracy of the German Foreign Ministry was ready with a detailed scheme for making the satellites conform to Hitler's wishes on the subject. A memorandum drawn up by an official appropriately named Luther, Under-Secretary of State in charge of the Deutschland Department, outlined the steps to be taken. They included the deportation to the east of all Jews residing in the Reich, as well as those in Serbia, Croatia, and Slovakia, all German Jews in the occupied territories who had lost their citizenship, all those handed over to the Germans by the Hungarian government, and sundry measures relating to Romania and other satellites. Of these, Bulgaria and Finland were uncooperative until the end, while the Romanians made no difficulty. At the notorious Swansea Conference on January 20, 1942, these aspects of the final solution were given a thorough airing by Heydrich and other SS leaders. 55 The SS had from 1933 onwards been placed in charge of the concentration camps, Dachau being among the more notorious. In the spring of 1936 their numbers were increased from 1,800 to 3,500 and they were renamed SS Totenkopfverband. The Waffen-SS, which eventually grew into a small army, was a military outcrop of this terrorist organization which from the start had been imbued with Nietzschean notions about the need to purify Germany from racially inferior elements. The whole complex was headed by Himmler, and ultimately by Hitler in person. It was outside the law, even of such law as still remained in Germany after 1933. The systematic tormenting of prisoners was part of a training course which culminated in the murder of some 11 million defenseless human beings, about half of them Jews, the others Poles or Russians. In 1938-9 the concentration camp population began to swell with the annexation of Austria and Bohemia, and simultaneously the SS leadership embarked on the task of preparing for the final solution. As more and more East European territories fell under German occupation, Himmler was made responsible by Hitler for expelling and eventually liquidating millions of racially inferior Jews and Slavs and colonizing the newly gained territories with German peasants. After the conquest of Poland, the Great Death Camp at Auschwitz was opened 20 miles east of Katowice. In addition to being a detention camp, and ultimately a murder camp, Auschwitz was a factory working forlg. Farben. The gas chambers were a later addition. Even before they had been instituted, the final solution was applied by SS detachments to Jews in conquered Russian territories after Hitler had embarked upon his war against the Soviet Union. The mass execution of Jewish civilians was part of an extermination drive which also resulted in the death by starvation of millions of Russian war prisoners. In addition, the Notorious Kommissarbefehl of June 8 placed all active Communist Party officials on the death list. The German army commanders tolerated all this, a circumstance which did not prevent them from claiming after the event that they had been opposed to these measures. To relieve their consciences, the SS were made wholly responsible for the murder campaign. It was after all what they were. 66 in one of its aspects. Extermination by gassing was an extension of Hitler's and Himmler's policy of euthanasia applied to the inmates of German hospitals and asylums without distinction of race or creed. The aim was to get rid of people who were obviously unfit by Nietzschean or social Darwinist standards. On September 19, 1939, Hitler issued a secret order to kill all those suffering from incurable diseases. He had postponed earlier action on this sector of the racial front because of worry about possible church reaction. The start of the war seemed a propitious moment for getting on with his eugenic program. 67 In the first euthanasia installation opened in December 1939, the victims were shot. As the program expanded, gassing in rooms disguised as shower baths was introduced. The next of kin were notified that the patients had died of disease and that their bodies had been cremated. Until August 1941, when the program was stopped, some 70,000 patients had been gassed, including a good many who suffered from nothing worse than a nervous breakdown. Meanwhile, although the whole matter was classified as top secret, word of it gradually leaked out, and on August 19, 40 Cardinal Bertram, on behalf of the Catholic Episcopate, lodged a protest with the head of the Reich Chancellery, Lammers. AFEW. Months later, Cardinal Faulhaber protested to the Minister of Justice. These and other protests were ignored, and the killings continued, whereupon Bishop Galen of Munster, in a sermon delivered on August 3, 1941, made the whole matter public and branded these deeds as criminal. Shortly thereafter, the euthanasia program was halted by AF2 Herboftel, even though Bormann and other party officials considered that the bishop ought to be hanged. The victims had been Germans, which of course made all the difference. The Jews were less fortunate, in that neither the Catholic hierarchy nor the Protestants ever made a public stand on their behalf. On Hitler's behalf, it may be said that he had made no secret of his intentions. In a speech delivered on January 30, 1939 and broadcast all over the world, he declared, "If international Jewish finance should succeed, inside Europe or elsewhere, in plunging the nations once more into a world war, the result will not be the Bolshevization of the world and with it the victory of Judaism, but the extermination of the Jewish race in Europe." 58. A decree of September 1, 1941 provided that all Jews over the age of 6 must appear in public marked with a yellow star. On October 15, mass deportations of German Jews to the east began, and meanwhile the Special Einsatzgruppen of the SS in occupied Russia had already begun their mass executions of Jewish civilians, women and children included. By December the first death camp was opened near Lodz. Sobibor, Treblinka, and Auschwitz went into full operation in the course of 1942. In August 1942 Colonel Kurt Gerstein, who had joined the SS in order to discover what was happening, tried to tell his story to the papal nuncio in Berlin, Orsenigo, who refused to receive him. He then informed Bishop Praising of Berlin and others, and requested that his report be forwarded to the Holy See. 59 Both the Vatican and the German Episcopate were in fact kept fully informed through reports emanating from Catholic officers serving in Poland and Russia and passed on to the hierarchy by Catholic officials in the Ministry of the Interior and other sections of the German administration. No action ever resulted, the German Catholic hierarchy being fully committed to Hitler's struggle against Bolshevism. The desire of the Holy See not to weaken the German war effort was presumably residential possible for the fact that Pius XII, although urged repeatedly by Britain and the United States, never issued a public denunciation of German atrocities against the Jews. 60 The mass murder of the European Jews was part of a larger program. From September 1939 onwards the SS had begun to carry out the Führer's order to solve the Polish problem by murdering the country's intelligentsia. The clergy were among the victims. In October and November of that year 214 Polish priests were executed, among them the entire chapter of the bishopric of Pelpin, and by the end of 1939 some 1,000 members of the Polish secular and regular clergy had been imprisoned, many of them in hastily constructed concentration camps. 61 On this occasion the Vatican Radio and the official OSSCT Vittore Romano told the story to the world, but without any effect on the German bishops, who continued to amend to support the war effort. On June 26, 1941, 4 days after Hitler's invasion of Russia, a joint pastoral letter issued by the Fulda Bishops' Conference repeated the standard exhortation to the faithful to fulfill their duty to the Fatherland. Thereafter the struggle against Bolshevism, and the duty of all good Christians to support it, became the theme of countless pastoral letters and sermons addressed to the faithful. This is all the more remarkable in that by 1941 the German episcopate was aware of what the SS was doing to the Polish clergy. A report circulating among the diocesan chanceries on conditions in Poland showed that as of October 1, 1941, in the Archdiocese of Posen alone, 74 priests had been shot or had died in concentration camps and 45 were held in prisons or camps. Of the 44 churches of the Archdiocese only 30 were still open for the Poles. It was Hitler's declared intention to exterminate the Polish intelligentsia, including the clergy, and to turn the remainder of the populace into helots working for their German overlords. In the light of these facts it is noteworthy that the German episcopate contented itself with occasional private protests against the treatment of the Polish Church. 6. The precise status of what was officially described as the general government of Poland, that is, territories not annexed to the Reich, but administered by German officials, was never made wholly clear, but it seems to have been Hitler's intention to create a Polish puppet state, with all the strings controlling its movement held in German hands. The original plan appears to have been to set up a native government similar to that of Bohemia-Moravia, but this aim was defeated by the failure to find any Polish leader who would lend himself to the purpose. After the Western powers had rejected Hitler's first peace overtures, his decree of 1 October 2, 1939, concerning the administration of the occupied Polish territories became the foundation of further administrative measures. These were sometimes contradictory, thus the FORCED migration of Poles and Jews from the incorporated territories into the general government suggested an intention to preserve the latter's Polish character, but this trend was accompanied by measures pointing to Germanization, such as the destruction of Polish monuments and the establishment of schools in excess of the needs of the Volksdeutsche, the German-speaking minority. After the war it turned out that by a secret decree of October 7, 1939, Himmler and the SS had been placed in charge of the Germanization policy, including the elimination of harmful influences. On the whole, one may say that the general government was regarded as a German colony, and was to be recognized as such by the inferior peoples, who included the Poles as well as the Jews. The immediate aim was the liquidation of the Polish intelligentsia. All Polish institutions of higher learning were abolished, only primary and vocational education was envisaged for the Poles, and this under German supervision and in the German language. The subject population was physically starved as the war continued, and after the Great Warsaw Insurrection of August I 944, no further restraints were placed on the SS in dealing with the Polish underground resistance movement and the population generally. A distinction must nonetheless be drawn between the extermination of the Jews and the savage treatment of the Slav populations in occupied Eastern Europe. It was an essential aspect of the new order that Poland and Russia should be deprived of their politically conscious minorities, so that after the war they could be turned into German colonies. However, in the short run the extermination program was limited to the Jews. They were machine-gunned, gassed or starved in every town and city entered by the invaders, as well as in Romania, where the atrocities committed by the local authorities, after Romania had joined Germany in the onslaught on Russia, rivaled those of the SS themselves. In 1942 and 1943, when the death camps had come into operation, transports of victims were sent eastward from France, Belgium, and Holland, in addition to those from Central Europe. By the time the machinery had been perfected, it had become possible at Auschwitz to kill 2,000 people in a single operation lasting only a quarter of an hour, and to repeat the performance 3 or 4 times a day. On occasion this mechanical efficiency led to errors being committed, as when a transport of Germans evacuated from Hamburg were seized, stripped, and gassed by the Gestapo before it was discovered that they were not Jews at all. 63 altogether in the Auschwitz death factory alone, according to the post-war testimony of the German camp commandant, some 2.5 million people, most of them Jews, were gassed, while another 500,000 died of starvation and disease. The last great consignment was 400,000 Jews from Hungary in the summer of 1944. In the autumn, when Germany's defeat had become probable, Himmler gave orders for the massacres to stop, although local SS squads persisted until the end. The death of nearly 4 million Russian prisoners of war has not received the same publicity, largely because it was underplayed by the Soviet authorities. The presentation of the Russian case during the Nuremberg trials in February 1946 went on for 16 days and filled 530 pages of the British transcript, yet only 1/10 of it was devoted to charges concerning the treatment of Soviet soldiers. The disproportion is the more remarkable in that the Germans themselves admitted that at least 3,700,000 Russian prisoners died at their hands. This was almost exactly the number of Red Army soldiers who surrendered to the Germans in the summer and autumn of 1941, when the Russian armies virtually disintegrated. By the end of the war the Germans had taken more than 5.5 million Russian prisoners, of whom nearly 4 million died of starvation, while 800,000 changed sides and put on German uniforms to fight alongside the other satellite armies against the USSR. Since this enormous number of prisoners and deserters was never officially admitted by the Stalinist regime, the fate of the prisoners was obscured at Nuremberg by the casual manner in which the Soviet prosecution put their case. They could not well be expected to state in public that in 1941 their armies at the front had fallen apart. For the rest, the Soviet government not having signed the Geneva Convention on the treatment of war prisoners, the International Red Cross had no access either to the millions of Russian prisoners or to Germans taken prisoner by the Russians when the tide had begun to turn. 64 The total of Russian and German casualties between June 1941 and the end of the war in May 1945 is difficult to compute, but in general it is accepted by historians that Russian losses were far higher than German. There is no official Soviet estimate of war dead. On June 22, 1944, in a speech commemorating the third anniversary of the war, Stalin declared that 5,300,000 Red Army men were dead, missing or 273 prisoners, a manifest understatement. 6 In May 1945 the Soviet High Command claimed that they held over 3 million German prisoners, but this offers no clue, since the great bulk had surrendered during the last days of the war. It has been estimated that in all some 4 million Germans died throughout the war on active service, not counting a million or so who were taken prisoner and failed to return from Russia. The great majority of those killed in fighting, some 9/10, died on the Eastern Front. Russian military losses, including prisoners taken by the Germans and then left to starve, cannot have been less than 15 million, to which one must add the millions of civilian dead from famine in Leningrad and the Ukraine, and some 750,000 Russian Jews slaughtered on the spot by the SS Einsatzgruppen. On all counts the Soviet Union probably lost some 20 million citizens, the Germans between 6 and 7 million, including more than 5 million in the East alone, if one estimates at 1 million the number of civilians who in 1945-6 succumbed during the mass migration of more than 10 million Germans from Polish and Central European territories overrun by the Soviet Army. Germany also lost some 600,000 civilians from air bombardment. Diminished births were of course an additional source of population decrease, and on these grounds it has sometimes been suggested that Soviet war losses, direct and indirect, may have run to as high as 30 or 40 million, but this kind of estimate is speculative. The population of the Soviet Union in January 1959 was officially given as close to 209 million, against some 170 million in 1939, the increase being partly accounted for by the incorporation in the USSR of the 3 Baltic states, besides formerly Polish or Romanian territories of White Russia, the Ukraine, and Bessarabia. Assuming a real population in all these lands of 190 million in 1939, the enlarged Soviet Union in 1959 might, according to some estimates, have had something like 250 million inhabitants, instead of 209 million, assuming an unchanged birth rate and no war. This would give a total loss from all causes, including diminished births, of 40 million, probably 5 times the corresponding German figure for the period. In the nature of the case, all such estimates are problematic. 66 Statistical imprecision likewise blocks the path of the historian in relation to the wars fought in the Balkans after the Italian assault on Greece in October 1940 and the German invasion of Yugoslavia 6 months later. The Greek imbroglio led to a three-cornered struggle between the Italian and eventually German occupants, the regular Greek forces, whose resistance collapsed in 1941 despite British efforts to aid them, and the various guerrilla movements who were fighting both each other and the occupying forces. The same tragedy on a larger scale was enacted in Yugoslavia, where after the rapid ending of organized resistance in April 1941 a prolonged partisan struggle took enormous toll of the population. While Yugoslavia was overrun in a week by the Germans, Greek resistance smashed in 3 weeks and the British Expeditionary Force destroyed or flung back to North Africa. Partisan warfare went on until 1945. The various resistance movements, some communist-led, some not, were soon at each other's throats, and in Yugoslavia the situation was further complicated by the murderous hatred opposing the Serb majority to the Croat minority, a conflict further exacerbated by religious differences. In the end, the resistance movement was taken over by the communists whose leader, Josip Broz Tito, was a Croat and thus better able to bridge the national gulf than the more conventional Serb nationalist Mihailović who led the royalist forces. Mihailovic's Setnici were essentially Serb and as such loyal to the Orthodox Church, while the Croat fascists, locally known as Ustaša, enjoyed Roman Catholic backing as well as German and Italian military support. By the time this complex struggle had come to an end in 1945, perhaps 1.5 million people had been killed, largely in massacres directed by the Germans and the Ustaša Croats against the Serbs. It was the Communist Party's ability to transcend the national religious division which in the end permitted it to triumph under the leadership of Tito, whose movement attracted Serb and Slovene support, while the Setnesci never rose above their national and religious parochialism. When it was all over, the country had been devastated and 1/10 of its population wiped out, but at least the national split had been overcome. The subjugation of the conquered Slavs and the extermination of the Jews were specific features of the SS Empire which gradually came into being during the war. In other respects, the new order was in tune with the older pan-German program Hitler had inherited from his German and Austrian predecessors, including theorists like Karl Haushofer, who had built up the pseudoscience of geopolitics. Viewed from the geopolitical angle, the Greater German Reich was a connecting link between the Baltic and the Mediterranean, and was so conceived by the Axis propagandists who attempted to popularize this conception. The existence of Italy as a nominally equal partner in the enterprise, and the need to make provision for a French satellite state, as well as a Spanish zone in Africa, led to the conception of Euro-Africa as a single Großraum, with Italy, France, and Spain dividing North Africa between them, in proportion to their respective contributions to the war effort. This part of the program was from the first complicated by the equivocal attitude of Pétain's government at Vichy, by Italy's failure to make military headway in North Africa against numerically small British forces, and by Franco's refusal to let the Germans march through Spain. By the end of 1942, when the joint German-Italian forces commanded by Rommel had been defeated at Alamein, while French 275 North Africa had come in on the Almohade side, the whole enterprise had begun to wear a fantastic look, but in the summer of 1942 it seemed possible that the Germans might overrun the Caucasus and occupy Persia, while Mussolini had serious hopes of entering Cairo in triumph. As late as the spring of 1943, the Axis partners wasted 250,000 men in an attempt to conserve their hold on Tunisia in the face of vastly stronger American and British forces. Euromerica was not surrendered without a major battle. Conversely, the British war effort was seriously hampered for 3 years by the need to assemble large forces for the defense of Egypt. 6-7. The differing characters of the Italian, French, and Spanish regime made it impossible to coordinate their activities in what from the Gers-Man standpoint looked like a rational manner. Italy, in theory a co-equal partner of the Axis, was in fact Germany's chief satellite, and after Mussolini's fall in July 1943 became a military liability, since it had to be defended against an Anglo-American invasion helped by French and Italian troops who at this stage had changed sides and joined the Allies. The Pétain government at Vichy rested upon the loyalty of its North American proconsuls and of the French Navy commanded by Admiral Darlot. The latter in November 1942 ordered most of its ships to be scuttled at Toulon so as not to be captured by the Germans, who by then had occupied southern France and terminated the pretense of an autonomous French government under their remote control. Spain was another disappointment in that Franco clung to his precarious neutrality. In the event of a German victory there would have been Italian and Spanish claims upon the French Empire in North America, and this circumstance played a part in causing the local French military and naval commanders to throw in their lot with the Allies, once it was clear that the United States was determined to crush the Axis and restore North America to France. The gradual emergence of Roosevelt's America as a power overshadowing Great Britain was likewise a factor in determining the Italian king and the High Command to depose Mussolini on July 25, 1943. What they chiefly looked for was security against communism, and this could be taken for granted once the United States had emerged as a military giant balancing the Soviet Union in the East. Hitler's Europe therefore began to crumble in 1943, starting from the military defeat at Stalingrad in January of that year, when the Soviet armies destroyed the greater part of the German forces assembled for the conquest of South Russia and the Caucasus. From then onwards the Germans were defending what their propagandists termed Fortress Europe, and what was in reality the old Middle Europa of Pan-Germanism, plus outlying areas in the east and south, as well as Norway, which had been occupied at an early stage in the war. Germany was by then faced with the need for carrying on a war of attrition against greatly superior forces, and once the Western Allies had successfully invaded France in June 1944 it became plain to the German military leaders that the war could not be won in Hitler's sense of the term. This is just why the conspiracy which had been brewing for years took shape in July 1944. The conservative opposition could now at long last count on the support of army leaders who in the event of Hitler's death would lend their aid to the establishment of a respectable regime. Whether the scheme would have worked, even if the conspirators had been less amateurish and more successful in bringing off the attempt on Hitler's life on July 20th, must remain an open question. The mass of the soldiers and junior officers were loyal to the Führer rather than to the elderly generals who held command of his armies, and it is by no means certain that they would have rallied to a conservative regime. In any event, the attempt came to nothing, the conspirators were massacred by the Gestapo and SS, and the war continued until the Russians had stormed Berlin and Hitler had committed suicide on April 30th. 2 days earlier, Mussolini and his mistress Cloretta Petacci were caught and shot by a band of Italian partisans near Lake Como. The new order perished as it had begun, in blood and terror. Typically, Hitler towards the end instructed his regional commissioners to destroy all waterworks and industrial plants, so as to create a desert in the Allied path. When Speer protested, Hitler retorted, "If the war is lost, the German nation will perish, so there is no need to consider what the people require for their continued existence." It was in this Wagnerian spirit that the Führer rang the curtain down on the Third Reich. The formal surrender of the German armed forces followed as a matter of course a week later. The Grand Alliance. Germany's assault on the USSR in June 1941, and Japan's entry into the war 6 months later, transformed what had hitherto been a European struggle into a world conflict. These events also made it necessary for America, Britain, and Russia to coordinate their respective strategies. When Hitler attacked Russia on June 22, 1941, Churchill promptly announced his acceptance of the Soviet Union as an ally, and Roosevelt supported Churchill's position although the United States was not yet officially involved. With the Japanese air assault on the American fleet at Pearl Harbor in Hawaii on December 7, 1941, and the temporary loss of Western air and naval supremacy in the Pacific, it became necessary to decide whether the European or the Asian theater should have precedence. The decision to concentrate on the defeat of Germany, leaving Japan until later, was born from the realization that the Soviet forces were tying down some 200 German and satellite divisions whose freeing for other purposes would make it impossible for the Western powers to defeat the Axis and recover control of the Mediterranean, France, and Western Europe generally. Relations between the Allies were dominated by this crucial circumstance until the Anglo-American landing in France on June 6, 1944, and even beyond that date, since it was evident that Germany could not be defeated if Russia either succumbed or made a separate peace. Fortunately for the Western powers, the tide gradually turned in Russia's favor all along the Eastern Front, while at the same time the total character of Hitler's assault on the USSR ruled out the danger of a separate peace. It therefore became possible to clear North Africa of the Axis forces and to knock Italy out of the war in 1943, while all the time building up for the decisive assault on occupied France. Russia bore the heaviest burden in military losses, while the Western Allies were obliged for 2 years to concentrate on shipbuilding and the anti-submarine war. At the same time, an Anglo-American air offensive against Germany developed whose purpose it was to destroy Germany's industries and weaken the morale of her civilian population by razing her cities to the ground. This latter aim was not officially avowed, so as to spare religious and humanitarian sensibilities, but it was central to the Anglo-American war effort. 68 British Air Staff doctrine at the time is summed up in the official history written by Sir Charles Webster and Dr. Noble Frankland, the strategic air offensive against Germany. The strategic air offensive is a means of direct attack on the enemy state with the object of depriving it of the means or will to continue the war. It may, in itself, be the instrument of victory, or it may be the means by which victory can be won by other forces. It differs from all previous kinds of armed attack in that it alone can be brought to bear immediately, directly, and destructively against the heartland of the enemy. Its sphere of activity is, therefore, not only above, but also beyond that of armies or navies. 69. The doctrine of strategic air attack went back to the 1920s, but was not put into practice until the 1940s. It must not be confused with the parallel emergence of the theory and practice of close cooperation between air forces and armored land formations. Strategic bombing was meant to level cities and industries and to wreck the morale of the civilian population. The same applies to the rocket attacks on London which Hitler developed in the closing months of the war. 70 The air superiority which the Russians gradually developed along the Eastern Front still formed part of conventional warfare, and the same applies to the impressive air cover by about 11000 first-line machines which enabled the Anglo-American forces to storm ashore in June 1944 on the coast of Normandy, after an armada of 4,000 ships, plus several thousand smaller craft, had crossed the Channel, almost exactly 4 years to the day when the remnants of the British Expeditionary Force had been flung into the sea at Dunkirk by the triumphant Germans. The sustained bomber offensive against the German heartland from 1943 onward was something else again. The targets now chosen were industrial centers, especially the Ruhr, and great coastal cities such as Hamburg and Bremen. The Casablanca directive issued by the combined chiefs of staff to the British and American bomber commands on February 4, 1943 gave them as their task the progressive destruction and dislocation of the German military, industrial and economic system, and the undermining of the morale of the German people to a point where their capacity for armed resistance is fatally weakened. 71 This was a notable departure from previous forms of warfare, a departure already heralded by the Germans in 1939-40 and therefore morally justified in the eyes of the British and American governments. Nonetheless, care was taken not to spell out all the consequences in so many words. When in February 1945 the policy of leveling enemy cities to the ground culminated in the totally senseless destruction of Dresden and the incineration of more than 100,000 civilians, a reaction set in among those responsible. After the war had ended, a U.S. strategic bombing survey estimated that the bombing offensive, which cost the lives of 160,000 American and British airmen, had not prevented German war production from attaining its peak in August 1944, by which time the Allies were already in Paris. In 1943 no qualms were felt, and the need to relieve the pressure on Russia by bombing German industrial consent rations enjoyed both official and popular support. Relations among the Allies were then at their closest and most cordial, so much so that at the Tehran conference between Churchill, Roosevelt, and Stalin, from November 28 to December 1943, no exception was taken on grounds of principle when Stalin asked for East Prussia, notably the city of Königsberg, to be incorporated in the USSR. 72 Such difficulties as arose had to do with the frontier between Russia and Poland, a problem eventually solved by letting the Russians have the Molotov-Ribbentrop Line of 1939, while Poland was compensated by being given large stretches of German territory. These and the related arrangements for giving Poland a government friendly to the Soviet Union were worked out in greater detail at the subsequent Yalta Conference in February 1945, by which time the decline in British military power by comparison with American coincided with a decline in Roosevelt's health and his powers of judgment. The Yalta settlement marked the high point of Soviet-American cooperation, whereas the Potsdam meeting in July 1945, by which time Roosevelt had been succeeded by Truman, witnessed the beginning of an increasingly acrimonious argument over the division of Germany and the character. 279. Of the satellite regimes implanted by the Russians in Eastern Europe. 73 But Potsdam was noteworthy also for another reason. It was on this occasion that the decision was taken to drop the first 2 atomic bombs upon Japanese cities, and this at a moment when for all practical purposes Japan was already defeated and suing for terms. In the 6th and final volume of his Reminiscences, Churchill has presented his grounds for concurring in the desire of the American political and military leaders to employ the new weapon against Japan. On July 17 world-shaking news had arrived. In the afternoon Stimson called at my abode and laid before me a sheet of paper on which was written, "Baby satisfactorily born." By his manner I saw something extraordinary had happened. "It means," he said, "that the experiment in the Mexican desert has come off." The atomic bomb is a reality. Next morning a plane arrived with a full description of this tremendous event in the human story. The bomb, or its equivalent, had been detonated at the top of a pylon 100 feet high. The blast had been terrific. An enormous column of flame and smoke shot up to the fringe of the atmosphere of our poor Earth. Devastation inside a 1-mile circle was absolute. Here then was a speedy end to the Second World War, and perhaps to much else besides. Up to this moment we had shaped our ideas towards an assault upon the homeland of Japan by terrific air bombing and by the invasion of very large armies. Now all this nightmare picture had vanished. Moreover, we should not need the Russians. The end of the Japanese war no longer depended upon the pouring in of their armies for the final and perhaps protracted slaughter. We had no need to ask favors of them. A few days later I minuted to Mr. Eden, "It is quite clear that the United States do not at the present time desire Russian participation in the war against Japan." 74. There were some who felt doubts about the propriety of using this weapon against civilians, but the leading scientists appear to have had few qualms, and President Truman's advisors saw in the atomic bomb a quick and easy way of finishing the war against Japan. The Soviet government had undertaken to declare war upon Japan within 3 months of the German capitulation, and in fact did so on August 8. It can hardly be thought a coincidence that the first atomic bomb was dropped on Hiroshima on August 6, followed 3 days later by another one upon Nagasaki. The Hiroshima bomb is estimated to have killed 80,000 people, a quarter of the town's inhabitants. That on Nagasaki was no less devastating. Coupled with the Russian declaration of war, these blows had the effect of precipitating the Japanese surrender, which had become a certainty even before the bombs fell. Why then were they used? Stalin's demand at Potsdam to share in the occupation of Japan was embarrassing to the United States, and the Americans clearly preferred to obtain Japan's surrender on their own terms. Another reason was disclosed by Truman's Chief of Staff, Admiral Leahy. The scientists and administrators in charge of the project, into which $2 billion had been poured, were eager to demonstrate the bomb's effectiveness. One of the officers concerned in the operation, the code name for which was Manhattan District Project, put the point clearly when he said, "The bomb simply had to be a success, so much money had been expended on it." The relief to everyone concerned when the bomb was finished and dropped was enormous. 75. The feeling of relief evidently did not extend to the Japanese population, nor to those Europeans and Americans who even in August 1945 foresaw what the development of these new powers of destruction would mean to their own security. From the standpoint of the Western Allies, possession of nuclear weapons served to balance Russia's preponderance on land, which after the German defeat had become a major source of worry. In this sense, the decision to bomb Japan may be said to have initiated what in later years became colloquially known as the Cold War. However, the alliance with Russia was kept up for another 2 years, and when it disintegrated in 1947, it did so because the Soviet Union, contrary to assurances given at Yalta and naively accepted by Roosevelt, was determined to monopolize control of Eastern Europe. This decision inevitably entailed the imposition of rival forms of government upon the two halves of Europe, with a split running through the middle of Germany. The sequence of events was to show that Stalinism and liberal democracy were incompatible. The belief that coalition governments friendly to the USSR, but not under complete communist control, could be established in Eastern Europe, never had any foundation in reality, and by February 1948, with the communist takeover in Prague, lost whatever plausibility it had once possessed. Even before this decisive turning point, it had become clear that the Allies were unable to agree about the future of Germany. At the Yalta Conference in February 1945, the Russians brought forward proposals for the political dismemberment of Germany, plus reparations payments in kind to an extent which would have reduced German heavy industry by about 80%. 76. The removal of dismantled industries was to be completed within 2 years, while reparations payment was to be made by the delivery of goods over a period of 10 years. The total amount demanded in these two forms was to be set at $20 billion, of which the Soviet Union would obtain half, plus German labor to reconstruct the devastated regions. Stalin and Molotov explained that 2 or 3 million German workers should be employed for a period of 10 years doing forced labor in the Soviet Union. Churchill and Eden protested that reparations on this scale could never be collected and would reduce Germany to starvation. The Americans, who did not in fact intend to take reparations for themselves, finally proposed at Potsdam that each of the three powers should take reparation in kind from their respective zones of occupation, and that the Russians, who had already removed large quantities of machinery from their zone, should be given additional deliveries from the Western territories. These arrangements necessarily lapsed with the partition of Germany in 1948 and the establishment of rival governing authorities in Eastern and Western Germany. A project dear to the heart of Roosevelt and his advisers, the establishment of a future world organization, was also settled at these conferences. After some inconclusive discussions at Tehran, agreement in principle was reached at Yalta, where the Russians secured the veto power on which their minds were set from the start. A general conference for the establishment of the United Nations opened at San Francisco on April 25, 1945, a fortnight after Roosevelt's death. It resulted in agreement on the main points of the Charter, including the veto power of the 5 permanent members of the Security Council, the USA, USSR, Britain, France, and China. The inclusion of France was largely due to British insistence. China was included because of the American commitment to the government of Chiang Kai-shek, soon to be displaced by the victorious communist armies led by Mao Zedong. The resulting paradoxical situation whereby China's seat on the Security Council was held after 1949 by a government whose actual authority was limited to the island of Formosa had not been foreseen at Yalta, when Roosevelt and his advisers did their best to bring China into the inner ring of those who would control the future world organization. The spring and summer of 1945 witnessed important personal and political changes affecting the alliance. Roosevelt's death on April 12 led to a hardening of American attitudes towards Russia on subjects such as the composition of the Polish government, the holding of elections in Eastern Europe and the future control of Germany. On July 26, with the announcement of the British general election results, Churchill ceased to be Prime Minister and was succeeded by Attlee, who fought a determined rearguard action during the closing stages of the Potsdam Conference, but, unlike Churchill in the preceding May, showed no disposition to question Soviet control over the occupation zone in central Germany allotted to the Russians at Yalta. In France, de Gaulle secured his hold and, notwithstanding his exclusion from the Potsdam decisions, succeeded in bringing his country back into the councils of the Allies. The government over which he presided included communist ministers, and the same was true of the coalition government formed in Italy after the extrusion of Mussolini and the Germans. Contrary to a legend widespread then and later, there never was any chance of the Communist Party seizing control in these two Western 282 countries, in the face of widespread popular opposition and the certainty that the bulk of the armed forces would hold out against them. The only country in which the Communists captured the lead of the anti-German resistance movement during the war, and led the armed struggle against the German and Italian occupants and their local allies, was Yugoslavia, and it was in consequence of this fact that the Allies had to put up with the formation of a communist regime led by Tito and his associates. A similar attempt by the Communists in Greece to seize control of the resistance movement came near to success, but was blocked in December 1944 by British armed intervention on behalf of the remaining conservative elements. Military presence on the spot did not always determine the political outcome. In Berlin and Vienna, where the Soviet army shared control with the Western powers, the workers for the most part stuck to their traditional social democratic allegiance. This circumstance became decisive when in 1948 the Russians tried to blockade Berlin, and supplies had to be flown in from the west by air. But for the fact that the bulk of the Berlin workers, like those in Western Germany, preferred social democracy to communism, the prolonged Berlin blockade of 1948-9 would not have resulted in a climb down on the part of the Russians. The same applies to Austria, where the ending of the military occupation in 1955 was materially helped by the gradual realization that the Communist Party had behind it only a small minority of the working class. Matters took a different turn in Poland and Czechoslovakia, where the post-war fusion of Stalinism and pan-Slavism was greatly aided by the atrocities committed by the Germans against the Slav populations under their control. East Germany, an island in a Slav sea, came to represent an anomaly, in that it was successfully incorporated in the Soviet Empire. The latter also came to embrace Hungary and Romania, where the replacement of fascism by Stalinism occurred as a natural consequence of the victorious Soviet advance in 1944-5. Overall, the Grand Alliance came apart in 1947-8 because the Big Three had fallen out over the interpretation of the Yalta and Potsdam agreements. It was not the intention of the Western Allies to let PCA have complete control of Eastern Europe, but they might have up with it if Stalin and his associates had not given every sign of wanting control of Germany as well. At Potsdam, the British did what they could to secure free elections in Poland, in exchange for letting Poland have German territory up to the western Gneiss, thereby displacing some 10 million Germans in addition to 3 million who were expelled from Czechoslovakia. There was never any chance of the Russians permitting such elections, since they could not conceivably have resulted in communist victories. When the process of clamping down one-party control was 283 extended to Eastern Germany as well, it became evident that democracy meant different things to the Russians and their wartime allies. The Second World War in consequence resulted in the effective partition of Europe. In part this was due to the fact that the Soviet government thought in old-fashioned military terms. It meant to create a security zone by controlling the governments of all the states on Russia's western boundary as far as its armies could reach. But in the final analysis it was the totalitarian one-party state of Stalinism that made compromise impossible. Even in Czechoslovakia, where the Communist Party was followed by something like one-third of the electorate, and where the government of President Beneš was wholly committed to cooperation with the USSR, Stalin and Molotov were not content with anything short of complete control. On the other hand, the USA from 1947 onwards stepped into Britain's shoes in Greece and Turkey, and later in the Middle East as well. The creation in 1949 of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization grouping all the Western European countries under American leadership was the response to Moscow's determination to have complete control in the East. The two great alliances facing each other across a wall of mutual suspicion in the center of Europe had become publicly identified with the opposing creeds of communism and democracy, even though both made provision for military dictatorships as well. Thus was the ground laid for what in common parlance came to be known as the Cold War. Even without the strains arising from the nature of the Stalinist regime, Russia's share in the common victory was bound to bring up awkward questions at any peace conference. Military triumph after years of desperate fighting along the whole Eastern Front, with the bulk of Germany's forces matched against hers, had revived Russian patriotism and panslavism, thinly overlaid by communist sentiments. For all practical purposes the Soviet Union was a great power like any other, and certain to behave like one. A victorious Russia could hardly be expected to put up with the results of military defeat in 1905 and 1908. The Japanese as well as the Germans were in for a reckoning. At the very least there was bound to be a demand for the cancellation of the Treaty of Portsmouth, which shut Russia out of Manchuria and Korea, and that of Brest-Litovsk, which deprived her of the Baltic states and important territories subsequently handed over to Poland. 77 This was the logic of imperialism, and the USSR was no less an imperialist power for having adopted a state-controlled economy. Moreover, imperialism, panslavism and communism all marched together, since every territorial annexation could be justified as an expansion of socialism. The fact that Stalin had dissolved the Comintern in 1943 made no difference to the behavior of Moscow-controlled communist parties in areas where the Red Army had taken over from the Germans. It is 284. True that Stalin treated the Yugoslav communists with contempt, both before and after their seizure of power, but they benefited from the expansion of Russia's military might all the same. For the rest, it was foolish to suppose that, having defeated Germany, Russia would renounce the annexations of 1939–40. As for the notion of bestowing a coalition government upon Poland, once the Soviet army had occupied the country, it ignored all the murderous realities of East European politics. The Soviet Empire, dressed up in communist colors, was bound to spread as far and as fast as its armies. By 1948, the internal logic of the system had produced both a communist takeover in Prague and a mortal quarrel with the Yugoslavs, fellow communists who had risen to power on a wave of patriotic feeling and were not disposed to take orders from Moscow. The essentially Russian quality of the Stalinist regime was better understood in Belgrade than in Washington. Important parts of the 1945 peace settlement were never ratified, but they entered into the structure of legal and political relations. The fundamental fact was that in 1945 there had been established a fairly equal balance of power between the United States and the Soviet Union. Every significant territorial gain made by Russia in 1945 was secured during the closing months of the war. 78 Thereafter deadlock set in, and eventually this deadlock was baptized Cold War, for no better reason than that someone had thought of the phrase to describe a relationship which in some ways resembled the Anglo-Russian rivalry after the close of the Napoleonic era. The Potsdam Conference, the nearest thing to a peace settlement that the powers were able to achieve, took place at a time when nothing on earth could stop the Russians from imposing their control over Poland, Hungary, Romania, and Bulgaria, and indirectly over Finland as well, although that country retained its democratic institutions, as did Austria. In 1945 Russia could have annexed Finland, disputed the West's share in the control of Austria, demanded a say in the political settlement of Italy and Greece, asked for a share in Italy's African colonies and clamored for a revision of the existing arrangements concerning the Turkish Straits. In fact, all these questions were raised by Stalin and Molotov in 1943–5, but only as bargaining points to be abandoned when Russia's basic requirement, complete control of Eastern Europe, had been met. Within this sphere the Russians could do as they liked. A smaller Poland and a larger East Germany might have suited the long-range purposes of Soviet diplomacy just as well as the arrangements that were actually made. Only uncertainty as to permanent Soviet control of East Germany can account for the determination to annex East Prussia and to push Poland's western frontier as far as the Oder-Neisse line. 79. Nor were Anglo-American relations as harmonious as they looked on the surface. The Atlantic Charter proclaimed by Roosevelt and Churchill in August 1941, before America had come into the war, but at a time when her help was essential to Britain's survival, was fundamentally incompatible with the preservation of the British Empire. Both for Roosevelt and his advisers the right of self-determination entailed the emancipation of Britain's colonies and above all of India. This was perceived by Churchill, who fought a resolute rearguard action in this area and on one occasion went so far as to proclaim in public that he had not become Prime Minister in order to preside over the liquidation of the British Empire. De Gaulle might have employed similar language, especially after the Anglo-American descent on North Africa, the Casablanca Conference which followed it and Roosevelt's semi-public hints to the Sultan of Morocco that French control of his country would be called in question after the war. B1 Roosevelt's naive anti-imperialism, which was shared by his advisers and the State Department, was an expression of the fact that the United States had become ready to play a world role. It never occurred to him that in urging the British and French to give up their colonies and protectorates he was promoting American imperial interests. Or to be exact, it did not occur to him that American interests could be imperialist. The reason was quite simply that, like all American liberals, he identified imperialism with European colonialism. That there might be such a thing as liberal imperialism, the creation of a global empire held together by economic ties, was plainer to Churchill than to Roosevelt, who imagined himself to be playing a liberating role in relation to British India and French North America. The Americans did what the British had done before them, they rose to world eminence in the name of liberalism. Roosevelt's Secretary of State, Cordell Hull, was a Wilsonian for whom free trade equaled peace, while protectionism spelled war. B2 These convictions were no less sincerely held for being in large measure self-serving. American and British interests were bound to clash in the economic sphere, even though Washington and London worked together for the construction of a post-war world run on liberal gins, if only because Britain had become dependent on American support. The Americans were wholly committed to free trade and the open door, not only in China, but throughout the Sterling area. The British were torn between their imperial interests and the need to conciliate American opinion. The conflict was fought out behind closed doors. So far as the general public was concerned, America and Britain stood for identical principles. The realization that Britain had become financially dependent on the United States entered the public mind only after the war had terminated in September 1945 and Britain had begun to request a free grant in aid to take the place of the Lend-Lease. 286. System. What the Attlee government, which by then had succeeded Churchill in office, actually got was a loan of £1,100 million repayable in 50 annual installments with interest at 2%. No part of the loan could be used to reduce Britain's debts to other countries, and by 1947 sterling was to be rendered freely convertible in other currencies, an experiment that lasted for exactly 5 weeks before it had perforce to be terminated to stop the drain on Britain's remaining gold and dollar reserves. The heroic age was over. The era of imperial self-liquidation had begun. The Cold War began in 1945 with Poland providing the immediate cause of conflict, just as it had done in 1939. The Western powers had nominally gone to war for the sake of Poland, and it was not easy for them to renounce all interest in that country, even though the Poles had been compensated with German lands for the cession of territory to the Soviet Union. Russian insistence on turning the Polish government of national unity into an instrument of the communist Lublin-Warsaw regime posed a problem for which conventional diplomacy had no solution. The same applied to the situation in Czechoslovakia, where President Beneš, after a trip to Moscow, felt obliged to include several communists in his government and to entrust the premiership to the fellow traveling Zdeněk Fierlinger. Spheres of influence on the classic pattern made no provision for the complications arising from a state of affairs where one political party differed from the rest in that it aimed at total control. It had been assumed in Moscow that the Americans and the British would recognize these realities. When they began to insist on genuine elections and authentic coalition governments being formed in Eastern Europe, Stalin and Molotov could only conclude that they were going back on their previous undertakings. The two sides did not speak the same political language. The Russians thought in terms of complete control, the Western leaders aimed at a compromise which would give the communists a share in the government, a ludicrous misconception which ignored the nature of the Stalinist regime. The quarrel over Poland set the stage for prolonged bickering over the percentage of Soviet influence in other East European countries. Only in 1948, when the Communists had taken over in Prague, while in France and Italy they had been expelled from the coalition governments set up in 1944-5, did this meaningless dispute come to an end. The ensuing state of affairs was not simply a prolongation of the tug between communism and anti-communism which had been going on all over Europe since 1917. It reflected the fact that America and Russia had simultaneously arrived at the status of great powers, and that they had done so on the ruins of Central Europe. Both sides were conscious of their position, they were also afraid of each other, and they represented incompatible systems. Liberalism and communism were universal ideas, they were mutually exclusive, and both were profoundly corrupted by the imperial ambitions of the two powers who faced each other across the no-man's land dividing Eastern Germany from what in 1949 became the German Federal Republic. For some time Western socialists generally, and British Labourites in particular, cherished the illusion that this split could be overcome if the European nations identified themselves with the ideas and values of democratic socialism. The British Labour government's experience with Soviet diplomacy after 1945 soon dispelled these fancies. Stalin and his associates had no use for social democrats. They actually preferred conservatives who did not talk about socialism and consequently posed no serious threat. The Stalinization of Eastern Europe had for its counterpart the exclusion of the communists from all positions of influence in the West, and the formation of governments based on Christian Democrats and Social Democrats, or a coalition of both. There was no middle ground between Stalinism and anti-Stalinism. There was only the fragile hope that the two systems might be able to exist in relative peace, beneath the menace of the nuclear bomb. In this sense, Cold War and coexistence were two sides of the same coin. What these terms signified was that America and Russia would attempt by all means short of war to extend and fortify their respective zones of influence. The dividing line ran through the center of Germany, ultimately through the center of Berlin. It was never crossed, and in due course the two nuclear superpowers learned to put up with each other. 2 Contrary to legend, this tacit understanding did not have to await the passing of Stalin in March 1953 and the advent of Khrushchev 2 years later. Stalin on the whole pursued a fairly cautious policy of expansion, took FEW risks while Russia did not as yet have nuclear arms, and thereafter adopted the long view, which in his case amounted to a conviction that Western capitalism would before long find itself struggling once more with the problems of the 1930s. Meantime, the Soviet Union would recover from the war, consolidate its hold on Eastern Europe, keep Germany divided, and continue the pre-war policy of trying to catch up industrially with the more advanced countries. It is questionable whether Stalin grasped at once the full implications of the nuclear explosion in New Mexico, which by an agreeable irony occurred on 1 July 6, the day on which the Potsdam Conference assembled. His apparent nonchalance when acquainted with the FACT by Truman may have been due to innate conservatism as much as to foreknowledge gained by way of secret intelligence and the certainty that within a few years the USSR would have its own nuclear weapons. Meanwhile, he possessed overwhelming superiority in conventional arms within the European heartland, so that the American nuclear arsenal at most reinforced his cautious adherence to a policy of consolidating the gains made in 1944-5. He also benefited for a few years from American eagerness to demobilize and from the curious notion that it was possible to dispense with spheres of influence and the balance of power. It took Washington a couple of years to grasp that the alternative to balance was imbalance, and that if there were no recognized spheres of influence, the conflict of interests would be fought out within the same sphere. American public opinion was somewhat shocked when Churchill, in a speech delivered at Fulton in the presence of President Truman on March 5, 1946, invoked the menace of Soviet expansion. By that time Churchill was no longer in office, but the Italy government had quietly begun to invest millions of pounds in atomic research without informing Parliament of the fact. The British were ahead of the Americans in recognizing that peace had become dependent on a balance of terror. Their weakness was imperial nostalgia and a failure to realize that after 1945 there were only two giants left on the world scene. A year after Churchill's Fulton speech, the moment of truth arrived for the planners in Whitehall. They had to inform the Americans that the burden of keeping troops in Greece and helping the Turks to modernize their army had become too much for a Britain impoverished by 6 years of war. The response came on March 12, 1947 in the form of a presidential address to a joint session of Congress. America would step in to block Soviet expansion, whether direct as in the case of Turkey, or indirect through the communist movement in Greece. The Cold War was on in earnest. 3 How far was it a matter of totalitarianism versus democracy? In Greece, civil war had been going on since 1944, with the communists plainly trying to seize power by violence. In Turkey there were hardly any communists, and the Soviet demand for Turkish territory was in the best, or worst, Tsarist tradition. When the United States blocked Russian expansion in this area, one imperial power checkmated another, much as Britain had supported Turkey against Russia in the 19th century. Palmerston and Disraeli would have understood every move in the game, as would their Russian opponents. The same consideration does not apply to Truman's rhetoric in March 1947 when he tried to alert American public opinion to the danger by dwelling upon the insuperable gulf dividing communist tyranny from Christian democracy. What was the relevance of democracy to America's allies in Turkey or in China? When Truman invoked the traditional catalogue of liberal principles, free elections, freedom of speech and the rest, he must have known that Chiang Kai-shek took no more account of these freedoms than did Stalin. The Cold War involved a massive outpouring of hypocritical nonsense on both sides of the divide. The Russian excuse was that they were promoting socialism, the American that they were defending democracy. Both, according to their lights, were as sincere as it is possible for embattled rivals to be. The Truman Doctrine was soon succeeded by the Marshall Plan, an attempt to put the European economy back on its feet. The initial proposal in June 1947 for a massive injection of American economic aid was addressed impartially to all European governments, communist and non-communist alike, and there may have been some embarrassment in Washington when Moscow responded by sending Molotov to Paris on June 27. His opening statement at the conference was reasonably conciliatory in tone, and when a few days later he reversed himself, he did so on instructions from Stalin, who in the interval had changed his mind about the whole matter. Thereafter the satellites, including Czechoslovakia, were ordered to withdraw their acceptance of invitations to attend meetings on the subject, the argument being that the Marshall Plan infringed on the sovereignty of those taking part in it. What was officially known as the European Recovery Program thus came to benefit only the western half of the continent, while the eastern countries were integrated into a Moscow-controlled bloc of their own. This was the logic of Stalinism. It was plainly contrary to the interests of countries such as Poland and Czechoslovakia, not to mention the French and Italian communist parties who in consequence lost their influence on the governments of their respective countries. As the Russians saw it, massive transfers of American aid could only result in the liquidation of the socialist empire Moscow had built up since 1939. The Yugoslavs disproved this thesis when in 1948 they broke loose from the Kremlin, accepted Western economic aid and still retained their planned economy. There was no inherent reason why the USSR and its dependencies could not have done the same, and but for Stalin's pathological distrust of the West they might in fact have opted for competitive coexistence then and there, instead of waiting for Khrushchev and his successors to initiate something of the kind, very cautiously and on a tentative scale, years later. Instead, in January 1949 they set up their own Council of Mutual Economic Assistance, which in the circumstances could only become an instrument for pumping surplus value out of the satellites into the Russian center of the Soviet Empire. It was imperialism with a difference, but the difference would not have seemed important to Lenin. In retrospect it is plain that the interests of the major powers were in conflict, as were their ideologies. That was what the Cold War was about and what made it inevitable. Churchill and de Gaulle recognized this from 1943 onwards. Roosevelt failed to recognize it, and the Dis. 296 Covery was left to his successor. By 1950 the deadlock over Berlin had been superimposed upon the tacit acceptance that Germany was not to be reunited, which in the circumstances meant that Eastern Germany would be governed by the Communists, the Federal Republic by their opponents. Paradoxically, it proved easiest to preserve peace where spheres of interest were clearly demarcated, as they were in Central Europe. Elsewhere, notably in the Middle East and in what until 1954 was known as French Indochina, local wars, political confusion and uncertainty over territorial boundaries repeatedly threatened to involve the Big Four, who by the I-960s had become the Big Two. The Russians showed from an early date that they were determined to play the imperial game according to time-honored rules. As early as 1945-6 Molotov raised the question of a Soviet mandate over Tripolitania. What would Lenin have thought of that? For that matter, what would he have made of the bargain whereby, in return for a promise to enter the war against Japan, Stalin at Yalta obtained American recognition of Soviet control over Outer Mongolia and a promise regarding the rights once possessed by Tsarist Russia in Manchuria, for when in February 1950, under a treaty signed in Moscow by Stalin and Mao in person, the Manchurian Railway and the Soviet-held base of Port Arthur reverted back to China, the Soviet government ceded to the new regime in Peking what in 1945 it had extracted from the Americans and their Chinese allies, the Kuomintang. These rights and possessions had belonged to Tsarist Russia until they were lost to Japan in 1905, 12 years before the revolution. The Soviet Union had no title to them except the historic one based on Tsarist annexation. Yet it took months of hard bargaining to make Stalin part with them, and Peking was obliged to recognize Moscow's suzerainty over Outer Mongolia. Relations between the two countries were now on a footing of equality, but this was due to Mao Zedong's victory in the Chinese Civil War, a victory the Russians had neither foreseen nor tried to bring about. All this was in the classic tradition of realpolitik, as was Moscow's recognition in 1945 that American possession of the atomic bomb ruled out further Soviet territorial conquests for the time being. What was new and unprecedented was the development of technology to a point where the hypothetical use of nuclear arms became self-defeating. When after 1950 the United States and the Soviet Union confronted each other in the guise of nuclear superpowers, a major war became improbable, and for the same reason it became relatively easy to push minor conflicts to the point of armed escalation without risking the ultimate reprisal. The Korean War of 1950 sprang from mutual miscalculation, and was then kept going by the Chinese, who did not share the view that nuclear arms had made conventional warfare too risky. 297. The lengthy struggle between the French and the nationalists in Indochina began as a popular resistance movement and ended with a military victory over a demoralized French army. The Anglo-French Suez expedition in 1956 was called off under joint pressure from Washington and Moscow. In all these cases the participants operated on the tacit assumption that nuclear arms would not be employed, and the same applied to the protracted warfare in Algeria from 1954 to 1962, which terminated with another nationalist triumph and the eviction of the French settler population. The only occasion on which nuclear war looked like a genuine possibility was afforded by the Cuban crisis of 1962, when the Russians first installed rockets on the island and then withdrew them under pressure of what amounted to an American ultimatum. Thereafter the arms race was stepped up to the point where the Soviet Union began to feel that it had achieved parity with the United States. Britain and France were left behind, and so was Japan, which had been compulsorily disarmed in 1945. China, on the other hand, made every effort to join the ranks of the nuclear superpowers and at the same time renounced its alliance with the USSR, a circumstance which from 1960 onwards altered the whole aspect of world affairs. So far as Europe was concerned, the advent of peaceful coexistence in the I-1960s did not alter the fundamental alignment dating back to the signing of the North Atlantic Treaty in Washington on April 4, 1949, and the subsequent decision of the Western Allies to permit the gradual rearmament of West Germany. NATO, as it came to be called for short, was born from the spectacular Berlin blockade of I-948G, when an Anglo-American airlift provided the population of West Berlin with the essentials of living for almost a year. The blockade in turn was the sequel to the earlier breakdown of power control over an undivided Germany and the institution of a Stalinist regime in East Berlin, which naturally attempted to annex the western half of the former German capital. The trial of strength ended in a stalemate, and in May 1949 the Soviet blockade was lifted. Both sides now proceeded to set up their own German states, the Federal Republic, with Bonn as its capital, in the west, the German Democratic Republic in the east, with a fairly open frontier running through the middle of Berlin until August 196, when the East German authorities set up the Berlin Wall to stop the drain of manpower. They had lost some 3 million citizens to the west, and any further departure of skilled workers would have undermined their economy. From then on, every move to make peaceful coexistence sound more plausible was inevitably tied up with the notion of a Berlin settlement. In practice, coexistence turned out to be synonymous with Cold War. There was no meeting of minds and no way of unifying the two Germanys. As they drew further apart, it 2G8 became evident that Hitler's war had made an end of Germany as a nation. 5 The post-I-945 international scene was thus marked by an inevitable polarization between the two giant powers which had emerged from the struggle. But it also reflected the inherent impossibility of reducing liberal democracy and Stalinism to a common denominator. In the words of an historian already cited, on the morrow of Russia's greatest victory and her emergence as one of the world's two superpowers, The regime seemed to be panic-stricken not by a foreign invader, but by what a few writers, scholars, musicians, etc., might do to the Soviet people's internal cohesion and sense of purpose. 6. The United States for its part was swept by an almost equally unreasoning and disproportionate fear of communism, as of some strange foreign bacillus which might poison the healthy life of the American people. These paranoiac sentiments interacted to the point where all sense of reality was lost. The European countries, having only recently emerged from the bloodbath of 1939–45, were in no position to assume the role of moderators. The continent had been split down the middle, and the duel between the United States and the Soviet Union reflected itself in the politics of their respective allies and satellites. Only in the 1960s, with the consolidation of the Gaullist regime in France, the partial de-Stalinization of the USSR, and the consequent worsening of relations between Moscow and Peking, did it become possible for Europeans of differing political views to transcend the crisis atmosphere of the preceding decade. This did not mean that Cold War had given way to coexistence, merely that their identity had at last been perceived. At the same time, the integration of Western Germany within an economic community plainly designed to evolve into a West European confederation of states and nations took some of the sting out of the Berlin situation. As the Federal Republic of Konrad Adenauer and his successors in Bonn took shape, it became evident that the bulk of West German opinion, given the choice between the status quo and national reunion on communist terms, preferred the status quo. At first limited to the ruling Christian Democrats and their liberal allies, this orientation eventually came to dominate the Social Democrats as well. At the same time, de Gaulle's pragmatic view of the Cold War as an ordinary power struggle, his withdrawal from Algeria, and his recognition in 1964 of Communist China, put an end to the public rhetoric predominant in the 1950s. It gradually became apparent that the 1945 settlement was not going to be seriously challenged. 7. Even before this realization had sunk in, a kind of atmospheric change had begun to make itself felt on both sides. Stalin's death on March 5, 1953 was undoubtedly a major turning point in that it removed the more bizarre features of a political system which sprang less from its 299 inner nature than from the pathological character of the aged tyrant who presided over a series of bloody purges of his comrades. In February 1956 matters reached a stage where N.S. Khrushchev stood out among his successors, to the point of feeling able to confront the 20th Congress of the Soviet Communist Party with a dramatic account of the late dictator's crazier actions, a speech which was not published in the USSR, but gained widespread notoriety abroad and even shook the faith of hardcore Stalinists in Poland and other satellite states. This move towards liberalization was soon checked by the Hungarian bloodbath of November 1956 and the entry of Soviet troops into that country following the attempt of Imre Nagy and other reform-minded communist leaders to democratize the system and remove its terrorist aspect. After a pause, de-Stalinization was resumed in the USSR and brought to a climax at the 22nd Congress of the Soviet Party in October 1996, when the secret speech of 1956 was succeeded by an open condemnation of Stalin and the simultaneous adoption by the CPSU of a new program promising a more rapid advance towards FULL equality. 8 Meanwhile, the American atmosphere had begun to unfreeze slightly with the election to the presidency of John Kennedy in November 1960. From that time onwards, the two superpowers began to grope for something like a stable modus vivendi, helped by the gradual recovery of Europe and the emergence of conciliatory tendencies in the Catholic Church consequent upon the election to the papacy of John XXIII in 1958. 9. Neither the aggiornamento of the Church nor the cautious de-Stalinization of the CPSU went beyond the boundaries of what was considered prudent by their respective hierarchies, but doubts were sown and some of the faithful on both sides of the ideological frontier acquired the potentially dangerous habit of thinking for themselves. Revisionist communists such as the French philosophy professor Roger Garaudy found their counterparts in unorthodox theologians such as Teilhard de Chardin, who revived the heresy of modernism. By 1963 Paul V I, formerly Cardinal Montini, had succeeded John XXIII, while on the Soviet side Khrushchev was overthrown in October 1964 by a collective leadership which plainly sought to rehabilitate Stalin and revive some features of his unique regime. In the United States, too, the short-lived liberal era associated with John Kennedy came to an end with his assassination in November 1963, AFEW months after the signing of a Soviet-American agreement prohibiting nuclear tests in the atmosphere, underwater, and in outer space. Competitive coexistence did not die with Kennedy and Khrushchev, but it assumed the familiar form of an arms race which neither side could reasonably hope to win. The Cuban confrontation of October 1962, when Moscow backed down in the face of overwhelming American nuclear power, taught the collective leadership in the Kremlin the importance of attaining parity. As the United States from 1965 onwards sank ever deeper into the bloody morass of the Vietnam's War, Brezhnev and his colleagues in Moscow put their own gloss on coexistence in August 1968, when they sent their tanks rolling into Czechoslovakia, to terminate the reform experiment begun by the new communist leadership headed by Alexander Dubček. This time there was no bloodbath as there had been in Hungary in 1956, the Czechoslovak armed forces offered no resistance, and the workers did not go on strike. All the same, it was becoming plain that the notion of reforming Stalinism from above, or from within, was implausible. What was accomplished along these lines in Poland, Romania, and Hungary during the 1960s did not touch upon the essential feature of the regime, the omnipotence of the party, a self-propelling force equipped with its own version of infallibility. Was then the entire reform era of 1956 to 63 nothing but a mirage in the desert of the Cold War? No, for it habituated all concerned to a quasi-rational form of behavior which had been lacking at the peak of the Stalin era. The CPSU and its satellite parties learned to do without bloody purges, while the American establishment learned to put up with socialist regimes in the Western Hemisphere, and with Gaullist forms of neutralism in Western Europe. Indeed, de Gaulle became the symbol of the new era, notably after he had withdrawn France from NATO in 1966-7, recognized Poland's post-war frontiers and urged the Bonn government to do the same. By contrast, the British governments of the period, whether conservative or Labour, were too closely tied to the USA to risk major departures from post-war orthodoxy. Their dependence on America also lessened their chance of entering the European Economic Community, from which indeed they were formally barred by de Gaulle in 1963 and 1967. Their diplomats were not behind the French in recognizing that Cold War and coexistence were two sides of the same coin. But the French, once de Gaulle was in the saddle, became adept at playing the game of mediating between the superpowers, whereas the British clung to their dwindling status as America's favored ally. The special relationship established during the Second World War between the American and British military staffs and their scientific advisors survived Britain's loss of empire and continued to give Whitehall privileged access to American nuclear research, but it also became an embarrassment to Washington and a barrier to Britain's integration into an increasingly self-confident Western Europe, centered upon a France ruled by de Gaulle's successors and a federal Germany now governed by the Social Democrats, who in 1970 began to complement Adenauer's Westpolitik by an Ostpolitik which could only signify 301. Reconciliation with Poland and Czechoslovakia. The trend was encouraged by Washington and Moscow alike, a notable departure from the immediate post-war situation, when the Germans dreamed not merely of reunion but of recovering the lost territories. By 1970 these fantasies had been quietly abandoned. This did not in any way signify the end of the Cold War, merely a growing recognition that the 1945 frontiers were destined to last. As the nuclear stalemate gave place to something like veiled cooperation between Washington and Moscow, it became fashionable among Western observers to attribute the state of affairs to an underlying convergence between the two opposing systems. Western capitalism and Eastern socialism, it was argued, had both given birth to a new kind of society organized along managerial lines. Private property was losing ground in the West, central planning in the East. In the end, the Cold War might lose its ideological character altogether and turn into a pragmatic debate as to the respective merits of the two systems, with the mixed economies of Britain and Scandinavia, plus the decentralized socialism of Yugoslavia, pointing towards a possible compromise. These notions appealed to Western sociologists who had never taken Marxism seriously or asked themselves why the Russians should continue to pay lip service to Lenin's doctrines while disregarding them in practice. If the East-West conflict became less acute, then presumably the North-South split between industrially developed countries and the remainder would be perceived as the major issue of the age. For understandable reasons, the Soviet regime was reluctant to permit the propagation of such doctrines, which found favor principally among socially and intellectually privileged members of the so-called new class, notably scientists with an insecure hold upon sociological concepts. On the extreme left, Maoist and Trotskyist writers, albeit actuated by different motives, in some cases came to similar conclusions. The Soviet regime was not socialist in the Marxian sense at all, but rather state capitalist. The more consistent Trotskyists affirmed that Mao's China, for all its egalitarianism, was state capitalist as well. The state having replaced the private owners of capital, the mass of exploited peasants and workers now confronted a new enemy, the bureaucracy organized in the Communist Party. The notion of there being such a thing as state capitalism is attended by serious logical difficulties, for reasons explained by a leading Austrian Marxist more than 3 decades ago. 10 Capitalism, by definition, is a market economy wherein prices result from competition among private owners of means of production. It is this circumstance which in the final analysis determines what and how much is produced, how much profit is accumulated and where the accumulation occurs. If the state takes over the means of production, the consequent destruction of the market mechanism renders capitalist accumulation inoperative. This is not to say that wages and prices disappear from the scene, but they are no longer controlled by the automatism of the market. Instead, wage fixing and price fixing is done by a central planning commission, which also decides what is to be produced and in what quantities. As for the accumulation of an economic surplus for investment purposes, this may be greatly facilitated by state ownership, but it is not for this reason to be described as an accumulation of capital, at any rate not by Marxists, who ought to know that for Marx the term capital was not synonymous with means of production. Capitalism in the Marxist meaning of the term relates only to means of production which produce a profit, the private appropriation of which supplies the competitive dynamic of the system. A completely state-owned economy, in which accumulation takes place under the control of a central planning body, is not a capitalist economy. Surplus production is not specifically capitalist, it occurs under any conceivable system, except possibly the most primitive kind of tribal economy. It is therefore quite meaningless to infer the state capitalist character of the Russian or the Chinese system from the fact that the state accumulates a surplus. It did so under the Manchus and in pharaonic Egypt. What is peculiar to capitalism, competition among private owners in a market, with profit as the source of ever-growing economic expansion, is just what is lacking in a totalitarian state economy. Nor does it help much to be told that the bourgeoisie has been replaced by a new exploiting class, the bureaucracy, which does the job of accumulation. The fact that a state-controlled economy accumulates a surplus does not make it a capitalist economy, for what is being accumulated is not capital. Moreover, the bureaucracy is at the mercy of its political masters who may at any moment change course and decide to expand production along different lines. If it be argued that these decisions are in fact being taken by a new class which controls both the Communist Party and the state, there still remains the problem of finding a suitable label for the regime. State capitalism will not do, for the simple reason that the state has taken the place of the capitalists. Under a system of this kind, the political sphere no longer reflects the movement of the economic infrastructure. On the contrary, the economy is shaped by the state. If the latter is democratically controlled, the society may be described as socialist. If it is totalitarian and despotic, it may be called Stalinist for want of a better term. In either case, the distinction between economic base and political superstructure ceases to be operative. So does the identification of the surplus product with surplus value, a phenomenon which occurs only under capitalism. As for the system being managerial, the task of expanding production always falls to the managers, and even under ideal socialist conditions, with the producers in full democratic control, there would have to be a surplus to make expansion possible. In fact, of course, the producers are nowhere in control, and where attempts were made to institute social democracy, in Hungary in 1956, in Czechoslovakia in 1968, the Kremlin promptly intervened. It did not do so to uphold state capitalism, but because the totalitarian control of society by a single political center was in danger. Stalinists cannot share power. The creation of a totalitarian structure obeying political impulses alone is their supreme aim, and where it has been attained, the system becomes self-perpetuating. All this is not to say that the notion of a societal convergence underlying the process of competitive coexistence between the two rival blocs on the world scene is wholly without merit. Insofar as Western capitalism has to some extent been bureaucratized since 1945, it is arguable that the bureaucrats on both sides of the political frontier find it easier to adopt a common language. This, however, does not apply to their political masters. Fascist Germany had many notable traits in common with Stalinist Russia, yet the outcome was not convergence but war. Political and military conflict between rival forms of totalitarianism is just as likely to occur as confrontation between West and East. Stalinists, Maoists and fascists may or may not go to war against each other. The decision depends on political factors not deducible from the character of their respective societies. One must guard against the temptation to employ liberal or Marxian categories to the dynamic of totalitarian systems in which the state, that is to say, the political authority, decides what the economic base is to look like and how the bureaucracy is to behave. If those in control come to recognize that Cold War and competitive coexistence are identical and preferable to nuclear war, the balance of power dating back to the 1945 settlement will endure, as did the post-Napoleonic arrangement of 1815. If the international system breaks down, it will not be due to the automatism of rival economic systems, but to incompatible political ambitions on the part of the nuclear superpowers. The stakes have grown too high for commercial rivalry to play the role it did in 1914, and still to some extent in 1939. Nor is the East-West antagonism reducible to a conflict between capitalist and socialist systems. In short, the Leninist perspective of the 1920s has ceased to apply. Were it otherwise, there ought to be a Leninist explanation for the growing enmity between Russia and China. The fact that there is none demonstrates that the age of economic rivalry giving rise to political conflict has been left behind. Chapter 14. A Economic Recovery L. In 1945, when the dust of battle cleared, Europe's former eminence in world affairs was found to be among the casualties of the Second World War. In the place of the familiar concert of Europe there had emerged a global confrontation between the Soviet Union and the United States, with a deeply shaken British Empire uncertainly poised on the edge of the European continent. The separation of Britain from continental Europe had been accentuated by the outcome of the war, which appeared to have left the British Empire intact as one of the big three responsible for the ordering of the post-war world. So far as public opinion was concerned, this position was confirmed by the Churchillian doctrine that Britain operated within three circles, the imperial, the Anglo-American, and the European, and that this triangularity gave her a unique position in the world. 2 On a celebrated occasion in June 1944, Churchill, in the presence of Eden and Bevin, had told de Gaulle, "Here is something you should know, whenever we have to choose between Europe and the open sea, we shall always choose the open sea. Whenever I have to choose between you and Roosevelt, I shall always choose Roosevelt." 3 Since Roosevelt had by I-944 made it clear that he proposed to exclude France from the direction of the post-war settlement, This impassioned declaration amounted to saying that Churchill preferred a secondary status within the Anglo-American alliance to the role of Europe's defender. The subsequent behavior of various British post-war governments, whether headed by Attlee, Eaton, or Macmillan, did nothing to alter this picture. As late as December 1962, Harold Macmillan coupled an application for entry into the European Economic Community with a public demonstration of Anglo-American nuclear partnership at the ill-fated Nassau Conference with President Kennedy. De Gaulle responded on 14 January 1963 by vetoing Britain's entry into the EEC. But for such a dramatic confrontation between Britain and France to become possible in 1963, it was first necessary for all the West European countries to emerge from the ruins of 1945. Broadly speaking, this recovery had been accomplished by 1960 under the protective umbrella of American nuclear power and economic assistance. From then onwards, Britain, France, West Germany and Italy, with the smaller countries in their wake, consolidated their respective positions to a degree where it became safe to quarrel in public over the economic organization of Western Europe. For this to happen, the German Federal Republic had to become solidly committed to West European integration. It did so under the leadership of the aged Konrad Adenauer and his Christian Democrats between 1949 and 1963. Taking office at the age of 73, Adenauer committed his country to a firm political alliance with France, and would have led it into a supranational European defense community as well, if the French government of the day had not torpedoed it in 1954.4. On the French side, the prolonged rule of Charles de Gaulle, from 1958 to 1969, created the preconditions for a stable foreign policy. Between 1947 and 1958 no less than 21 French cabinets had flitted across the scene of the Fourth Republic established in 1945-6. The Gaullist Fifth Republic, with ministerial changes held in check by the authority of a president who had to be elected by popular vote, made it possible to institute long-range planning. 5 Contrary to some alarmist FO recasts, de Gaulle did not go back on the essentials of French post-war policy, as laid down by the then Foreign Minister, Robert Schuman, on May 9, 1950, when he surprised a press conference with the announcement that France proposed to place all Franco-German coal and steel production under a common high authority, in an organization open to the participation of the other countries of Europe. This was the moment when Franco-German cooperation became the cornerstone of all future West European arrangements. It was also the moment when the British government missed the boat and renounced the European role it might have secured. 6 Schuman was determined that the revolutionary nature of his proposals should be universally recognized. 5 years almost to the day after the Germans' unconditional surrender, he told his press conference, France is carrying out the first decisive step in the construction of Europe, in partnership with Germany. The moment chosen for this breakthrough was uniquely favorable. Adenauer and Alcide de Gasperi, both Catholic Democrats who had never compromised with fascism, were in charge of West German and Italian affairs, while another Christian Democrat held the key post of foreign minister in France. For Robert Schuman, who had been born in Luxembourg in 1886, taken his doctorate in Strasbourg in 1910, served in the German army during the 1914-18 war, and become a French citizen only in 308. 1919 when Alsace-Lorraine reverted to France, this was the supreme moment of his career. Franco-German reconciliation under his aegis became and remained the keystone of the European arch. De Gasperi, another conservative Democrat with strong Catholic backing, completed the triumvirate. The link between the Vatican and political reaction, embodied in the person of Pius XII, had been ruptured by the Allied victory in 1945, the disappearance of the Italian monarchy and the electoral triumph of Christian democracy. Where the old alliance persisted, as in Franco's Spain and Salazar's Portugal, there could be no question of including these regimes in the new Europe, although they might enter the wider NATO coalition organized under American leadership. The European community was democratic or it was nothing. It could count on socialist support and communist hostility, especially in Italy, France, and Belgium. The German Social Democrats proved slow and reluctant converts, their leader Kurt Schumacher preferring to chase the rainbow of German unification. When this aim proved unattainable, German socialism added its considerable weight to the FOR's making FOR West European unification. European federalism was in its origins a continental movement in which the British did not take an active part because they were still under the illusion that the United Kingdom was the centre of a world empire. This did not prevent Churchill from accepting the post of President of Honour when a Congress of Europe was held at The Hague from 8 to May 10, 1948, with 713 delegates from 16 countries present. They could afford to feel hopeful. FOR on March 17, 1948 the governments of Britain, France, Belgium, Holland, and Luxembourg had signed the Brussels Treaty providing FOR the creation of a consultative council of foreign ministers. The European Movement International Committee set up on October 25, 1948 was once again headed by Churchill, flanked by M. Leon Blum FOR France, M. Paul-Henri Spaak FOR Belgium and Senior Alcide de Gasperi representing Italy. The subsequent agreement to establish a committee of ministers and a consultative assembly, together forming the Council of Europe, almost coincided with the signing of the North Atlantic Treaty on April 4, 1949. The British took part, not least because the Americans strongly favored the progressively closer integration of the FREE nations of Western Europe. But the British continued to regard themselves as a link between Europe and the United States, an attitude made clear by British delegates of all parties in the subsequent meetings of the European Assembly at Strasbourg. Since the Assembly, unlike the Council of Ministers, was a parliamentary body consisting of members of the various national legislatures acting in their individual capacities, these expressions of feeling may be regarded as having been spontaneous and unrehearsed. London's attitude to European federalism began to change only in the 1960s when the Commonwealth had begun to dissolve, while the United Kingdom was falling behind its continental neighbours in the economic race. The movement ran parallel with the economic restoration of Western Europe as such. The USSR having refused to take part in the post-war American endeavours to put the European economy back on its feet, the key organization turned into a West European one. By April 1948, 16 associated governments had established the organization FOR European Economic Cooperation, to which Western Germany was admitted in October 1949. The United States and Canada became observer members of the organization in 1950, and subsequently cooperation was developed impartially with Communist Yugoslavia and Fascist Spain. 7 By 1960 the original framework had been extended to embrace the United States, Canada, and Japan as FULL members of an organization FOR Economic Cooperation and Development, but it was the earlier OEEC whose establishment coincided with the signing in March 1948 of the Brussels Treaty linking Britain, France, Belgium, the Netherlands, and Luxembourg. Ostensibly directed against a hypothetical German military danger, this agreement preceded by a year the signing in April 1949 of the North Atlantic Treaty by the United States, Canada, and 10 European countries, thereby shielding Western Europe against Russia and institutionalizing the American presence in Europe. In FORM, an alliance among equals, NATO was in FACT so heavily dependent on American air power, and especially nuclear power, as to constitute an American protectorate over Western Europe. Although AFEW ideologists affected to regard it as the forerunner of an Atlantic community, it remained a purely military association within which the United States inevitably predominated. With the waning of the Russian menace in the later 1960s, the tacit recognition by all concerned of the 1945 frontiers and France's ostentatious departure from NATO in 1966-7, it became possible to differentiate between European and Atlantic planning. The original Brussels Treaty of 1948 had already been expanded in 1954 to include the ex-enemies Germany and Italy and renamed Western European Union. This was more than a bureaucratic reshuffle, it pointed to a not so distant future when the West Europeans would become less dependent on American leadership. In 1948, and for some years thereafter, this dependence was overwhelming. The Marshall Plan, so called because its original outline had been suggested by the U.S. Secretary of State, General George Marshall, in a speech made at Harvard University on June 5, 1947, eventually took the form of a European recovery program under which more than $11 billion of aid were made available by 1951 to the principal West European countries. Of this total, Britain received 24%, France 20%, West Germany 11% and Italy 10%. With this help, the West European economies by 1951 recovered their pre-war levels and were able to relax some of their controls over foreign trade and payments. Once this process had been set in motion, it also became possible to think in terms of West European economic integration, whereas in the immediate post-war period the various governments concerned were simply concerned to survive and to rebuild their shattered economies. The increasing role played within NATO by Western Europe, and within Western Europe by France, was bound up with the idiosyncratic personality of Charles de Gaulle, who managed for a decade to place his stamp upon European affairs. 8 By origin and upbringing a conservative aristocrat with authoritarian leanings, de Gaulle in 1940 broke with his class, as well as with the Vichy regime, and transformed himself into a national leader who in 1944-6 presided over a quasi-revolutionary reorganization of society. Recalled to power in 1958 in the midst of the turmoil into which the Algerian War of 1954-62 had plunged his country, he gave it a new constitution, 10 years of stability and an orientation that led away from the idea of an Atlantic Union centered upon the United States. He also presided over an industrial transformation facilitated by the lessening importance of coal and the growing significance of oil, natural gas, electricity, and nuclear energy. The development of nuclear power became a national priority as part of a deliberate attempt to develop a modern technology through an unprecedented concentration on industries. 9 The political thunderbolts which accompanied this silent transformation, foremost among them the Evian Agreement of 1962, which gave independence to Algeria, the two vetoes of 1963 and 1967 on British entry into the common market of the Six, the recognition of Germany's 1945 frontiers, the departure from NATO and the general's public condemnation of American policy in Vietnam and towards China, held the public spellbound and even exerted a certain influence on the comportment of the Soviet government, but in essence de Gaulle did not depart from the European priorities laid down by his socialist and Christian democratic predecessors in office during the stormy years of the Fourth Republic. Franco-German reconciliation remained the keystone of the structure, and the European Economic Community met in 1955-7 by the governments of West Germany, France, Italy, and the three Benelux countries was obstinately defended against Anglo-American encroachments. Indeed, the general's principal reason for excluding the British was widely believed to be his conviction that Britain would act the part of America's Trojan horse. De Gaulle inherited two commitments made by his predecessors, the decision that France should become a nuclear power, and the Rome Treaty of 2 March 5, 1957, inaugurating the European Economic Community, popularly known as the Common Market. He added a third element, resistance to American economic domination. This had become a genuine problem with the growing technological gap between the two halves of the Western world. American capital was not merely being invested in post-war Europe's key industries, it was threatening to turn them into American satellites. The reaction to this challenge took two interrelated forms, Europeanism and the growth of state control. If the USA not merely predominated within the capitalist world, as Britain had done between 1815 and 1914, but actually became the center of all basic decision-making in the economic sphere, the European countries and Japan were bound to sink into the role of clients of an American empire sprawling the globe. This state of affairs might be concealed behind the decorous facade of something called the Atlantic Union, but it would be a genuine empire nonetheless. In point of fact, this did not occur, although in the 1950s there were those who thought it would, especially if the British Empire was liquidated under American pressure. The United States obtained a very large share of world trade and production in the key industries, but the only parts of the world which were really taken over by American capital were Canada and some of the less important Latin American countries. Elsewhere, a balance established itself, not least because Germany and Japan got on their feet much more rapidly than anyone had thought possible in 1950, also because Washington's increasing involvement in the global competition with Moscow encouraged an unproductive outlay upon arms which proved a burden upon the American economy rather than a stimulant. The upshot was that continental Western Europe and Japan managed to hold their own, while British influence declined as Commonwealth markets were increasingly taken over by Britain's American, European and Japanese competitors. American capital investment in Canada, Western Europe, and Japan rose from $7.2 billion in 1949 to $60 billion in 1967, but only Canada was genuinely satellised. During the 1950s and 1960s the key industries of Western Europe and Japan, so FAR/FROM being held back by American competition, developed more rapidly than those of the United States, in part at least because of the massive inflow of American capital and technology. The figures speak for themselves. In 1947 Western Europe's share of international trade had fallen to less than 34% of the global total, whereas by 1965 it had risen to over FORUD, against 18 FOR the USA and Canada combined, while Japan's share rose from less than 1% to 4.5% of the world aggregate, including the Soviet-controlled Eastern Bloc. In 1967 the USA produced 1.81 million tons of crude iron, against 90 million FOR the 6 of the EEC, 24.2 million FOR Britain and 62.1 million FOR Japan. In car production the relevant figures in that year were 7 feet 4 inches million FOR the USA, 5.7 million FOR the EEC, 1 foot 5 inches million FOR Britain and 3 feet 1 inch million FOR Japan. It was the same story in most other branches of production, and overall the combined output of all the Western European countries, including Britain, had by 1965 reached 70% of the US total. Even though some key industries, notably cars and computers, had been largely taken over by American capital, it would have been absurd to speak of Western Europe being colonized by the USA. The growth of the public sector in Britain, France, and Italy was a sufficient guarantee against this happening. As FOR Western Germany and Japan, their relative FREDM/FROM, the burden of unproductive arms expenditure, joined to the other FATers which had enabled them to industrialize rapidly in the past, ensured their economic independence and even enabled them to invade the American domestic market for durable consumer goods. 12 Why then did American capital influx nonetheless act as a spur to Europeanization? Principally because it was concentrated in certain key sectors in which the technological gap between the USA and the various European nation-states threatened to become permanent. In 1965 the European Economic Commission in Brussels estimated that 80% of common market computer production, 24% of the motor industry, 15% of synthetic rubber output and 10% of petrochemicals were being managed by American subsidiaries. 13 This circumstance gave rise to the alarmist forecast that American industry in Europe would by 1980 overshadow its native competitors. European big business responded with a series of mergers, while the governments of the six increasingly tightened the institutional framework laid down in the Treaty of Rome. There were in fact two possible reactions to the American challenge, Gaullism and Europeanism, and both came into play during the later I-960s, on occasion in such a manner as to counteract each other. Ultimately, the reason why both the more committed Europeans among the six and important sectors of British public opinion had by 1970 become convert to supranationalism lay in the disparity between the American industrial giants and their European competitors. If cooperation in scientific research could give rise to the highly successful European Centre for Nuclear Research at Geneva, there was no apparent reason why the process should not be extended to the aerospace industries, telecommunications, electronics, chemicals and other key industries. Whether this kind of fusion necessitated a corresponding degree of political supranationalism, ultimately leading perhaps to a popularly elected European Parliament with genuine powers of control, continued to be debated, as did the merits of British participation in the EEC. But the trend towards Europeanization was unmistakable, extending as it did from business mergers to the increased mobility of labor. The point which needs stressing is that the original drive after 1945 came from politicians and intellectuals who were far ahead of the businessmen in their respective countries. Two disastrous wars had broken the deeply rooted nationalism of the masses in the leading European countries and given a unique opportunity to a political elite which at a decisive moment was able to turn Europeanism into a popular creed. That it did so in response to the Soviet-American antagonism is indisputable. That European federalism was never anything but an ideological veil cast over the reality of capitalist interpenetration is a fantasy entertained by people who have transformed Marxism into the most tedious kind of economic determinism. What lay at the back of the European movement in the 1950s was not cartelization but the common experience of the resistance movement, plus democratic convictions and the will to make an end of senseless interstate rivalries. This kind of political idealism, ably exploited by social democratic and Christian democratic politicians who for a brief period held power in their respective countries, was strong enough to override the FERs of the business community, which had to be dragged into the common market very much against its protectionist inclinations. This is how history really operates, which is why even the most perceptive economists rarely prove good prophets where the actual march of events is concerned. European supranationalism in its more ambitious form having proved inapplicable to Britain and Scandinavia, the Franco-German alliance already referred to became the core of the EEC, whose members committed themselves to do away with internal customs duties and establish a single external tariff within 12 to 15 years, to let capital and labor cross national frontiers, and to equate their respective social policies. While all this was going on, Britain proposed a free trade area embracing the 6 as a unit and the 11 remaining members of the OEEC. Within this area, internal barriers to industrial, but not to agricultural trade would be eliminated, there would be no common external tariff, and each associate would maintain existing preferences, such as the imperial preferences granted by Britain to Australia, New Zealand and other overseas territories. Nothing came of this scheme, and Britain was thrown back upon the EFTA association with Scandinavia, Austria, Switzerland, and Portugal, until Europeanism gained the upper hand after 1970.14. The question why Britain did not in this period achieve a growth rate comparable with that of its main continental competitors has been endlessly debated. 15 Perhaps the only statement that would commend itself to all the participants in this discussion is the retrospective recognition that Britain entered the 1905 with an overvalued currency. But it would seem that the slowdown had started already in 1955, when the post-war boom was over. The subsequent failure to sustain growth at a steady rate of 3 or 4% annually cost the country thousands of millions of pounds, reduced its share of world trade, left British goods unable to compete in foreign markets, and in the end precipitated a devaluation of the pound in November 1967, following an earlier and even more drastic one in 1949, the explanation avowed by some economists, that an excessive concern for the defense of the sterling area led to an obsession with the balance of payments, at the expense of industrial growth, raised the question whether the interests of the City of London were not in some ways incompatible with rapid industrial development. Successive governments tried and failed to maintain a balance between these conflicting claims. The problem was not peculiar to Britain, but the Continentals, West Germany above all, were more successful in solving it. Paradoxically, the Germans were favored by the absence of heavy defense requirements, which left their industries free to concentrate on the production of export goods. Overall, West Germany combined rapid growth with a much smaller rise in prices than that experienced by Britain. Between 1950 and 1960, consumer prices at home rose by 50% in Britain, compared to only 20% in West Germany. During the same period British industrial output grew by about 40%, while German output more than doubled L6. It was substantially the same story during the 1960s, when moreover German real wages began to outpace those paid to British workers, whose gains were largely fictitious, being wiped out by rising prices. France, Italy, and the Benelux countries were also substantially more successful in raising their growth rates. The basic feature of the post-war period in FACT was the relatively slow expansion of the British economy compared to that of its rivals. This circumstance was at first overlaid by the catastrophic military defeats inflicted on Germany, Italy, and Japan, and the devastation suffered by France and the Low Countries as a result of the German occupation. But once the immediate consequences of the war had worn off, these countries in the 1950s and 1960s began to outpace the United Kingdom. Taking the decade 1953-4 to 1963-4, Britain's rate of growth is estimated to have been 2 feet 7 inches % a year, as against 4 feet 9 inches % in France, 5 feet 6 inches in Italy, 6% in Germany, and no less than 9.6% in Japan. L7 setting aside the abnormal Japanese performance, which reflected that country's belated industrialization, the difference between British and continental growth rates had become very marked by the 1970s, causing some leading economists to wonder whether built-in structural obstacles might not have to be regarded as permanent. One avowed popular explanation, namely that Britain had, as a result of the war, lost its inherited wealth, was simply due to ignorance. As late as 1950, when receipts from overseas investments were known to be greater than before the war, ministerial statements claimed that all overseas investments had been lost. 18 Subsequently, a heavy outflow of capital to the Sterling area and other regions yielded a mounting income, which served to mask the relative failure of exports to expand with sufficient rapidity to make up for the growth of imports whenever the country approached a condition of near full employment. The crucial failure lay in inadequate capital formation, lack of competitive ability and a consequent shrinkage of Britain's relative share in a rapidly expanding world market. Even so, national income increased from 1950 to 1966 by 9% in total and by 34% per person employed, more rapidly than during any comparable period in the past. What matters in a competitive war however, is not so much absolute progress as growth in relation to actual and potential rivals. In relative terms, Britain was near the bottom of the growth stakes over the whole period since 1950. 20 The USA, whose performance was even worse, started from a much higher absolute level of income and was less dependent on foreign trade. It is of course arguable that real progress in welfare terms is not measurable, and that if people choose to take their increased wealth in the form of greater leisure rather than more goods, this does not represent a check to economic advance. Healthy city environments, comfortable travel conditions and other public amenities are part of welfare, and an addition to physical output incurred at the expense of a greater cost in noise, smell, dirt, or destruction of beauty is not a growth of welfare but a diminution of it. There would, nevertheless, have had to be an extremely large systematic bias against continental countries and in favor of Britain in changes in leisure, or in other unmeasured amenities, or in the statistical comparability of the figures, to bridge the gap shown in growth rates for the period as a whole. 21. On balance, it seems that a greater emphasis on welfare or leisure cannot account for Britain's relatively poor economic performance during this period, and that the continental countries, with Sweden and Switzerland in the lead, followed at a distance by the 6 of the EEC, were at least equally successful in making increased provision for social and cultural purposes, from old age pensions to socialized medicine and paid holidays. In none of them did any significant distribution of wealth take place, but living standards rose faster on the continent. Several of them, notably France, were also more successful in adapting to the new age of state planning and conscious control of the economy. 22 If central planning is the basic feature of the new capitalism, it must be thought a minor paradox that the homeland of Keynesian economics proved relatively resistant to the theory and practice of governmental direction of the economy, and that it did so under Labour and Tory governments alike. Another unchanging feature throughout the 1950s and 1960s was the readiness of successive British governments to shoulder the burden of the sterling area. In essence, this was a combination of nations, for the most part belonging to the Commonwealth, in whose monetary transactions the pound sterling served as the medium of payment and as a security. For the local currency. This mechanism provided them with a means for settling their mutual accounts without the restrictions imposed elsewhere by the shortage of dollars. But from the British point of view, the sterling balances held in London were not an unmixed benefit. They represented a large volume of foreign indebtedness, between £3,000 million and £4,000 million in the 1960s, and an obligation to defend the pound sterling as a medium of payment for a volume of commercial transactions greatly in excess of Britain's own foreign trade and her gold reserves. Whenever the British balance of payments showed a deficit, there was a tendency for sterling holders to convert into dollars or other currencies, thus threatening the central reserves. The British bank rate had to be kept high in order to retain foreign funds in London, and the resulting annual cost of servicing the sterling balances grew into a heavy burden. In so far as these debt charges had to be remitted abroad, they aggravated the payments unbalance which the high interest rates were meant to alleviate. By 1970 the whole system, ultimately an inheritance from the imperial past, had become so burdensome that Britain's projected entry into the European Economic Community of the Six came to be linked with schemes for terminating the sterling area as such. It was one symptom among several which to foreign observers suggested that after 1945 the United Kingdom had assumed military and financial obligations disproportionate to its strength. BSOCEL Trend DS. It has already been made plain in the course OFR survey that the Europe of this chapter is not the geographer's Europe, which is usually defined as the area north of the Bosphorus and west of the Ural Mountains, thus including the Soviet satellites of Eastern Europe, as well as a large portion of the USSR itself. The designation Western Europe is not wholly satisfactory either, for some parts of Eastern Europe are further west than Greece, Finland, or Yugoslavia. For practical purposes, the term Western Europe is commonly used interchangeably with Europe, so as to specify the group of countries not included in the Soviet Empire, but if cultural criteria are applied, Turkey forms part of the Middle East, whereas East Germany, Poland, Hungary, Romania, and Czechoslovakia unquestionably belong to Europe. In terms of the political nomenclature invented in 1948-9, it was plainly absurd to include Spain within a region bearing the proud title the Free World. There is no satisfactory solution of the problem, and there will be none until the Russian and American armies, whose vanguards met on the River Elbe in 1945, have returned to their respective homelands. Once this has occurred, the relevance of Poland's centrally planned economy to the European status of that country will appear in its true light, that is to say, it will be generally accepted as wholly irrelevant. The plain fact is that the division of Europe into two blocks respectively controlled from Washington and Moscow has imposed a terminology for which there is no historical justification. This judgment differs from the opinion expressed by two historians who in 1966 concluded an account of independent Eastern Europe with the words, "With 1945, in any case, an entirely new era begins." In that year the flame of independence, where it had still flickered on throughout the war, was blown out in all Eastern Europe except in the peripheral states of Finland, Austria, Greece, and Turkey. 3 years later it sprang up again in Yugoslavia, but this did not alter the truth that the independent Eastern Europe of our pages no longer existed. 23. The standard American viewpoint was formulated in 1961 by an influential group of scholars for whom Europe had come to signify the group of countries bound together in the OECD, which did not include Finland, but did include Turkey. 24 Yugoslavia was left out, on the grounds that its centrally planned economy implied a wholly eastward orientation. This criterion is quite arbitrary, to say nothing of the fact that in recent years Yugoslavia has become heavily dependent on Western Germany and Austria as outlets for its surplus labor. The sensible procedure consists in ignoring politico-military structures such as NATO and the Warsaw Pact. This is not to say that the historic division between Eastern and Western Europe has lost its significance. It has, if anything, been accentuated by the consequences of the Second World War. On the other hand, the difficulty Moscow has been having in imposing its rule upon Eastern and Central Europe points to the importance of not making too much of political frontiers. Culturally, Europe represents a unity quite distinct from the Eurasian landmass of the USSR on the one hand, the United States on the other. It is arguable that in 1914 Russia formed part of Europe, and it is probable that some of its dissident intellectuals today would like to resort to this state of affairs, but for our purpose the USSR, as presently constituted, is a Eurasian empire midway between Europe and Asia. As for the East European countries of the Soviet bloc, their political fate is linked to that of the USSR, and so is the management of their state-controlled economies. The latter feature does not render them less European, but it imposes a need to treat them separately whenever one generalizes about socio-political trends. To the invisible nexus linking Western Europe and North America there corresponds the forcible integration of the East European economies with that of the Soviet Union. Where this process was momentarily threatened, as in Czechoslovakia in 1968, the connection was restored by military force. For political purposes, Europe remains divided. In what FOLOs, the Soviet bloc is for the most part ignored and attention is mainly focused upon Western Europe plus its appendages. Students concerned to analyze the Soviet model have ample material at their disposal. To us at first glance it might seem that concepts such as industrial society, technological change or the managerial revolution supply a means of theorizing on a continental scale, without troubling about political or ideological frontiers. Thus even though one may agree that Europe was absent at Yalta and Potsdam, and has been non-existent as a political entity ever since, it is arguable that this does not really matter because the fundamental convergence of the two great power blocs, in the age of space rivalry and the computer, will bring about a common civilization. There is indeed a level of scientific generality at which politics ceases to be important, but then the same is true of table tennis. In 1944, Ernest Bevin, since 1940 Churchill's colleague as Minister of Labour in the wartime coalition government, declared, "I think it is true to say that science has not merely a place in industry, but does in fact dominate it now too." 6 more was to be heard of this technological enthusiasm in the years that followed, culminating in the general explosion of Ealing in 1969, when a team of American space explorers made the first successful landing on the surface of the Moon. Soviet-American rivalry in this sphere underscored the effective absence of Europe from any serious international power competition since 1945. In this perspective, the political frontier separating Eastern from Western Europe was in fact negligible, a circumstance which in the 1970s gave additional impetus to the movement for Western European integration, better half a loaf than nothing at all. Yet convergence in this domain is more likely to perpetuate the space race between the USA and the USSR than to promote the unification of Europe. As for the trend towards managerialism, in concrete terms, the replacement of the owner-manager by the salaried manager tout court it has for decades been going forward all over the world, without for that reason making much of an impact upon the political divisions separating the two halves of the European continent. 2.7 For that matter, the divorce of ownership from control was noted by Marx in the 3rd volume of Capital, a century before there was any talk about technocratic managerialism overcoming the East-West split. The fact is that all these sociological insights have very little bearing upon our perception of the actual historical process. Stalinism and fascism had much in common, and Stalin murdered more communists than did all the fascist regimes combined. This did not prevent the 1941-5 war between Germany and Russia from being the bloodiest in history. Convergence between East and West will have to become a reality at the level of political decision-making before there is any let-up in the Cold War. The mere emergence 32.1 of a managerial stratum within the increasingly industrialized societies of Western and Eastern Europe is not by itself going to promote significant political changes, and the same applies to the new technology. It is nonetheless a fact that since 1945 the world has witnessed a rate of technological progress more rapid and widespread than anything that occurred before this date. If one is determined to disregard political frontiers, one may note that the modern aircraft industry was for the most part a post-war development. The same applies to electronics, the production not only of radio and television equipment, but of various electronic devices for measurements, signals, and telecommunication, as well as computers and transfer devices which form the basis of the modern automation and cybernetic techniques. The coming of the transistor in the 1950s opened a new era. Modern plastics, synthetic resins, and man-made fibers were for the most part post-war commodities, products of the new hydrocarbon chemistry and the petrochemical industry based on it. 28 The civilian use of atomic power, although still in its infancy by the 1970s, promised to inaugurate the greatest revolution of all. Among numberless other inventions, the use of satellites to scan clouds over the world and to assist in the study of weather conditions foreshadowed a time when it may become possible to control the weather, thereby increasing rainfall in arid regions. 29 A great deal of the new technology originated in the 1939-45 war and was put to peaceful uses thereafter. Most of the radio and radar development of the 1950s and 1960s stemmed from the war years, and the same applies to electronics and computer techniques. The new petrochemical industry owed its development to the technology of high-octane fuels required for the last generation of reciprocating aircraft engines, as well as to the German and American search for synthetic rubbers and petrols. As for the military and space stimulus behind the theory and practice of rocketry, it requires no special emphasis. On the principle that scientific, technical, and economic developments are bound to interact, it is plausible to conclude that the technological speed-up since 1945 must in the end reflect itself in the political sphere. Hitherto it has done so primarily by encouraging an arms race and a space race from which Europe is effectively excluded. The political fragmentation of the continent has obviously been responsible, and on these grounds it has been possible for historians to suggest that the two wars of 1914-18 and 1939-45 did for Europe what the Peloponnesian War did for Greece. In this perspective, the debate over the respective merits of capitalism and socialism is obviously irrelevant, at any rate if it is conducted along the lines of the East-West dialogue. What is not irrelevant is the notion that if central planning of the sort practiced in France since 1946 were extended to the whole of Western Europe, or at least to the EEC, the foundation could be laid for a federal government in charge of the West European economy. Such proposals have in fact been advanced from time to time by French spokesmen concerned to make Western Europe less dependent on the United States. The link between technological change, economic growthmanship and long-term political planning is evident when one considers that the interpenetration of European and American capital and technology has taken place precisely in the newer industries just mentioned. The fact that France should have taken the lead in this field is attributable to a complex of political and intellectual attitudes, some of which antedate the 1940s. National planning was invested with a special mystique by the Gaullist regime in 1946, and once more after 1958, but the ideas behind it were of socialist origin. The same set of attitudes underlay much of European federalism, with the obvious proviso that the supranational aspect of Europeanism was unacceptable to Frenchmen who had made a fetish of national planning in order to overcome France's industrial backwardness. Once the principle of conscious control had been accepted by nationalists and federalists alike, it was possible to conduct a rational debate on the subject of investing the concept of Western European planning with an operational meaning. The question then was to what extent the national state would have to be transcended, in the interest of giving Western Europe a technological armature adequate to the new age. For obvious reasons, a corresponding discussion could not be conducted in Eastern Europe, at any rate not in public. The trend away from nationalism there took the form of subordination to the USSR in the name of international socialism. One may regard this as a perversion of an intrinsically sound idea. Be that as it may, the respective merits of a fédéraliste Europe and an Europe de patries were debated in the West, principally within France and, at the governmental level, between the French and their West European partners in the EEC. To what extent national planning on the French post-war model was compatible with European planning had by the 1970s become a key problem in international relations. 31 French central planning went through several stages. Its immediate post-war sponsors included de Gaulle and Jean Monnet, who in January 1946 cooperated in the establishment of a planning commissariat for the purpose of drawing up a plan of modernization. During the hectic years of the Fourth Republic, between 1946 and 1958, planning was largely carried on by the bureaucracy behind the back of Parliament, but with its general consent. A typical device of this period was the Loi Programme, a legislative arrangement introduced by M. Mendes France, when he was briefly Prime Minister in 1954, to allow the planners to draw on public funds independently of the annual budget. In this as in other respects, Mendesism turned out to be a precursor of Gaullism, a circumstance not observed by the literary intelligentsia of the Court or Latin, but noted with interest by sociologists. With the advent of the Fifth Republic in 1958, national economic planning became the established doctrine of the regime. France now had a government which prided itself on an indifference to short-term considerations and on its exclusive concern with the permanent interests of the nation. The plan was its chosen medium for expressing this fact in the field of economic and social affairs. 3. None of this would have been possible if in 1944-7 a large sector of French industry and banking had not been nationalized in the first flush of post-war enthusiasm, but the planning technique also required an interventionist spirit on the part of the higher echelons in the bureaucracy, ultimately a Saint-Simonian inheritance to which there was the Fabian equivalent in Britain. As noted before, the French were more successful in this sphere than the British, who even under nominally socialist governments in 1945-51 and 1964-70 were held back by an inherited reluctance to invest the central political authorities with genuine power to plan the shape of the national economy. France, and the same applies to Italy, had to overcome economic backwardness, and this circumstance acted as a spur to central planning, which by its nature is most effective where it is a question of concentrating the modernization process in selected key industries. In West Germany, where state control had acquired a bad reputation during the Third Reich, planning was nonetheless effectively pursued by tacit connivance between the political authorities, the trade unions and the leading banks. 33 In Austria the socialist component was stronger, and the same applies to Holland, Belgium, and the Scandinavian countries. Overall, the mixed economy came to rest upon a balance of public and private planning even in the absence of a large public sector. To this M. Mendes France in 1962 added the startling, but very sensible, idea of supplementing the elected legislature with a second chamber openly devoted to the representation of economic interest groups. 3 The Italians for their part benefited from that aspect of the fascist legacy which dated back to Mussolini's socialist past, his insistence that economic liberalism was inadequate to the task of industrializing the country. As the consequent proliferation of nationalized and semi-public enterprises was of great help when the post-war democratic regime set about the task of modernization in earnest. The essential point about socialism had always been its refusal to accept the decisions of the marketplace as a necessary guide to action. In any underdeveloped country, and Italy in the 1920s was merely poised on the brink of takeoff, the political authority must see to it that long-term economic interests are made to prevail, even if the sum total of individual short-term producer decisions points in another direction. Italian socialism having missed the boat after 1919, the political right gained mass. 324. Support FOR its program with the help of nationalist slogans, and then imposed a dictatorship which did away with parliament and individual liberties. After 1945, the reverse took place. Fascism having been discredited, the democratic center-left promoted economic modernization by discreetly using the tools of the discarded political regime it had come to replace. There was no return to the sort of economic liberalism which between 1870 and 1913 had given Italy the lowest growth rate in Western Europe, thereby promoting mass emigration to North and South America and ultimately discrediting liberal democracy as such. The change can be read off from the following table compiled in the 1960s by professional economists with no political axe to grind. What makes the Italian performance after the Second World War so remarkable is that Italy was the most extreme example of public enterprise and intervention in Western Europe, followed at a short distance by Austria, where the socialists had won political control after 1945. The state's activities were more extensive even, though less coherent, than in France. Economic leftovers of fascism, such as the Istituto per la Ricostruzione Industriale, were placed in the service of economic growth, the prime aim being to build up quasi-monopolistic giants in modern industry, whether privately owned or ultimately nationalized, to serve as pacemakers for the rest. The classic case was the Ente Nazionale Idrocarburi Fondato in 1953 to take charge of oil and natural gas. Although belonging to the public sector, it was run on capitalist lines, thus giving rise to a hybrid typical of the new age of mixed public and corporate planning. Together, IRI and ENI were responsible in the early 1960s for over one-fifth of all capital investment in industry and transport. 36 The great achievement of ENI was the development of Italy's recently discovered reserves of natural gas. It is questionable whether this could have been done without a lavish outpouring of 325. Public money. Public sector intervention to speed the rate of growth thus became an aspect of the new planned and controlled capitalism. It was not socialism, the workers had no say in the matter, but it was not traditional liberalism either. Industrialization, notably in France and Italy, but also in the other West European countries, was bound to affect the class structure, inasmuch as it diminished the number of people employed in agriculture. If reliable statistics were available for the Soviet bloc, it would be possible to compare the relative impact of capitalist and state socialist forms of modernization upon the composition of the population. In principle, urbanization gives rise to social problems quite irrespective of whether the means of industrial production are state-owned or belong to private firms. The chief advantage of state ownership and central planning lies in the increased power the system conveys upon the authorities responsible for making economic growth rhyme with social priorities such as housing. Inversely, the responsible politicians and administrators in a system of the Stalinist type cannot take shelter behind impersonal economic changes imposed by the market. Any decisions affecting the wage level or the general well-being of the population are immediately traceable to the political authorities, in the case of Eastern Europe to the leadership of the Communist Party. Hence the dramatic events in Poland in December 1970, when a price rise decreed by the central authorities 10 days before Christmas detonated a series of bloody riots, which might have turned into a general strike and a popular uprising if the political leadership had not hastily retreated, in the process discarding the veteran general secretary of the party and replacing him by a relative newcomer with a reputation for being a technocrat more interested in economic performance than in political doctrine. The advantage of possessing a democratic mechanism for the solution of social conflicts was made manifest in May 1968, when a general strike in France involving 10 million workers and the entire student population was settled at the expense of only half a dozen lives, whereas the Polish insurrection of December 1970 reputedly resulted in the killing of hundreds of people by the security forces. The contrast was the more glaring in that Poland was officially declared to be a socialist country, albeit the majority of the population was still engaged in private farming, an earlier attempt at collectivization on the Russian model having been abandoned in 1956, when the more rigid Stalinists made way for a new leadership headed by Władysław Gomułka. By 1970 the one-time rebel against Soviet orthodoxy had in his turn become the chief obstacle to administrative reforms propagated by the younger and less hidebound leaders of the party apparatus. The question to what extent this cycle was due to the institutional shortcomings of the system continued to be the principal issue at stake between Lenin's followers and socialists who remembered Rosa Luxemburg's warning that socialism without democracy was bound to turn into a monstrosity. Meanwhile the industrialization of Poland went on, though apparently at a less rapid pace than that of Italy, where similar strains on occasion likewise expressed themselves in street riots, but in principle were manageable through the familiar mechanism of liberal democracy. The polar opposite to the Polish regime was supplied by Spain, where military dictatorship went hand in hand with the growing political influence of a Roman Catholic secret society organized on hierarchical lines and prominent in the country's political and administrative elite, the Opus Dei. The fact that Poland, Spain, and Italy, albeit governed on very different lines, all belonged to a group of Catholic countries which had begun to industrialize in earnest at a relatively late date, supplied the historian with fascinating topics not reducible to partisan slogans. The least that could be said, taking the performance of these three countries since 1920 as a whole, was that communism and fascism both seemed to flourish against a background of relative economic stagnation which had somehow to be broken by political means. In Italy the stage had been passed by 1945, when fascism collapsed. In Spain and Poland, democracy appeared to those in control to be incompatible with social order as late as the 1970s. The same applied to Greece, a country governed in 1970 along familiar authoritarian lines by a group of provincial militarists bereft of anything in the nature of a coherent ideology. 37 If one abstracts once more from differences in the political system, Eastern and Western Europe alike said the same basic problem in the 1950s and 1960s. The peasantry had to be safeguarded at an acceptable economic level, while industrialization was being speeded up. The towns required a FOOD surplus which could only be obtained if farming became more productive, at the same time that industry needed workers who could only come from the land. Agriculture, that is to say, was expected to feed the growing population, to contribute to exports and to provide manpower for industry. The problem was not insoluble, given a sharp rise in agricultural productivity such that diminishing numbers of peasant farmers turned out a growing surplus of food. Those European countries where electoral democracy put pressure on the authorities to safeguard the peasantry's social standing adopted policies designed to secure farmers and their laborers' incomes comparable with those of the urban population. In France this aim, which was anyhow in tune with Gaullist social philosophy, found expression in the Loi d'orientation of 1960 designed to establish economic and social parity between farming and other sectors of the economy. In West Germany the agricultural law of 1955 was drawn up with similar aims in view, and the same applies to the Austrian legislation of 1960.38. These legislative enterprises had the incidental effect of reinforcing the electoral clientele of conservative movements, while the flight from the land, which occurred nonetheless, enlarged the mass basis of socialist and communist parties. British farming being for the most part in the hands of large and medium-sized commercial producers, the problem of protecting the peasantry did not arise in the United Kingdom. Not so on the continent, where for the first time in history the entire peasant economy as such said the prospect of complete erosion. 39 If the small family farm was no longer viable as the most productive form of agricultural enterprise, the choice lay between cooperation and large-scale commercialist farming of the British type. This was by far the most explosive socio-political issue of the period beginning in the I-950s, when the proportion of non-viable farming units, that is, units too small to provide their occupants with adequate sustenance, was estimated to vary from 40% in France to 64% in Italy. 40 Under these conditions, the movement of population away from agriculture posed a social problem which the West European governments and the EEC tried to solve by massive subsidies at the expense of the urban consumer. The chief legislative instrument to this end was price support, coupled with measures designed to create viable farming units in place of the ancient small-scale peasant agriculture inherited from the past. By 1970 most West European countries were more or less commit to such legislation. The object was to shield the family farm. During a transitional period until the attainment of a new equilibrium, when farming would at last become sufficiently productive to secure for all land workers incomes comparable with those in industrial employments. The most optimistic forecasts did not expect such a state of affairs to occur before the IGSOS, and then only on the assumption that the proportion of the peasantry within the total population would in the 328 meantime have declined by a half or two-thirds. Whether this process would leave the family farm intact, at least for the remainder of those staying on the land and equipped with modern implements, was a matter for debate. Doubt on this score accounted for the fact that even in Scandinavia agrarian conservatism continued to hinder the formation of socialist governments based on stable majorities. In West Germany, France, and Italy, where the problem was more acute because of the vast proportion of non-viable farming units, political conservatism drew what sustenance it possessed from the belief that left-wing governments would prove unsympathetic to the preservation of the peasantry. This circumstance in turn induced the French and Italian communist parties to pose, more or less successfully, as defenders of the family farm against the inroads of capitalism and mechanization. Because of the close connection between economic change and alterations in the social structure, the maintenance of a satisfactory urban-rural balance became a political issue in all the countries under review, including those that did not possess the institutions of political democracy, and where in consequence the authorities could proceed by decree. Industrialization had priority in Eastern and Western Europe alike, with the difference that the West European governments had to pay closer attention to what the populations under their control actually wanted. In a semi-planned economy of the French type, crowned by political institutions of a democratic kind, the resultant tug between the planners and the defenders of traditional peasant farming normally resulted in a compromise. In Eastern Europe the post-1948 communist regimes proved very effective in overriding both peasant attitudes and consumer interests, at the expense of a gigantic political convulsion in Hungary and two minor ones in Poland. Yugoslavia found an uneasy solution by accepting economic aid from the West and allowing its unemployed to seek work abroad. Czechoslovakia, already fully industrialized in 1948 and thus in no need of Stalinist surgery, watched its industries falling below the pre-war level in comparative efficiency, the reason being quite simply that the country had been integrated into a political bloc dominated by the Soviet Union with its backward economy. East Germany escaped a similar fate through concentrated capital investment in modern industry and became the most efficient producer of the Soviet-controlled bloc. In the West, Britain had by 1970 fallen behind the Federal German Republic, a country of roughly comparable size and population. This may have been due in part to the higher quality of technical training in Germany, a feature of that country's progress since the early years of century. 41 The trouble is that while there is plainly a connection between technical education and technological progress, the available evidence does not permit a clear-cut reply to the question why the pace of Techno 329 logical advance should have differed markedly as between one West European country and another over a given period. On almost every count popular education in the United Kingdom progressed further and faster since 1945, or indeed since 1920, than elsewhere in Europe. As a result, British educational levels, judged by purely material standards, had by the early 60s risen as high, or even higher, than in almost any other country. On some counts the Belgian record was almost equally good, whereas that of Germany and Sweden, the paragons of economic and educational virtues, stood rather 10°c2. These circumstances suggest that while in broad historical perspective there is some correlation between education and economic growth, specific performances over relatively short periods cannot be attributed to a single factor such as the provision of higher education. Other things being equal, managerial ability and traditional attitudes on the part of organized labor evidently play a decisive role in raising or lowering the level of competitive efficiency. Other things evidently include governmental willingness and ability to operate the monetary mechanism available since the 1930s as a consequence of the so-called Keynesian revolution. On the other hand, the British experience since 1945 demonstrates that a national commitment to the avoidance of heavy unemployment is not by itself sufficient to overcome built-in handicaps inherited from the past, while the sensational progress of Japan shows what can be done by a country which concentrates its resources on technological innovation, and does so unhampered by the need to keep declining industries going. It must be emphasized that Keynesian monetary management, or even commitment to full employment, has nothing whatever to do with socialism. The latter term acquires significance only at the level of political decision-making having to do with priorities set by a national plan which aims at something more than the maximum rate of growth. Planning is socialist to the extent that it runs counter to market decisions based on profit expectations. For this reason, capitalist planning is a meaningless term, unless it is simply taken to signify the coordination of all the major decisions made by monopolistic firms in their respective branches of production. Some such coordination may impose itself even where the central political authorities have no aim beyond the steady enlargement of the aggregate volume of output. Socialism comes into play only at the stage where the planners consciously set themselves aims other than those which the market would produce if left to itself. 43 The Stalinist extreme of a totally state-owned economy, run by planners not subject to any sort of democratic control, may be treated as a perversion of what is undoubtedly central to socialism, namely the belief that the market cannot be left to decide what sort of shape society should take. 33-0. This is because market prices do not measure social costs, quite apart from the fact that under the conditions of monopolistic capitalism consumer choice is largely illusory. The only consistent defense of a market economy rests upon the supposition that market prices reflect the priorities of individual consumers. But even if this were the case, the sum total of all individual decisions may result in the virtual destruction of social benefits and amenities which in principle ought to be available to all citizens. Because the market cannot measure social values, the public authorities are obliged to step in, to the end of imposing a minimum of rationality, not to mention social goals such as equality, over which public opinion divides at election time, if the political process permits free discussion. Where it does not do so, bureaucrats and technocrats are free to plan, but only Stalinists or fascists are likely to welcome the result. An attempt must now be made to extract the general significance, if any, of the economic and socio-political changes described in the two preceding sections. Fortunately, it is possible to do this without becoming involved in the not very fascinating debate over the respective merits of Marx's and Max Weber's approach, a debate which has now been going on for over half a century. Marx's theory of social change, often condemned as monocausal and determinist, is in fact neither. 45 But those who, for some reason or other, dislike it can turn to Weber and his disciples for an alternative approach which likewise has the merit of focusing attention upon the problem of relating technological and social changes to each other. 46 For the purpose of this section it makes no great difference whether one starts from Marx or Weber, or from the eclectic compromise between them proposed by Karl Mannheim. 47 This is because both Marx and Weber proceed from the assumption that there exists a complex interconnection between material and immaterial factors in social change. In Marx's theory, the productive forces are the determining factor, but only in the last resort, and moreover they include the input of science and technology. This makes it unnecessary to transpose the argument to the philosophical plane. If the development of the productive forces is increasingly dependent upon the growth of science, the distinction between material and non-material factors loses much of the importance it possessed in the 19th century. The situation here is analogous to the interrelation between base and superstructure, to employ the familiar Marxian terms. Central planning, whether of the capitalist or the socialist variety, is incompatible with the maintenance of a rigid conceptual barrier between forces of production and relations of 33.1. Production, since planning consists in remodeling the economic substructure in the light of what the planners conceive as rational social goals. These goals may be the ideological reflex of the existing class structure, but they may also run counter to it, in which case we have the phenomenon commonly known as a revolution. The aims set by the planners reflect norms which in the final analysis are subject to political choice. As for the supposed difference between a sociology that is philosophically loaded and one that is value-free, it has already been noted that Weber's employment of the term rationalization is as crucial to his scheme as the concept of alienation is to Marx. 48. If we now work back from these general considerations to the specific problems briefly discussed in the preceding section, we come up against the question whether there corresponds to the phenomenon of economic planning the emergence of a new class structure and the rise of a new social stratum. Let it be repeated that even if the answer is in the affirmative, nothing in particular follows so far as international relations are concerned. There is no reason why centrally planned societies cannot engage in military hostilities against one another, as well as against third parties. On the evidence of Stalino-fascist collusion and conflict in the 1930s and 1940s, almost anything in this domain is possible. This does not, however, absolve us from the duty of inquiring whether a phenomenon to which the label technocracy can be pinned is in fact about to emerge in East and West alike. If something of the sort is happening, we shall be obliged to conclude that the distinction between capitalist and socialist society, although still valid, has lost some of its significance. We shall also have to raise the question to what extent political democracy is compatible with social technocracy. And lastly, we shall have to take a critical look at the neo-positivist outlook commonly associated with the affirmation that modern society has outgrown the rival ideologies of the 19th century. Now the difficulty is that in order to decide whether technocratic tendencies are present in contemporary society, we must already have some sort of notion of what is meant by technocracy, and this preliminary employment of the term will, in part at least, be guided by a critical diagnosis of the technocratic ideology, as it manifests itself inter alia in contemporary writing. That is to say, we make the assumption that something in the nature of industrial society corresponds to a particular kind of intellectual self-awareness on the part of theorists whom we subsume under a label which they themselves have not chosen. This kind of circle is unavoidable, and the only way to validate the procedure consists in demonstrating that we have in fact stumbled upon a new phenomenon. The critical analysis of the situation takes its necessary starting point from a particular kind of consciousness, but it 332 does not limit itself to the theoretical explanations offered by the ideologists of the system. To take an analogous case, the peculiar rationality of the capitalist market economy could only be grasped after Ricardo, and following him Marx and others, had isolated what was unique about the new mode of production from what it had in common with the production of goods in general. Similarly, the specific nature of technocracy, if there is such a thing, must be something distinct from the general advance of technology, that is to say, from man's methods and tools for manipulating physical forces and material things. 49 It must also be distinct from bureaucracy, which is as old as the state. 50 And lastly, it cannot simply be synonymous with what Weber described as rationality. Either the term technocracy signifies a new historical phenomenon, or it signifies nothing at all. The kind of sudden technological advance which has made large-scale economic organization possible in this century has often been described. A brief resume is to be found in the work of an American sociologist who, towards the end of his career, was also among the critics of what for convenience we may call the new technocratic ethos. Most of the $30-odd billion corporations of today began in the 19th century. Their growth was made possible not only by machine technology but by the now primitive office instruments of typewriters, calculators, telephones and rapid printing, and, of course, the transportation grid. Now the technique of electronic communication and control of information is becoming such that further centralization is entirely possible. Closed-circuit television and the electronic calculator put control of an enormous array of production units, no matter how decentralized such technical units may be, under the control of the man in the front office. The intricately specialized apparatus of the corporation will inevitably be more easily held together and controlled. 51. The social counterpart of this process has attracted the attention of writers who have emphasized the growing divorce of ownership from control. Among a flock of economists, more or less distinguished in their profession, who have popularized this concept, we may choose J.K. Galbraith. With the rise of the modern corporation, the emergence of the organization required by modern technology and planning, and the divorce of the owner of the capital from control of the enterprise, the entrepreneur no longer exists as an individual person, the mature industrial enterprise. Everyday discourse, except in the economics textbooks, recognizes this change. It replaces the entrepreneur, as the directing force of the enterprise, with management. This is a collective and imperfectly defined entity. It includes, however, only a small proportion of those who, as participants, contribute information to group decisions. This latter group is very large. It embraces all who bring specialized knowledge, talent, or experience to group-making decisions. This, not the management, is the guiding intelligence, the brain, of the enterprise. I propose to call this organization the technostructure. 52. The Marxist counterpoint to this technological self-interpretation was provided almost simultaneously by a German philosopher domiciled in the United States, Professor Herbert Marcuse. In the social reality, despite all change, the domination of man by man is still the historical continuum that links pre-technological and technological reason. However, the society which projects and undertakes the technological transformation of nature alters the base of domination by gradually replacing personal dependence with dependence on the objective order of things. To be sure, the objective order of things is itself the result of domination, but it is nevertheless true that domination now generates a higher rationality, that of a society which sustains its hierarchic structure while exploiting ever more efficiently the natural and mental resources, and distributing the benefits of this exploitation on an ever larger scale. The limits of this rationality, and its sinister force, appear in the progressive enslavement of man by a productive apparatus which perpetuates the struggle for existence and extends it to a total international struggle which ruins the lives of those who build and use this apparatus. 63. It has been observed by a German author that Marcuse's vision of applied rationality as a specific historical phenomenon owes something to Husserl and Heidegger. 54. Where he differs from them is in treating the political content of technical progress as the key to the understanding of advanced industrial society. The incessant dynamic of technical progress has become permeated with political content, and the logos of technics has been made into the logos of continued servitude. The liberating force of technology, the instrumentalization of things, turns into a fetter of liberation, the instrumentalization of man. 55. The implication that this state of affairs is peculiar to capitalism is disputed by a French sociologist convinced that technocracy is a phenomenon which respects no political frontiers. No technocrat, even if he be a socialist, likes the disorder of revolutions. Whether it develops under a capitalist or a socialist regime, technocracy presents itself as an assurance against this disorder. By means of progressive reforms, made in good time and with due knowledge of the matter, thanks to the control of economic and social life by appropriate governmental techniques, ranging from credit control and fiscal measures to investment decisions and planification, technocracy claims to be able to avoid revolutionary situations, to prevent economic crises and to regulate social and political conflicts by negotiating procedures among organized interest groups, by the amelioration of living standards and the organization of work, by distributing social benefits, lastly through the diffusion of mass culture and the depoliticization of social problems. Supple planification and the concerted economy are the present French variants of this technocratic reformism. 56. The same author has no doubt that a technocratic ideology already exists and that it is not limited to France, where it obtained public encouragement in the 1960s and found support among influential writers and organs of opinion. This ideology has its roots in Saint-Simonism, in positivism, in the sociology of Thorstein Veblen, in the ideas of Rathenau and Howard Scott. 57. Its principal notions may be summarized as FOLOS: human societies exist for the purpose of developing and for no other. Nature having been tamed by science, the task remains, with the help of the human sciences, to develop the techniques necessary to master human relations. Industrial civilization levels the barriers between classes, races and traditional cultures. The only remaining social stratification is a meritocratic one based on productivity and competence. The ancient political cleavages between the parties, between liberalism and conservatism, capitalism and socialism, are outdated and linked to dead ideologies. The system of boundless wealth production marks the end of ideology and the depoliticization of society. The age of automation leaves only one opposition, that between the planners and the planned. Like those academics who dream of a university without students, the technocrat dreams of a state without citizens. 58. In so far as such tendencies are characteristic of advanced industrial society as such, they apply equally to planned capitalism and to the more bureaucratic forms of socialism. Now this convergence is itself one of the goals of the politically conscious technocrats in East and West alike. We are thus confronted with a circle: the establishment of a new mode of existence, centralized, administered, depoliticized, gives rise to forms of thought which are themselves the effective instruments for bringing about the new way of life. In principle this is nothing new. It corresponds to the process whereby natural law systems became the ideological justification of those political upheavals which in the 17th, 18th and 19th centuries brought bourgeois society into being. 59. The restructuring of the prevalent worldview was both cause and consequence of the emergence of a new kind of society. The difference lies in the fact that whereas the market economy, and the society based upon it, developed slowly and spontaneously over a period of several centuries, the new social order is being consciously planned by the political authorities and their managerial allies. Hence the increasing difficulty of discriminating systematically between material base and ideological superstructure in the Marxian manner. In retrospect, Marx's critique of liberalism as the ideology of bourgeois society turns 335 out to have been possible because around the middle of the 19th century the legitimacy of the social order had become questionable. The capitalist mode of production, as it affected the wage earner, was in plain contradiction to the democratic tenets inherited from the heroic age of liberalism. The critique of political economy pierced the ideology Calvel spun by the classical economists, who had extolled the institution of free wage labor as the guarantee of personal liberty. In this context, ideology signifies false consciousness, that is to say a consciousness which quite genuinely and naively mistakes the shadow for the substance. It does not signify that the prevailing consciousness is false in the sense of being an imposture, rather it suggests that its carriers do not perceive their own role as the agents of a particular kind of social consensus. This situation is radically altered if the ideologists do in fact see themselves as the propagandists of a new order, as was the case under fascism. The extent to which the technocratic ethos is an ideology in the Marxian sense depends upon the degree to which its promoters are able to reflect critically upon their own motivations. These motivations are plainly not identical with those of the apologists of classical liberalism. On the contrary, it is the explicit aim of the planners to promote a social equilibrium no longer subject to the periodic economic crises which were part of the price paid by modern society for the institution of a market economy. Ever since the start of the present century, governmental regulation of the economic process has gone hand in hand with the decay of the ancient entrepreneurial function. 60. The dramatic speed-up of this process during and after the two world wars of this century was brought about by political upheavals such as the Russian Revolution and the rise of fascism, but it also responded to the slow erosion of the social ethos characteristic of the 19th century, an ethos which itself reflected the establishment of a predominantly middle-class order of society. What matters for our purpose is the consequent repoliticization of the process of economic decision-making. If the self-regulating economy of liberal capitalism had to be sacrificed, because the price of periodic mass unemployment and political turmoil was too great, the fiction of governmental indifference to what was going on in the social sphere could not long survive. But this signified that the previous sharp distinction between state and society was no longer tenable. It has taken both liberals and socialists some time to realize what this entails, and it is not certain that all of them have yet grasped the consequences. The point is quite simply this: if the institutional framework of economic life is once more made subject to political decisions, as was universally the case before the triumph of liberalism, then the political realm ceases to be a mere superstructure, and its motions can no longer be treated as delayed reflections of an autonomous economic order. As a further consequence of this altered state of affairs, it follows that a critique of society can no longer take the form of an analysis of the economic system and its theoretical reflex in the predominant academic orthodoxy. This is among the reasons why the Keynesian revolution has made so little impact upon the public mind, save in so far as it legitimized the goal of employment under the conditions of a regulated market economy. Once the autonomy of a supposedly self-regulating system is sacrificed to the overriding concerns of the state, the political realm recovers the central role it had temporarily lost at the peak of the liberal era. Marx's critique of political economy was both a theory of bourgeois society and a challenge to its ideology. The new society is no longer bourgeois, and its critique is no longer functionally dependent upon an analysis of economic theory. In its place there arises a critical assessment of the part played by science and technology in legitimizing the new mode of existence. 6.1 We are now in a better position to assess the significance of Marcuse's later writings, and this quite irrespective of the circumstance that much of his doom-laden prose is irrelevant to the actual functioning of capitalism in the United States and elsewhere. 6.2 The point he wants to bring out is that a critical theory of social life must nowadays center on the analysis of the superstructure, for the simple reason that the steadily growing input of science has eroded the contradiction between forces of production and relations of production. It is the latter, not the former, which increasingly tend to determine the operation of the system. In consequence, the center of gravity, from the standpoint of radical theorizing, shifts to the socio-cultural sphere. The distinguishing feature of advanced industrial society is its effective suffocation of those needs which demand liberation, liberation also from that which is tolerable and rewarding and comfortable, while it sustains and absolves the destructive power and repressive function of the affluent society. Here, the social controls exact the overwhelming need for the production and consumption of waste, the need for stupefying work where it is no longer a real necessity, the need for modes of relaxation which soothe and prolong this stupefaction, the need for maintaining such deceptive liberties as free competition at administered prices, a free press which censors itself, free choice between brands and gadgets. 63. It is nothing to the purpose to object that, in the United States at least, full employment and the welfare state still have to be for, and that the historic instrument for the attainment of these aims is the labor movement. The radical critic could accept this without yielding on the point that matters to him, the automatic self-regulation of a social system which, just because it fulfills most primary material needs, legitimizes itself in terms of technical efficiency alone. In actual fact, the institutions of political democracy alter the horizon of possibility not only for marginal social groups and outcasts, but for the mass of wage earners too. Radical criticism of the status quo spreads from the universities to the body of society at large, and it does so because in FACT everyone suffers from the operation of a system which literally poisons the atmosphere. It might be objected, however, that this is merely a social lag due to the FACT that a technocratic elite with an adequate sense of its responsibilities has not yet remed, or is not yet in charge of the political realm. Once this obstacle has been overcome, as is largely the case in Western Europe, the system might make itself invulnerable by altering the terms of political discourse in such a way as to render democracy in the classical sense inoperative. What counts in such circumstances is no longer the will of a politically mature citizenry, but the programmed reaction of a mass of consumers to the manipulations of those in control. This was the alarming perspective suggested in literature by Huxley and Orwell, in response to the Welschian optimism of the pre-I9I4 era. The homogeneous social structure presupposed by all these writers leaves ample room for manipulation and thus confirms the cultural pessimism of the surviving libertarians, whether classical liberals or utopian anarchists. In the actual reality of present-day industrial society, in East and West alike, no such homogeneity exists as yet, fortunately no doubt. 64. The point is connected with the survival of class conflict, both in its traditional form under the conditions of free unregulated capitalism, and in the guise of spontaneous rebellions against the operation of a bureaucratized system run by the planners in the absence of democratic controls. At one extreme, in the pre-industrial hinterland of the modern world, class conflict involves the peasantry and an unemployed urban mob which has not yet transformed itself into an authentic working class. Here the political model of the French Revolution, or alternatively the Russian Revolution, retains its relevance, for the simple reason that neither modern capitalism nor a bureaucratic form of socialism has yet come into existence. For the same reason, the resulting political tensions can still be discussed in time-honored language, Jacobin, Blanquist, Bakuninist, Leninist, or a mixture of all these traditions. At the other end of the scale, industrial society has taken shape and given rise to an unprecedented rate of technological progress, with all the social consequences flowing from it: urbanization, depoliticization, the spread of a popular culture promoted by the mass media, and the growth of new social tensions due to the antagonism between the planners and the planned. Where the system leaves no room for democratic expressions of popular feelings, violent explosions will occur from time to time and will be repressed by the bureaucracy of the one-party state in the name of socialism. Where democracy has survived, mass movements such as the French general strike of May-June 1968 may nonetheless interfere with the functioning of the mechanism, to the point where the authority of the government is called in question. At this stage the success or failure of the movement, the revolution in traditional parlance, depends upon the availability of an alternative political elite which makes an effective appeal to popular confidence. An elite of this kind is unlikely to call into question the basic purpose of centralized economic planning. It may even elevate it to the distinction of a principle, while condemning the actual holders of power as servants of monopolistic private interests. In the perspective of an ultra-left which represents marginal groups of the population or sections of the unemployed intelligentsia, an opposition party of this sort appears reformist and or technocratic, even if it still employs traditional socialist or communist language. The replacement of a conservative governing elite by a radical one does not necessarily constitute a social revolution, that much is anyhow plain from past experience. For the particular case under discussion, the question that needs an answer is whether or not a profound structural transformation of the classical revolutionary type is still conceivable, once the institution of a reasonably well-functioning planning mechanism has removed the specter of disastrous economic crises. If revolution on the classic pattern is a response to a situation where base and superstructure are seriously out of step, it is arguable that a crisis of this type need not arise under conditions where the planners can reshape the base, either to suit their own convenience or to take the steam out of inchoate mass movements precipitated by a temporary malfunctioning of the system. If this is in fact the typically novel feature of the present situation, then something like political convergence between East and West begins to look like a distant possibility. the belief that such a convergence is in the nature of things, and is only blocked by irrational attitudes inherited from the past, FORMs part and parcel of the technocratic mode of thought. From the technocratic standpoint, political upheavals of the type associated with the magic dates 1789 and 1917 belong to the past. They occurred because there was as yet no such thing as a scientific organization of production and an equally scientific regulation of the social process taken as a whole. As FOR democracy, it reduces itself in the technocratic perspective to a choice between competing political elites having the same basic ends in view. This manner of thinking goes back to the older positivism associated with Kant. In Central Europe it is associated with the names of Max Weber and Joseph Schumpeter. Its popularization since the 1950s is clearly linked to the structural reorientation of Western European society described in an earlier section. So far as Marxism is concerned, it appears from this standpoint as a system. 339. Europe in the 20th century. Of thought centered upon a unique and irrecoverable experience, the bourgeois revolution which prepared the ground for the mature industrial society of the modern age. Revolutions of this type are still possible, but only in backward countries which have not yet crossed the watershed that separates them from modernity. As for the anarchist notion that a revolutionary movement can be based upon racial or social minorities temporarily or permanently excluded from the general march of progress, it can be dismissed as an aberration due to a failure to perceive that such groups are not social classes in the Marxian sense. Their rebellions cannot undermine the social order, for the simple reason that the economic system is not dependent upon them, any more than the Western world depends upon those among its former colonies which lead a precarious existence trying to sell unimportant raw materials in the world market. The growing disparity between the industrially advanced societies and the Third World appears from this standpoint as a misfortune which does not seriously endanger the stability of the system, unless it becomes a factor in promoting military conflicts. 6.6 Now clearly it is possible to describe this way of looking at the world as ideological, without for this reason characterizing it as an illusion. It is perfectly possible for a new social order to give birth to a more or less coherent view of the world which distorts significant aspects of reality and is yet not classifiable as a mere fantasy. The new ideology, like the older liberalism it has replaced, omits those features of the real world which disturb the perennial craving for harmony and coherence, but it does not follow that it can be shown up as an intellectual confection produced for the benefit of a hypothetical new class or power elite. Even the idolization of science, which is the centerpiece of the new Weltanschauung, cannot simply be treated as a manifestation of the obvious circumstance that scientists have a vested interest in the creation of a world dominated by an elite of scientifically trained managers. It corresponds to an actual state of affairs, the emergence of a type of society in which the production of material goods depends to an increasing extent on scientific technology. The circularity of a system which renders society dependent on applied science, and then appeals to scientific criteria for the purpose of judging whether or not the social whole is rational, is indeed obvious. But the circle cannot be broken by dismissing scientific endeavor as a subordinate form of rationality, radically severed from critical reason in the traditional philosophic sense of the term. If a corrective is to be applied to the neo-positivist ideology which is one aspect of technocratic thinking, the critique must take for its starting point those elements of scientific reasoning which by their own nature press beyond the artificially foreshortened worldview of the technocrat. 34.0. The simplest way of doing this is to confront the positivist understanding of science with the general concept of rationality which has come down to us from the Enlightenment. Historically, the new self-interpretation of man in the 18th century comprised both an emancipation from theology and the vision of a social order in which the free development of each is the condition for the free development of all. This goal was common to liberals and socialists alike, though they differed over the means of attaining it. The separate development of scientific rationality and critical reasoning about society has given rise to the philosophical problem of restating the assumptions common to both branches of the Enlightenment. It does not signify that scientific and critical reason are radically discordant. 66 Still less does it follow from the critical analysis of modern empiricism that the aims traditionally enshrined in socialist theorizing can be restated with the help of a transcendental metaphysics whose theological provenance was patent to its radical 19th-century opponents. A critical theory which holds fast to the heritage of German idealism in its Hegelian form is in some danger of looking wholly obsolete to people who have absorbed what Wittgenstein, Popper, Carnap, and the more up-to-date psychologists and sociologists of the past half-century have contributed to the sum of knowledge. At the same time, it has clearly become necessary to discriminate between the genuinely enlightening and emancipatory aspects of present-day natural and social science, and the misuse of scientific empiricism for the purpose of underwriting the status quo. There exists a variant of value-free positivism which accounts for the fact that distinguished scientists were and are able in all innocence to wash their hands of the catastrophic social and political consequences of their own research into physical phenomena. But to overcome this split we are not obliged to revive traditional metaphysics. Positive science and the humanist understanding of society have a common root in the rational critique of a subhuman reality. In principle this is conceded by empiricists who have retained the liberal heritage, even though their social conservatism blinds them to the fact that classical liberalism has become inoperative. 6-7 Scientists and technicians, by and large, take the existing social structure for granted. This is as true of the bureaucratized form of socialism established under the aegis of the East European police state as it is of liberal democracy in the West. The older critical theory of the 1930s, with its roots in Marxism, had not yet lost its confidence in the emancipatory role of the labor movement, and in consequence denounced the positivism of the Vienna Circle as bourgeois. With the emergence of technocracy as the dominant ideology of the new, post-liberal social order, the really important line of division no longer separates conservatives from socialists, but Democrats. 34-1. From technocrats. This is the background to the reformulation of the critical theory by the original founders of the Frankfurt School and their post-1945 disciples, who in some cases have broken entirely new ground. 6-8 The reconstruction of neo-Marxism which Horkheimer, Adorno, and Marcuse had attempted in the 1930s constituted a polemical counterpoint to the project of the Vienna neo-positivists. By the 1960s it had become obvious that the critical theory would have to become self-critical if it was to retain any relevance. Its reformulation by Habermas and his pupils started from the recognition that classical liberalism and classical Marxism alike had lost much of their relevance, the former because the notion of a society of free and autonomous citizens, who are also owners of private property, was historically outmoded, the latter because the European working class had failed to play the revolutionary role assigned to it in the Marxist prospectus. To that extent the heirs of the Frankfurt School, no less than the survivors of the Vienna Circle, had come to accept the standpoint of their Anglo-American contemporaries. Where they differed from them was in their retention of a critical attitude which transcended the horizon of empirical sociology. The aim of a critical theory is not exhausted by the correct description of social or linguistic structures. It is inherently subversive of the existing order, even though it can no longer specify a social class which is regarded as the predestined instrument of an approaching revolution. What makes the theory subversive is quite simply its insistence upon the emancipatory function of rationality, taken in the larger sense of the term. The divorce of scientism from humanism appears from this standpoint as a misconception which can be corrected by critical reflection. Whether this is in fact possible, given the managerial and technocratic structure of a social order largely administered by scientists, remains to be seen. At any rate it represents a more promising approach than the rejection of scientism in the name of metaphysical reason. Scientists and technicians, too, are citizens, and the creation of a genuinely conflict-free society is as much in their interest as in that of everyone else. This circumstance, however, does not eliminate the basic difference between positivist scientism and a critical theory, which in the last analysis is derived from what was once a doctrine of social revolution. The truth of critical social theory is a verite et faire. In the last analysis, it can legitimize itself only through the success of emancipation. From this there results the peculiar hypothetical practical status of the theory. 6.9 Critical theory, in the neo-Marxian understanding of the term, does not attempt to replace ideological by scientific thinking. That is the business of positivism. Its purpose is to promote social emancipation by transforming false consciousness into something else. This something else is an awareness of the contrast between the existing 342 reality and the kind of life which men might lead if their social relations were not distorted by the heritage of the past and by the technocratic deformation of the present. The latter is not limited to capitalist society. It also comprises the bureaucratic degeneration of socialism, a degeneration in part at least promoted by the scientist ideology peculiar to Stalinism. This ideology is technocratic in the precise sense that it invests a privileged minority with the task of creating a new social order, by FORCE, FROM above. The reformist variant of this science of revolution centers upon the proposition that socialism will necessarily emerge from capitalism by an evolution inherent in the automatism of the economic process. As noted before, this kind of determinism can also be placed in the service of yet another version of the technocratic creed, the authoritarian faith in the coming rule of an elite which has done with ideology and made an end of history in the traditional sense of the term. In point of fact, all these notions are to be encountered in contemporary literature, conservative and radical alike. 70 In the new historical situation of the 1960s and 1970s, the state of affairs could no longer be discussed in the terminology of the 193 OS, when the founders of the Frankfurt School counterposed classical Marxism and the labor movement to what they conceived to be the ultimate stage of capitalism. The only effective opposition to the status quo now being represented by the student movement, the later development of the critical theory assumed the guise of an attempt to understand the world, rather than a decision to transform it. At the same time, however, the continuing dialogue between the Vienna school and the inheritors of the Frankfurt tradition undercut the positivist self-assurance. It has been observed that from the positivist standpoint, which treats physics as the paradigm of the value-free sciences, even a distinguished physicist such as Max Born was guilty of metaphysical romanticism in giving utterance to sentiments such as these: I belong to a generation which still distinguishes between understanding and reason. From this point of view, space flight is a triumph for the understanding but a tragic failure for reason. 71 The distinction between reason and understanding goes back to Kant and cannot therefore simply be debited to the neo-Hegelians, from whom the dialectical philosophers and sociologists of the Frankfurt School may be said to be descended. In the perspective of a consistent positivist like Topetsk, anyone who maintains with Kant that there is such a thing as practical reason, i.e. a normative dimension of the human intellect, must appear as a belated romantic. If he takes his norms from the past, he is likely to be a Christian traditionalist. If he affirms that there are supra-empirical norms pointing the way to a 343 Europe in the 20th century desirable future, he will probably be a Marxist of some kind. In either case he will have broken with Max Weber's neo-Kantian assertion that the sciences are value-free. 7.2 Now clearly the critique of technocracy cannot content itself with mere desiderata if it is not to turn into romanticism. There is no point in decreeing that society must take another shape if one cannot point to actual contradictions within the system which act as a spur to renovation. The belief that the system can successfully deal with its own imminent contradictions accounts for the pessimism of the later Adorno and of Marcuse, just as it underlies the genial optimism of the French technocrats already cited. At the same time, critical reflection cannot even reach the stage of self-interpretation unless it adheres to the notion that theoretical reason itself provides a normative basis for the ordering of human sociability. If the new scientific culture carries its own theoretical justification, then the first critical step consists in demonstrating that technical progress is not synonymous with human emancipation. Habermas' distinction between techne and praxis is a step in this direction. So is his defense of the early Hegel, for whom spirit was tied to the symbolic interaction between individuals which takes place in everyday language. 7.3 The technocratic vision of a post-industrial society, as a self-regulating system in which information is the crucial input, can only be criticized from a metascientific standpoint which does not confuse reason with rationalization. Criticism in turn becomes practical if it encounters genuine human needs not satisfied by the prevailing system. The difficulty of preventing metascience from turning into quasi-theological metaphysics is as patent as the problematical status of a critique which, for the time being, can only appeal to socially marginal groups and is in danger of substituting generational social conflict, thereby relapsing into romanticism. A totally integrated society run by technocrats according to value-free principles is, however, just as difficult to conceive as a successful rebellion founded on nothing more substantial than a vague dissatisfaction with the boredom of suburban existence. For one thing, technocracy does not do away with the wage relationship, which will become increasingly intolerable as industrial society grows more productive and eliminates actual poverty. Moreover, the fundamental precondition of a genuinely functioning technocratic post-industrial system, the abolition of war and the institution of an authentic world authority transcending the sovereign state, appears utopian from our present standpoint. Precisely for this reason it calls for practical efforts whose theoretical justification is metascientific. There simply is no way of demonstrating the desirability of a pacified universe without having recourse to norms and values lying beyond the horizon. 344. Of science. Nor is it possible at this level to juxtapose neutral fact picturing, in the positivist manner, to what is actually desired. What is actually desired might be some Orwellian monstrosity of permanently conflicting world empires. The rational choice in these circumstances is not calculable in factual terms. It can only be grounded in a philosophical anthropology which makes sense of human history as a whole. The displacement of Europe from its central role in the political cosmos does not exclude the possibility that the elaboration of a new intellectual consensus will be Europe's legacy to the unified and pacified world of the future. Chapter 15. The age which terminated in 1945 can be called European in the sense that the preeminence of Europe as the center of global politics was not seriously in question. By the end of the Second World War, Europe had been effectively divided along a line which gradually became the frontier between the Western world and the Soviet Union plus its satellites. The resultant attempt to constitute a West European federation has been briefly described in the preceding chapter. One reason for its relative failure to make progress lay in the ambivalent attitude of British public opinion. Even Mr. Churchill, who at Zurich in September 1946 had called for the building of a kind of United States of Europe, was unwilling in the last resort to participate in any kind of federation on the continent if it jeopardized relations with America. Inversely, the Eurocentrism of France blocked Britain's hating movement towards the continent, at any rate until the death in November 1970 of France's and Europe's last great political figure, Charles de Gaulle. To the factless mediocrities who succeeded Churchill and de Gaulle in the governments of their respective countries symbolized by their lack of intellectual and moral stature the condition of the body politic. The quarrel over Atlantic as against European institutions was enacted against the background of an increasingly parochial public mood, itself the faithful reflex of the nation-state's decline in an age of continental empires. Rivals in spaceflight, in nuclear weaponry, and in the ability to organize the remainder of the world according to their competing principles, the USA and the USSR could not be accommodated within the mental framework inherited from Europe's past. If de Gaulle's Europe de Patries was an anachronism, federation promised at best to remove Western Europe from the area of conflict between the superpowers. The other familiar Gaullist concept, that of a Europe united from the Atlantic to the Urals, presupposed Russia's readiness to play a European rather than a global role, hardly to be expected from the rulers of a country bordering on China and engaged in a 35-0. The post-European age. Permanent competitive race with America. By the standards of the age which opened in 1815 and closed in 1945, the new era could only be described as post-European. It is arguable that the dwarfing of Europe was already reshot out at the beginning of the century by the first attempts to create a modern China around 1912 and by Japan's military victory over Russia years earlier. These events gave warning that the future of Asia was not to be decided by the European powers, nor for that matter by the United States. It was, however, the two wars of 1914-18 and 1939-45 that determined the issue. By 1950 European hegemony was gone, the former colonies were becoming independent, the Soviet Union had turned into a Eurasian giant, and China began to modernize in earnest under the aegis of communism, in its origins a European creed, but by now so profoundly transmuted as to have become unrecognizable to Western Marxists. Parallel to these developments came the sudden recognition that the world was in the midst of a population explosion which had raised the number of the globe's inhabitants from roughly 1,000 million in 1850 to double that figure in 1930, some 3,000 million in 1962 and a probable 4,000 million in 1977. Barely 15 years later. 3. The problem of procuring an adequate food supply. These new multitudes aggravated the already existing contrast between the industrialized countries and the remainder. New fertilizers and pesticides promised an increase in food production, while at the same time threatening the balance of nature. Meanwhile, discoveries in biology and genetics threw open quite novel and revolutionary perspectives, not only in helping to limit population growth, but in determining the physical characteristics of future generations. Even the creation of human beings by artificial means could no longer be excluded. 4. While the backward pre-industrial countries of Asia, Africa, and Latin America were thrown into revolutionary turmoil by the population explosion and the urgent need to increase their food supply, the advanced countries of Europe had by 1970 begun to face a set of different but no less intractable problems centering upon the very modernization process which had lifted them out of their former poverty. The possibility that the world's oil reserves might be exhausted by the year 2000 was coming into view, thereby enhancing the significance of nuclear energy while placing a large question mark over the future of the motor industry. The development of computers and the growth of automation promised to do away with much tedious labor, but at the same time the world's great cities were being made uninhabitable by the reckless discharge of industrial waste and the ravages of the internal combustion machine. Commercial aviation across the oceans, another triumph of the post-1945 age, facilitate trade at the expense of growing noise and lessening amenities for city dwellers unlucky enough to find 35-1. Themselves in the vicinity of airports constantly swelling in size. At the politico-military level, the proliferation of nuclear occupants underscored both the universality of secrecy and Europe's reduced status in an age of superpowers who will and could hope to survive a nuclear strike. The competitive exploration of space likewise enhanced the role of the USA and the USSR at the expense of their European clients. The launching of the first man-made satellite by THC Russians in 1957 gave the signal for a race in which the Americans scored a temporary advance with the first landing on the moon in 1969. The consequent bipolarity of world politics lent additional stimulus to movements as distinct from each other as European federalism, Japan's sensationally successful drive to become a major industrial power, and China's attempt to give political leadership to the third world of undeveloped countries. Against this background, the residual quarrels among the Western European nations assumed a distinctly parochial aspect. At the same time, Scandinavia, followed at a distance by Britain, pioneered in the practical application of social democracy. The dwarfing of Europe was rendered notable in international affairs by the diminished role of the leading European nation-states in the United Nations Organization, itself the offspring of America's second attempt, after the earlier failure of the League, to establish a political framework for the emerging world society of sovereign and competing states. Although by courtesy holders of permanent seats on the Security Council, Britain and France by the 1970s no longer ranked as major powers. Economically, all the West European countries were meanwhile being outclassed by Japan, whose gross national product seemed likely by 1975 to equal that of Britain and West Germany combined. An extrapolation of present trends suggested that Japan's foreign investments might rise from $2,000 million in 1968 to 10 times that figure in 1975 and a possible range of $100,000 million in the 1980s. No such development was in prospect for any Western European country, or even for all of them taken together. Their energies seemed more likely to flow into publicly controlled efforts to render life more tolerable for the inhabitants of highly industrialized countries by reducing hours of work and expanding social benefits of all kinds. The alternation of social democratic and Christian democratic governments went far to produce an intellectual climate very different from that of the 1930s and 1940s. The encyclicals of Pope John XXIII were almost Saint Simonian in their commitment to material, social and moral progress, and a traditionalist might seek in vain for the mention of sin in pacem in te iris. 6 Marxist traditionalists had similar troubles when scanning the political platforms of nominally socialist parties from which all mention of class conflict had disappeared. Political differences were 352. The post-European age. More sharply accentuated where socio-cultural issues came to the fore, another sign that economic pressures had become less acute, save for immigrants and racial minorities for whom the political system provided no recognized outlet. What matters for our topic is that the decline of the nation-state as the ultimate seat of sovereign power went pari passu with the decay of liberal democracy in its classical 19th century form. The material precondition of a functioning liberal democratic system is a clear-cut distinction between society and the state. A system of this type enables the middle class, though not the working class, to acquire the requisite knowledge and experience for the management of public affairs. It does so because the individual citizen can normally educate himself up to a level where he possesses an adequate grasp of what is at stake in governmental matters. Under circumstances of this kind, public opinion constitutes a real force, even though it is confined to the opinion of the educated middle class. A mass electorate counterposed to a governmental structure in full or partial control of the economy is an altogether different affair, which is why democratic socialists have had a difficult time since 1945, except in small and easily governed countries of the Scandinavian type. With the best will, the rulers of a major industrial country are constantly obliged to take decisions over a wide range of subjects which are not really amenable to public control because the individual citizen is no longer able to assess the merits of the case. To take an extreme instance, the proper balance between nuclear and conventional forces simply cannot be judged by the electorate, although the voters can decide whether their country ought to possess nuclear arms at all. To the extent that the exercise of judgment is still possible, it devolves for the most part upon organized bodies advised by professional experts, political parties, corporations, trade unions, and the like. This is a far cry from the classical theory of democracy, which to be sure never applied to the whole population. If democratic socialism is to take the place of liberalism, the conclusion seems to follow that the system is going to be workable only in countries which have effectively contracted out of the power struggle between the nuclear giants. Uneasiness over the fate of Europe in the New Age probably accounts for the proliferation of philosophies of history, whose authors in some cases took for their theme the advent of a new Hellenistic era, the European nation-state having presumably followed the ancient city-state into oblivion. The F-ation had been set by Spengler in I-918 and was continued thereafter by Arnold Toynbee and the deservedly less well-known Pitirim Sorokin, by theologians such as Nicholas Berdiev and Reinhold Niebuhr, by liberal philosophers like Karl Jaspers, and 353. By Catholic historians such as Christopher Dawson, not to mention the evolutionary theology of Teilhard de Chardin, which provided some of the impetals behind the Vatican's rather half-hearted attempt to rejuvenate itself. Revisionist Marxists like Roger Garaudy joined the debate without contributing notably to the lessening of philosophical differences. 7. So far as the development of systematic thinking about man-made history was concerned, the entire trend of thought went back to Vico, the tercentenary of whose birth in 1668 furnished the occasion for a massive anthology. 8. The urge to place themselves within a historical time sequence was understandably most pronounced among German writers, but the public success of Toynbee's multi-volume study of history testified to the Europeanization of Britain. In a more confident age, his elaborate attempt to account for the rise and fall of civilizations in quasi-theological terms would have been unlikely to evoke so widespread a response. Soviet authors were not represented in the general chorus, being officially committed to the 18th-century French doctrine of unilinear and unlimited progress, a residue of classical bourgeois optimism presumably intended to compensate its beneficiaries for the material privations imposed by the need to keep up with America in the space race. The Russians may be thought to have been dimly conscious of the advantage of being situated at the center of one of the great multinational units in which power was concentrated after 1945. Such units may be described as civilizations, which is why the Soviet-American antagonism cannot be adequately discussed in a terminology left over from the age of competing European nation-states. There is a Russian civilization, just as there is an American, a Chinese and a European one. For a brief moment around 1945 it looked as though the British Commonwealth might evolve into a distinctive unit of the same supranational or multinational kind. 9 The opportunity, if it ever existed, was missed, and by the 1970s Britain found itself uneasily perched on the edge of the European continent, uncertain whether or not to work for European federalism, a movement whose aim could only be to extinguish or transcend the nation-state as the supreme embodiment of political loyalty. Spengler's Decline of the West and Toynbee's study of history both treated the concept of civilization, rather than that of the nation, as the unit of historical thought. The same may be said of Dawson's attempt to expound a philosophy of history from a Roman Catholic standpoint. Lo Spengler was first in the field and, as befitted a German scholar writing in the conservative and romantic tradition, he operated on the principle that the history of human society must be conceived on the analogy of an organism. Each culture has an individual style or personality which can be seized intuitively and whose ramifications. 354. The post-European age extend to all the arts and sciences, not excluding mathematics. From there it was only a step to demands for a German physics purged of Jewish traits, and the step was duly taken by Spengler's and Hitler's followers, who included the eminent political theorist Carl Schmitt and other academic dignitaries. Spengler, like Nietzsche before him, had no use for the concept of truth. There are no eternal truths. Each philosophy is an expression of its own age, and only of its own age, and there are no two ages which possess the same philosophical intentions. 12. From this it follows that the values specific to each cultural organism are unique and incommunicable, since they owe nothing to a human reason which transcends the experience of a people and its history. But if each culture is a world to itself, hermetically sealed against all others, it becomes incomprehensible how Spengler manages to grasp the life cycle of an organism different from that to which he himself belongs. On this subject it may be best to let a Catholic historian speak. In reality, since our civilization is the work of several peoples, it embraces several parallel life cycles. The most representative of these is no doubt that of the French, which stands midway between the early ripening of the Italians and the late maturity of the Germans. Indeed, in many respects France has a similar importance for our culture to that which Hellas possessed for the culture of antiquity. Nevertheless, this is but an average standard, and it can only be applied with exactitude to the French portion of the Western European culture area. 13 Toynbee, while influenced by Spengler and likewise much given to metaphorical borrowing from biology, avoided his precursor's self-destructive relativism. His 21 civilizations are autonomous entities, but he does not treat them as organisms in the full biological sense, that is to say, as completely self-enclosed microcosms, each with its own philosophy, religion, art, and science. On Spengler's assumptions, the historian cannot get outside his own culture and see history as a whole. Toynbee recognized the danger of this procedure and tried to solve the problem by injecting a moral absolutism derived from his own religious convictions. Civilizations rise and fall, more or less in the Spenglerian manner, but they are not in all respects philosophically equivalent. The rise of the higher religions in THIRD-WORLDISM sees a principle in enabling us to judge where each particular civilization stood and stands. In the place of Spengler's succession of closed cycles there is a progressive unfolding, from the innumerable primitive societies, via the primitive and secondary civilizations, to the higher religions, and then forward again to the 8 tertiary civilizations and the secondary higher religions which have developed out of them. The entire construction is extremely involved and far more elaborate than Spengler's. 355. Relatively simple scheme. It also entails a value judgment, namely the belief that civilization fulfills its mandate by giving rise to the higher religions. For in the end the latter become the only intelligible field of study. In our context it is of interest that Toynbee treats Western civilization as the only existing representative of the species which is not currently in process of material disintegration, while expressing considerable skepticism as to its capacity for unifying and pacifying the globe. Western civilization is of course not coextensive with Europe, not even for Toynbee. On the other hand, he does tend to suggest that since the 2 wars of this century the condition of Europe has become similar to that of the ancient world in the Hellenistic age. Ultimately his message amounts to the statement that the modern age represents a dead end. The only remaining purpose of Western civilization is to bring forth a new syncretistic religion. It is perhaps superfluous to remark that Toynbee treats the terms society and civilization as interchangeable. Sociology in fact never enters his horizon, nor does he seem to have given any thought to the possibility that the industrial revolution of the past 2 centuries may have represented the sharpest break history has witnessed since the rise of settled agricultural communities made city life possible. In all these respects Toynbee's philosophy of history represents the kind of learned curiosity appropriate to a declining class and culture, in his case that of the elite which once governed the now defunct British Empire. I5. What needs stressing is that a discussion of this type cannot limit itself to historiography. When we inquire into the current standing of political doctrines such as conservatism, liberalism, or socialism, we are obliged to take account of social science and ultimately of political philosophy. This principle also applies to the genesis of the 2 great European wars in this century and the consequent decline of the European nation-state from the eminence it enjoyed in 1914. A distinguished social scientist has proposed the following schematic picture of the situation as it evolved since the close of the Napoleonic era. 1815, Archetypes, England and France. 1815 to 1914, 3-level system, 6 great powers of which 2 were not nation-states, a moderate number of other recognized states, of which the USA was one, a world of non-states, partly left alone, partly devoured or protected by stronger powers. 1919, a legally constituted world of nation-states formally organized in a League of Nations, a system recognizing 7 great powers, and 54 others of varying rank. 1945, a world still based on nation-states formally organized in the United Nations Organization, but an effective 2-power situation, with the USA. The post-European age and the USSR dominant, each with major and minor satellites, an excluded China comprising at least 1/5 of mankind, and a cloud of camp followers, the T9 tall growing from about 80 in 1945 to about 120 in 1965-16. To this one may add that by the 1970s it had become possible to project a situation around 1985 when China would have joined the ranks of the nuclear superpowers, while lagging far behind Japan economically. The global scene would then presumably feature 4 major industrial and scientific concentrations, 3 great military blocs, and a sharp division between the economically advanced countries and the rest, with population curves rising ominously in India, Latin America, and America. The last named area would also in all probability have a peculiar set of political problems, in that its evolution seemed likely to be patterned on that of Latin America in the 19th century, with military dictatorships predominating, a relatively slow rate of economic growth and a not very successful attempt to establish modern political institutions, including the nation-state, in an environment still deeply marked by tribal residues. Assuming this global setup, political and military conflicts would be likely to be racial and continental rather than national. Given the fact that European history since the 16th century has been coterminous with the emergence of rival nation-states, one would have to conclude that the European age of world politics is already pretty much over and by the year 2000 will be no more than a dim memory. To the survivors of an age in which Britain, Germany, France, and the rest held the remainder of the world spellbound, while they confronted each other in a ceaseless search for European hegemony, this conclusion must seem rather depressing, but there is no getting around it. One may, of course, envisage a federalized Western Europe as an actual or potential great power, but after what the Europeans have been through in this century it takes a deal of wishful thinking to imagine that they will want to rival the USA, the USSR, and China in the capacity to deliver overwhelming nuclear strikes upon a hypothetical enemy. It appears more likely that Western Europe will in the 1980s begin to look and sound increasingly like an enlarged version of the Swiss Confederacy. In making this kind of forecast one necessarily extrapolates from the current situation. This is an exercise in political science rather than in the writing of history, but then the two have a way of overlapping. 17 It is no longer possible to conceive history in the manner of those classical authors who preceded Vico, Hegel, and Marx, and who for all their sophistication had not really departed very far from the Tacitian model. A knowledge of history was held to be essential to statesmen because human nature was always the same, and so was the nature of politics. 35-7. We have all learned that the real movement of history comports total and irreversible changes. It is now likewise generally accepted that historiography cannot proceed from abstract considerations about the nature of man. Various old problems about man and society vanish if one recognizes that man does not exist except as a social animal. Outside society he is not a man. 18 Inside society, on the other hand, he is involved in contradictions and conflicts which propel the system forward. The structuralist notion that man does not act in society, rather it is society which acts through man, represents a useful corrective to liberal individualism. But taken literally it reduces consciousness to a kind of descriptive analysis from which the critical element has been eliminated. This is to suppose the existence of a conflict-free society which, fortunately or unfortunately, does not exist. Historiography is not an exact science, and where it is closest to scientific accuracy it deals with the past, not the future. It is possible to specify trends, not to state historical laws on the model of the natural sciences, the characteristic fault of 19th century positivism. The neo-positivist version of structuralism confounds history with nature, forgetting that man is not merely the continuation of nature, but also its contrary. Socialization represents a break with the kind of self-regulating system that has become the model of structuralist theorizing ever since Norbert Wiener, of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, in 1948 invented a new science which he called cybernetics, Burnet's meaning pilot or helmsman. If anything is certain about the socio-cultural organism it is that it does not work on cybernetic principles. With the concluding remarks of the preceding section we have crossed the narrow boundary separating the philosophy of history from the history of philosophy. Attention has been drawn to the revival of Sixco's mode of thought by Spengler and Toynbee in the aftermath of the two great European wars of this century, and the suggestion has been hazarded that the prominence of cyclical thinking about history in Germany and England after 1918 had something to do with loss of confidence in Europe's future. But this merely helps to explain why the topic became fashionable at a certain moment. It does not account for the Vitian revival associated with the names of Croce and Sarl before the First World War. Nor does it explain why Croce, opening a Congress of Philosophers in Rome on October 25, 1920, in his capacity as Minister of Public Instruction, thought it right to tell his hearers that the labor movement had encountered Vico and Hegel by way of Marx. L9 He may of course simply have given vent to a pet notion of his, namely that Vico had on some important points anticipated Hegel. A decade later Trotsky quoted Vico on the opening page of his History of the Russian Revolution, but he did not do so because Vico was important to Russian Marxists. He never had been, even though the more learned among them knew that Marx had mentioned Vico in Capital in 1867. The Marxian doctrine that men make their own history may be an echo of Vico, whose New Science had appeared in a revised French translation in 1844, and then again it may not. The only Marxist theorist to have made systematic use of Vico is Antonio Gramsci, to whom reference has already been made in another context, and in his case the motivation is quite clear. He had somehow to break the spell of Croce if Marxism was to be made palatable to Italian intellectuals, and he did it by elaborating on the notion that socialism is the heir to the whole of Western culture, including of course the Hegelian idealism of Croce. This was a notable departure from Leninist orthodoxy, but then Gramsci had a mind of his own and was quite willing to assimilate the bourgeois heritage. In this he followed the example of Marx rather than that of the Russian Marxists. Moreover, to an Italian theorist brought up on Hegel and Croce it was obvious that Vico had not simply anticipated the Enlightenment, but on some points transcended it, notably in suggesting that Descartes' physicalism could never become a method suitable to the study of history. The anti-Cartesian bent is marked in Croce and Sarl. It is also to be found in Collingwood, whose conception of history is plainly influenced by Vico's doctrine that men can QLE understand what they themselves have made. Verum et factum convertuntur. 20 We have already encountered Collingwood in an earlier chapter among the heirs of speculative idealism. We can now see him as a contemporary of Croce who made it his business to equip the working historian with a methodology suited to his task. The Vitian revival, then, needs to be considered in its dual aspect, as an expression of post-European pessimism about the state of the world, and as an attempt to make the study of history truly historical, that is to say, independent of the criteria laid down by the Cartesians and their logical positivist heirs. As to the first, there is no particular mystery concerning the sudden popularity of an author who as early as 1725 had suggested that every classical age is followed by a decline into barbarism, which in turn prepares the ground for a new upsurge. It is perhaps as well to bear in mind that Vico's cyclical movement is not a closed circle, but a spiral which always creates something new and unprecedented. Thus the Christian barbarism of the Middle Ages differs from the pagan barbarism of the Homeric age by virtue of everything that makes the medieval age an expression of the Christian mind. On this assumption Christian conservatives and Marxist radicals alike could and did find support in Vico. The strictly philosophical 359. Import of his doctrine lay elsewhere, in its anti-Cartesianism. Descartes had taken for his starting point the validity of mathematical knowledge and the application of the mathematical model to the natural sciences. History, politics, and the study of languages and literatures were assigned a peripheral place. Ever since the early 19th century, to be exact since the appearance in 1822 of a German translation of the Scienza Nuova, the German historical school had done what it could to restore the balance, and by the early 20th century Dilthey had worked out a conceptual framework for the study of history which owed a good deal to Hegel, another anti-Cartesian who in due course came under fire from the epigones of the Vienna Circle. The Cartesian problematic has to do with the relation between ideas and things, and ultimately with the question whether there really is such a thing as the material world. From Vico's standpoint this question is irrelevant. Descartes, looking at the fire, asked himself whether in addition to his own idea of the fire there was also a real fire. For Vico, looking at such a thing as the Italian language of his own day, no parallel question could arise. The distinction between the idea of such an historical reality and the reality itself would be meaningless. The Italian language is exactly what the people who use it think it is. For the historian, the human point of view is final. What God thinks about the Italian language is a question which he need not ask, and which he knows he could not answer. Search for the thing in itself is for him as pointless as it is futile. Zl. This evacuation of theology, however, was only half the story. Vico's conception of historiography as a philosophically justifiable form of knowledge also signified that the historian could dispense with theories of cognition derived from the Cartesian problematic. In substance, this had been Hegel's standpoint, which is why Marx took no interest in Kant. Neither the Cartesian nor the Kantian has anything to say to the historian or the sociologist. Precisely for this reason the Vienna Circle and the Frankfurt School never found a common language. On the other side of the Alps, as noted before, the heritage of Sixco and Hegel was preserved by Croce, who from to 1950 exercised something like an intellectual dictatorship in Italy. By way of Croce's Estetica and his later writings, Vico in turn came to the attention of James Joyce, who seems to have become progressively more inclined towards a cyclical view of man's history. It is a critical commonplace that the structure of Finnegan's Wake is Vetian. 22. Does this matter in an evaluation of the intellectual climate of Western Europe between and after the two great wars? The answer depends on the status allotted to literature in a society increasingly marked by a cleavage between the two cultures, that of the natural sciences and that of the humanities. From the standpoint of the scientific culture, as represented in philosophy by 360. The post-European age. Logical post-forism and among the general public by writers such as C.P. Snow, the fact that an important novelist should have taken Sixco as a guide may seem to be no more than a literary curiosity. It acquires genuine significance only if there is ground for holding that the Vetian revival after was part of the general crisis of European society to which attention has been directed in the opening chapters of this study. The two cultures debate exploded around 1960, at a time of relative political tranquility and in a milieu which by continental European standards was stable and conservative. But it also occurred at a time when Europe in general, and Britain in particular, had become very conscious of their diminished role, and it was no accident that unflattering comparisons with the state of affairs in the USA and the USSR played a large part in the argument set out by the advocates of greater reliance on technical and scientific training. 23. The chief protagonists, C.P. Snow and F.R. Levy, were eminently qualified to represent scientism and literarism. As the debate ran its course, it became increasingly evident that neither history nor the social sciences could be accommodated within the terms of a discussion pitting the study of literature against the claims of natural science. Notwithstanding a few casual references to social change, what Snow chose to describe as the scientific revolution turned out on inspection to be nothing more sensational than the expansion of scientific training to promote a more rapid rate of technological change. His critics for their part were reduced to a rearguard action on behalf of their conception of the university as a counterweight to specialization and the computer. For all their insistence that there is only one culture, their prescriptions did sound like a defensive reaction on behalf of the traditional culture, that based on the humanities, against the inroads of science. The point is connected with the rise of technocracy to which reference was made in the preceding chapter. The technocratic ideology in its current form assumes that all major social problems can be solved by the intelligent application of advanced technology, which is why Snow, in his controversial Reed lecture of 1959, moved very rapidly from the teaching of applied science to the widening gap between the industrialized countries and the remainder. The poor countries, he reminded his hearers, comprised a vast sector of the world's population and they were determined not to stay poor. The West has got to help in this transformation. The trouble is, the West with its divided culture finds it hard to grasp just how big, and above all just how fast, the transformation must be. 24. This appeared to place the responsibility where it did not belong, on the divided culture, instead of on the shoulders of statesmen and electorates. Moreover, the rather cursory glance at China, whom we have already encountered in the preceding chapter, By an agreeable irony, Snow's scientism had simultaneously come to be perceived as a technocratic delusion by the elder statesmen of the Frankfurt School and by the veteran defender of traditional Cambridge humanism. Science is obviously of great importance to mankind, it's of great cultural importance. But to say that is to make a value judgment, a human judgment of value. The criteria of judgments of value and importance are determined by a sense of human nature and human need, and can't be arrived at by science itself. They aren't and can't be a product of scientific method, or anything like it. They are an expression of human responsibility. 27 Levy, unlike Marcuse, had no philosophical creed with which to buttress his position. Being unable to fall back on Hegel or Husserl, he appealed to common sense. His German-American contemporary, having digested Husserl's critique of scientific rationalism in 1935-6, undertook a more sweeping revaluation of values. The Cartesian division of the world has also been questioned on its own grounds. Husserl pointed out that the Cartesian ego was, in the last analysis, not really an independent substance, but rather the residue or limit of quantification. It seems that Galileo's ideal of the world as a universal and absolutely pure residential extensa dominated a priori the Cartesian conception. In which case the Cartesian dualism would be deceptive, and Descartes thinking ego substance would be akin to the residential extensa anticipating the scientific subject of quantifiable observation and measurement. Descartes dualism would already imply its negation. It would clear rather than block the road toward the establishment of a one-dimensional scientific universe in which nature is objectively of the mind, that is, of the subject. The science of nature develops under the technological a priori which projects nature as potentile instrumentality, stuff of control and organization. 28 What then was the two cultures debate really about? Snow had originally counterposed the literary intellectuals to the scientists, and affirmed that they were separated by a gulf of mutual incomprehension. To his critics it looked rather as though science was becoming the ideology of a new kind of society, one run on technocratic principles. In this context, the term positivism plainly signified what it had done to Comte and his contemporaries, the validation of cognitive thought by factual experience, the preeminence of the physical sciences as models of exactness, the conviction that social progress depended on this orientation. 29 The logical positivism of the Vienna School and its Anglo-American epigones, if not strictly speaking identical with the older Comtean version, was compatible with it. Marxism was not, at any rate not as interpreted by the Frankfurt School, or by the East European revisionists. But then it was arguable that different interpretations were possible, and that in its official form Marxism had 363. Become the ideology of a technocratic ruling stratum. This process of adaptation could be held to correspond to what had simultaneously happened in the West to philosophy under the impact of logical positivism and linguistics. Wittgenstein's affirmation that philosophy leaves everything as it is evidently ruled out any critical, meta-scientific function. The self-styled poverty of philosophy corresponded to its actual inefficacy in a society organized on Snow's principles. With the foregoing remarks, the area of debate has evidently shifted from sociology to philosophy. How does this circumstance accord with the suggestion that the middle ground between literarism and scientism is occupied by the study of society? The link, it would seem, lies in the commonly held belief that facts are neutral because objectively established, whereas values are personal and subjective. Hence arises that common, if inconsistent, attitude which holds both by the notion that there are objective standards underlying and authenticating that list of the virtues of which the agent's group is the bearer, and at the same time by the incompatible notion that what values a man has depends upon his free choice and that nobody has the right to act as moral legislator for anyone else. 30. The dilemma is familiar from the literature of existentialism, including the writings of Sartre in his earlier, pre-Marxist, phase. 31 How is it to be resolved? Not by going back to traditional Christianity, the kind of sermon about hell that is found for instance in Joyce's Portrait of the Artist as a Young Man. 32 But not in the theological liberalism of Paul Tillich, Dietrich Bonhoeffer, and Dr. John Robinson either, for Tillich's theism is merely a familiar form of atheism baptized with a new name. When Feuerbach explained that he did not believe in the God of orthodoxy because God could at best only be a name for man's ultimate concerns, he was not regarded by theologians as being a particularly subtle defender of the Christian religion. In FACT, the evacuation of the notion of God of its substantial content through redefinition seems the only possible outcome of the whole Tillichian enterprise here. SS. This latest attempt to reform theology is yet another recognition that traditional Christian ethics is no longer applicable in an entirely changed social and institutional situation, but, what is put in its place is not a new and relevant morality, but an entirely vacuous one. 34 The Gospels were written against a background of the kind of morality which our society has lost. 35 The sociologist, then, is able to put the theologian in his place because sociology tells us that we live in the kind of society in which there is no longer a genuine moral consensus. The impact of industrialism and of a liberal and individualist ethos destroys this conception of human relationships in terms of norms and functions. Theologians like Bonhoeffer or Robinson want a single notion which will supply a motive at every point in the moral life and yet have some specific content. The requirement of generality and the requirement of content are, however, incompatible. 36 If this is accepted, it follows that the gulf between literarism and scientism cannot be bridged by appealing to religion. Is humanism in better shape? To Sartre, writing in I-946, freedom of choice was axiomatic. But freedom to choose what sort of goal? What is at the very heart and center of existentialism is the absolute character of the free commitment by which every man realizes himself in realizing a type of humanity, and its bearing upon the relativity of the cultural pattern which may result from such absolute commitment. 37. To the argument that there seem to be no objective grounds for choosing anything in particular, Sartre replies that man finds himself in an organized situation in which he is himself involved. His choice involves mankind in its entirety, and he cannot avoid choosing. 38 But what if he chooses fascism, whereas Sartre under the German occupation chose the reverse? Then he becomes responsible for the consequences of his actions, but he cannot know in advance that it is the wrong choice. After all, if he has read Nietzsche rather than Sartre, he may see nothing wrong in the proposition that the strong should rule or exterminate the weak. Existentialism, like theology, supplies no firm guide. Those defenders of the traditional culture who are able to back their arguments by appealing to the philosophia perennis are evidently in a happier position than the existentialist, for whom the purity of the solitary will is the only intelligible ground of moral choice. For proof, let us cite Iris Murdoch. It is totally misleading to speak, for instance, of two cultures, one literary humane and the other scientific, as if these were of equal status. There is only one culture, of which science, so interesting and so dangerous, is now an important part. But the most essential and fundamental aspect of culture is the study of literature, since this is an education in how to picture and understand human situations. We are men and we are moral agents before we are scientists, and the place of science in human life must be discussed in words. This is why it is and always will be more important to know about Shakespeare than to know about any scientist, and if there is a Shakespeare of science, his name is Aristotle. 39 This qualification leaves open the possibility that there may arise another Shakespeare of science who will presumably be a philosopher. Miss Murdoch is firmly enlisted on Dr. Levy's side, but she is able to hold her ground only because in the last resort philosophy matters more to 365 her than literature. And indeed, what reasons are there for holding that Aristotle obtained his insights by consulting the literature of his age? We are men and we are moral agents before we are literary critics. Sartre having been cited, a brief inquiry into his mode of thought imposes itself. After what has been said in an earlier section, there is no need to revert to the German origins of the existentialist school. What concerns us here is the French variant, which suddenly went out of fashion 2 decades later. 40 Being and Nothingness was first published in 1943, during the German occupation of France, by the author of La Nausée, who was then already committed to existentialism, but not as yet to Marxism. Its theme was the familiar one of dread, death, and despair in a universe which held no meaning whatever for the solitary individual. God was dead. Man was a useless passion, history made no sense, and consciousness was mostly self-deception put up to shelter human beings from true insight into their condition. By 1948, having in the meantime become politically active on the Fringa of the Communist Party, Sartre had changed his ground. Freedom of choice was still conceived as absolute, but the liberty of each now depended upon the liberty of all. In creating his own values, man creates the values of his age, and he must behave on the sound Kantian principle that only acts which can in principle be universalized are truly moral. From this it follows that fascism must be rejected, since its proponents cannot universalize their creed without destroying or enslaving the bulk of mankind. Does it also follow that the philosopher must join the Communist Party? Not necessarily, for the communists are equipped with an obsolete determinist doctrine, and moreover, communist rule may conflict with personal freedom. By now we have reached the Sartre of the Critique de la Raison Dialectique, who has accepted Marxism, but rejected its Leninist-Stalinist deformation as an historically inevitable, but nonetheless tragic, departure from democracy. On the other hand, anarchism leads nowhere and some form of organization is necessary. What this form may be in a Western country remains to be seen, but the chief problem will be to prevent the bureaucracy from taking over. The events of May-June 1968, moreover, have shown that the French Communist Party is incapable of leading a revolution. This was Sartre's judgment in 1969-70. Meanwhile there is the autobiographical Sartre of Les Mots, very much a Parisian intellectual reflecting nostalgically upon a typically bourgeois childhood. What is one to make of it all? The first and worst mistake to be avoided is to identify Sartre with either of the two cultures. Intentionally at least he belongs to neither, or rather he seeks to transcend them. This is a consequence of his belated acceptance of Marxism, which in his interpretation is both a scientific and a libertarian creed. Marxists are committed to changing the world, but Sartre is also committed to the preservation of the traditional culture. He is a revolutionary for whom it is supremely important to understand what Flaubert was about when he analyzed his own emotions. Furthermore, he is concerned to make the most of Freud. Even though he rejects the standard Freudian description of the unconscious, he believes in the importance of dreams. He also holds that the philosophy of l'être néant was vitiated by its Cartesian rationalism, which in the end cannot account for processes in what Freudians call the unconsciousness and what Sartre now describes as the realm of lived experience, which has not attained an adequate awareness of itself. In brief, the individual has not lost his importance for Sartre, even though he has come to believe that existentialism is parasitic on Marxism, the only philosophy relevant to the present age. In terms of his intellectual biography, then, Sartre has gone through two distinct phases interrupted by the 1939-45 war. In L'être néant he borrowed extensively from Husserl and Heidegger, but translated them into his own Cartesian idiom. In the Critique de la Raison Dialectique he relied on Hegel and Marx, but without surrendering his existentialist concern for the condition humaine. The outcome was an existentialized Marxism which sought to incorporate psychology and sociology. Sartre's explicit aim in 1960 was a Marxist anthropology wherein the significance of history would disclose itself through an analysis of human nature. The link between the earlier and the later work lay in the attempt to reconquer man inside Marxism through the introduction of the notion of intentionality. Orthodox Marxism, in Sartre's view, has become a scholastic system incapable of understanding the true nature of history, because it takes no account of men's concrete needs, desires, and struggles since the dawn of society. All human relationships occur against a background of scarcity, and it is this which has turned men against one another, necessitating the establishment of class distinctions and the state. From this it would appear to follow that socialism presupposes the overcoming of scarcity, but in point of fact socialist revolutions have hitherto occurred in poor countries, and socialism has in consequence become the rival of capitalism rather than its successor. This circumstance poses a political problem for Sartre, but it does not seriously compromise his reading of history. Socialism remains a hope in advanced countries, and a necessity for backward ones which must somehow accomplish the primary task of producing a food surplus. What lies outside history does not concern Sartre as a theorist. In 367. Particular he rejects the notion of a dialectic inherent in nature. Sartre is of course much more than an ordinary philosopher of history. He is also the author of La Nausée, of Les Chemins de la Liberté, of plays such as Les Mouches, Les Mains Sales and Hugues Claus, of important critical essays, and of polemical writings, some of them directed against former allies such as Albert Camus, whose La Peste remains to this day a notable example of an existentialist novel with political undertones barely perceptible to the reader. 42 But whereas Camus can be classified as the French contemporary and counterpart of George Orwell, it is not possible to find an Anglo-American, or for that matter a German, Italian, or Russian writer who can stand comparison with Sartre. There simply is no other author who between 1935 and 1970 has excelled simultaneously as a dramatist, a novelist, a literary critic of distinction, a political controversialist and a professional philosopher operating at the highest level of abstraction. For that Sartre is indeed a philosopher, not a literateur writing about philosophy, there can be no doubt whatever. André Malraux may be his superior as a novelist, Maurice Merleau-Ponty as a scholarly exponent of phenomenology, Henri Lefebvre as a Marxologist and Raymond Aron as a political publicist, but Sartre is unique in having combined all these roles and having done so for over 3 decades. It is true that he has had to pay a price. Whereas in his novels, not ably in La Nausée, he conveys an overpowering sense of what it is like for a man to experience the sheer contingency of existence, as well as his freedom to create his own nature through an act of choice. He has been less successful in blending his intuitive sense of reality with a systematic philosophical doctrine. In the words of an author already cited, we read Sartre's novels, then, as psychological studies. It is quite another matter to express this schizophrenic point of view as an ontology, as Sartre attempts to do in Being and Nothingness. 43 Nor was Sartre's subsequent attempt to replace an existentialist ontology by a Marxist anthropology altogether successful. The Critique de la raison dialectique contains some brilliant passages, but it adds nothing to Marxist theory. If in the earlier work he attempted to translate psychological theories into ontology, in the Critique he is busy hypostatizing the Marxian notions of history, necessity, and praxis into suprahistorical categories applicable to the condition humaine in every age and under every sky. The structuralist reaction to Sartre's philosophy of freedom, represented by the cult of Levi Strauss and the vogue of Louis Althusser among the Parisian Marxists of the later 1960s, was the penalty of a grandiose attempt to erect a philosophical synthesis on questionable foundations. For a Cartesian to fuse Hegel, Husserl, Marx, Freud, and Heidegger into a systematic union was certainly an astonishing tour de force, especially when one considers that the fusion operated simultaneously at the level of drama, the novel, psychology, ontology, Marxist historicism, and the critical analysis of Flaubert. But it seems legitimate to suggest that Sartre has been more successful in acclimatizing German philosophy and psychology in France than in solving the problems posed by his intellectual ancestors. Conclusion. We may terminate our survey by taking as a starting point 2 contrasting generalizations about the process which has shaped European history since the Renaissance, Marx's celebrated formulation of historical materialism, and the disillusioned judgment of 2 former Marxists almost a century later. The mode of production of material life conditions the social, political, and intellectual life process in general. It is not the consciousness of men that determines their being, but on the contrary their social being that determines their consciousness. At a certain stage of their development, the material productive forces of society come in conflict with the existing relations of production, or, what is but a legal expression for the same thing, with the property relations within which they have been at work hitherto. From forms of development of the productive forces these relations turn into their F-eaters. Then begins an epoch of social revolution. With the change of the economic foundation, the entire immense superstructure is more or less rapidly transformed. 45. Our second citation is taken from a rather esoteric work which was destined to provide the philosophic credo of an intellectual elite among German academics after the Second World War. Enlightenment, in the most comprehensive sense of progressive thought, has from the start pursued the aim of liberating men from fear and installing them as masters. But the wholly enlightened globe radiates triumphant disaster. 46. The change of tone, from mid-Victorian self-confidence to post-European resignation, is so marked as to constitute something like a cultural reorientation. Where Marx looked forward to a social revolution for which bourgeois society was unwittingly providing the material means, his erstwhile disciples, living in the shadow of the nuclear superpowers, were reduced to gloomy reflections on the dialectic of enlightenment, by now perceived as a self-contradictory process which threatened humanity with destruction unless brought under control. What is at stake is not culture as a value, in the sense of the critics of civilization, Huxley, Jaspers, Ortega y Gasset and others, rather the Enlightenment must become self-reflective if mankind is not to be betrayed for good. It is not a question of conserving the past, but of implementing a one-time hope. Under present circumstances, the products of welfare themselves are transformed into elements of disaster. 47. By now the argument has become familiar, and not only in Central Europe, where in 1945 the pile of debris reached heavenwards. By the later 1960s a leading representative of the French structuralist school felt able to announce that man was a recent invention and probably about to go out of fashion shortly. 48. From the death of God in the philosophy of the Enlightenment to the disappearance of man only 2 centuries had elapsed, time enough for the experiment of putting man in God's place to have exposed its inherent dangers. Now plainly there is something unsatisfactory about a writer who proclaims in all seriousness that before the 19th century life, language, and work did not exist. What Foucault presumably means is that the Industrial Revolution has made a radical break in human continuity. It is arguable that the critique of political economy is no longer the key to the understanding of society, for the good and sufficient reason that bourgeois society is being transformed into something else. But this criticism of traditional sociology does not of necessity entail the paradoxical statement that humanity was invented by the philosophers of the Enlightenment. Viewed from the other side of the channel, the situation in the 1960s looked quite different. It seems to me that we are living through a long revolution, which our best descriptions only in part interpret. It is a genuine revolution, transforming men and institutions, continually extended and deepened by the actions of millions, continually and variously opposed by explicit reaction and by the pressure of habitual forms and ideas. Yet it is a difficult revolution to define, and its uneven action is taking place over so long a period that it is almost impossible not to get lost in its exceptionally complicated process. The democratic revolution commands our political attention. Here the conflicts are most explicit, and the questions of power involved make it very uneven and confused. Yet in any general view it is impossible to mistake the rising determination, almost everywhere, that people should govern themselves, and make their own decisions, without concession of this right to any particular group, nationality, or class. In 60 years of this century the politics of the world have already been changed beyond recognition in any earlier terms. 49. If this sounds unduly optimistic, given the perils of the nuclear age and the population explosion in the Third World, at least it does not introduce metaphysical concepts such as the death of man into the consideration of present-day society. If, in the Parisian context, Christians, Marxists, and existentialists lined up against the modish message of the neo-positivists, the latter had only themselves to thank. When all is said and done, it ought to be possible to discuss the diminishing relevance of classical liberalism and classical Marxism without dragging in the supposed disappearance of man. It was remarked in an earlier chapter that Freud, Levi-Strauss, and Chomsky share a common concern to lay bare the material foundation of mental phenomena such as dreams, speech and myth. All three look for a materialist explanation of the concordance between man's cerebral structure and his perception of reality. From here the road leads to the structuralist trend in sociology, but on the evidence we possess it seems premature, to say the least, to draw the sort of conclusion that has become fashionable among theorists who confuse the end of European history with the termination of history as such. There clearly is a connection between the contemporary prominence of material processes such as automation and the emergence of a view of life that recalls the mechanical materialism of the 18th century. Nonetheless, it ought to be possible to revive Cartesian linguistics without relapsing into determinism. 50. The historian in particular will be on his guard when confronted with a mode of thought that predates the rise of historical consciousness in Vico, Hegel, and Marx. The prestige of the physical sciences, and the dissolution of traditional metaphysics, have jointly brought about a revival of positivism. Just because this is the case, it has become necessary to subject the theory of science to critical reflection. The denial of reflex ion is positivism. 51. In its currently fashionable form, the notion of structure is seen to overlap, or even to collapse into, the notion of system. 52. Whence the assertion that social institutions cannot be explained in historical terms, they must be set as self-equilibrating systems on the cybernetic model. Structuralism, then, is a form of systems analysis which deliberately abstracts from the system's historical origin. Being an abstraction, it is necessarily incomplete. There is no such thing as a purely synchronic sociological explanation any more than an explanation in terms of a unique and self-insulated historical sequence. 53. But how did this situation ever arise? Why has it become possible for an influential school of thought to assert that the study of social wholes can be divorced from an examination of their history? The excesses of historicism, whether of the Hegelian or any other variety, cannot be held altogether accountable for so pronounced a swing in the other direction. There has been a change in the intellectual climate, due to the exhaustion of rationalism in its classical form, which underlay the theory and practice of political liberalism. The representative thinkers of the Enlightenment were not confronted, as we are, with the split between the physical sciences and the humanities, or, what amounts to the same, the distinction between theoretical and practical reason. 54. They supposed in all innocence that the understanding of society was in essentials no different from the understanding of nature. 2 centuries and several revolutions later, science had come to signify a value-free investigation into facts, the reason being that in the meantime it had come to be accepted that scientific thought, left to itself, was unable to furnish standards for practical behavior. The new scientism, unlike that of the Enlightenment, carried no normative implications. The counterpart of this objectivity was pure decisionism in the style of Max Weber. The structuralist treatment of sociology is one aspect of this retreat from philosophy to scientism. Its ultimate aim is a general theory of human behavior which will account for the manner in which particular social systems operate. This project clearly lacks any practical or critical purpose. Like Wittgenstein's philosophy, it leaves everything as it is. If this is not to be the end of the European story in the realm of thought, there will have to be a successful reassertion of the Kantian, Hegelian, and Marxian principle that theoretical reason carries its own practical, normative implications. From the standpoint of the Vienna School and its adherents in the Anglo-American world, this of course is sheer romanticism, a return to metaphysics. For anyone who is dissatisfied by the positivist world picture, it is an affirmation of what ought really to be a commonplace, namely that it is the business of philosophy to bring reason into the world, including the world of the sciences. To renounce this claim is to surrender the whole field of human action to the automatism of technology and to the material interests which reproduce a given social structure. The emancipation of science from philosophy has celebrated its greatest triumph in the nuclear domain, and by this very fact has reminded us all of the limitations inherent in the logic of science. If practical reason is to come into its own, this trend will have to be reversed.